Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku became the accidental holder of One for All? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Why am I putting so much effort into this? Midoriya Izuku questioned himself for the 1000th time. He blew at his curly green bangs to get the out of his eyes once again. It really wasn't long enough for the ponytail he'd attempted to keep his riotous hair out of the way while he worked. Bakugo Katsuki's 12th birthday was coming up. Every year before this, Izuku had given him a birthday present. And with each passing year, they were accepted with more and more animosity. They'd been absolutely inseparable as toddlers. Izuku could barely remember that time. Apparently, neither would go anywhere nor do anything without the other. But then, Kaken came into his quirk and Izuku didn't. He wasn't officially diagnosed as quirkless until just after his 5th birthday, but the strain on their friendship had already begun. Even at 4, people started labeling kids based off of their underdeveloped quirks. You couldn't know how they would grow and evolve, but that didn't stop adults from labeling Kaken as a prodigy and destined to be a hero based off of his sparkling jazz hands. Izuku, on the other hand, he noticed the adults giving him pitying looks and whispering about how worried they were about him. When the doctor made it official, they all just nodded their heads like they'd already figured out he was disabled. And that's how they treated it too, like he had some kind of disability setting him apart. His playmates were constantly warned to be gentler with Izuku and made him take breaks even when he wasn't tired. He didn't understand it then. Why he was singled out. Kaken explained it to him. You really are a Deku. How are you so useless you don't even have a quirk? How are you going to be a hero now? The nickname that came from Kaken reading Izuku's name incorrectly had become an insult. He was quirkless, so he was useless, so he was a Deku. 6 years later, he wondered if anyone even knew his real name anymore. A slip of his concentration brought a stinging burn to his finger. Oh, food age. His door was open, it wouldn't do to slip where his mother could hear. Izuku? Are you all right? Midoriya Izuku was fixing dinner in the kitchen, but she'd still heard. See? Situational awareness is always a must. Yeah, I'm fine, just burned my fingers again. The soldering iron he was using was a bit bulky for the work he was doing. To make up for it, he kept his grip tight and too close to the danger end. Aren't you wearing your gloves? Izuku had bought him bulky leather gloves after she'd seen how many times he ended up with his fingers mummified with band-aids. I was just adjusting my grip and slipped, he lied. Izuku wasn't wearing the gloves at all, but he was almost done, so it was unlikely she'd come check. He had small hands and couldn't really feel what he was doing when he was fumbling around in those thick gloves. Honestly, he needed an acetylene torch to do this properly, but his mother had vetoed that. According to her, 11 was too young to try welding, but she'd promised to enroll him in weekend lessons when he was older. Not that she'd specified when older was, but he was hoping it meant 12. But this would do in a pinch. Honestly, the wire weave would probably hold up even without it. But he knew Kaken's blasts were getting more powerful, and he wanted something extra to help hold them in place. Built as is, this would not be usable for all that long, but it would serve its purpose until he could build it better. That is, if Kaken would even want an improved pair. Finally, it wasn't the prettiest job, but the janky bits would be hidden under the sleeve. Izuku, dinner. Perfect timing for a break, Izuku set his tools aside carefully. He leaned back in his chair with his arms stretched over his head until his back cracked. This wasn't even that difficult of a project, but he'd put it off till the last minute. Honestly, he wasn't even going to give Kaken anything this year. The term had just started and it was like Izuku was his personal nemesis. But then his mother had pestered him over and over again about what he was getting him this year. So, Izuku decided to make it a project. He'd been dabbling in support gear for a while, but it had always been geared towards him. This time, he was making something for someone else, someone with a quirk. It presented a slew of new challenges. Even if Kaken blew it up in his face, the exercise was worth it. Izuku planned on becoming a hero, the first quirkless hero. Without a quirk, he'd have to do a lot to just catch up to the starting line for others. And his solution was support items. Many support items could already replicate simple quirks. Flamethrowers could replace a fire breath. Tasers could replace electric shock. Knockout gas could replace somnambulist. He had a whole list, actually a whole notebook dedicated to the different quirks he could replicate, at least at the basic levels, with support gear. This was his strength, his mind and his imagination. How's it coming? Inko asked as she went back in the kitchen for another dish. Almost done, just need to stitch it together and double-check everything is moving correctly. Should be done tonight. Oh good. I was worried you wouldn't finish in time to take it to school on Monday. Inko brought the last of the dishes to the table. I bought wrapping paper with little bombs and explosions on it. I think he'll love it. Sure, if it were coming from anyone else. Izuku just grunted his agreement and started eating to end the conversation. He was honestly dreading the handoff. But you can only die once, so there's that. Monday morning saw Izuku racing to class. He'd overslept again. A post on one of the Hero Watch forums he followed had turned into a late-night debate about whether the new pro-hero Hawks had bird-like tendencies or if he just had the wing mutation. Izuku decided to argue he was a Northern Cardinal mutation because the world needs more chaos. All of his facts and conjectures had just enough evidence supporting them to make people question it. The poor soul on the forum arguing with him was apoplectic by the time he rage quit. Of course all of this was done under one of his many throwaway usernames, never his main ID. And as much fun as it was, he ended up not going to sleep until almost 5 a.m. 6 snoozes of his alarm found his mother frantically waking him up as he had 10 minutes to leave if he wanted to be on time. He took 20 and had to run the whole way to school. Kaken was already in his seat with his feet kicked up on his desk. His two lackeys, Izuku would never call them friends with the way they interacted, standing beside his seat. Yeah, no way was Izuku giving Kaken his present with those two around. That was just asking for ridicule. Plus, he didn't want them to know what he could do and then think they could pester him into building things for them as well. Seriously, what could he even build for one guy who can stretch his fingers and another who can stretch his neck? Were they related? They didn't have the same last name, but maybe they were cousins and stretching body parts runs in the family? Neither of them attended the same elementary school as us. But the odds of two people with such similar quirks being random coincidence friends does seem highly unlikely. Unless they're friends, because they have similar quirks? Deku, shut the F up. He was mumbling again. He'd been trying to quit that habit, but when he didn't have something to write his thoughts down, he tended to say them aloud. It also might have something to do with the fact he never had anyone to actually talk to, so he ended up talking to himself. Sorry. Izuku quickly took his seat, 2 rows over from Kaken and luckily by the window, just as the first bell sounded. Having a wall to one side meant he could more easily dodge the spitball and paper airplanes that always inevitable ended up thrown his way. And since they were thrown at him, the teacher would only ever look up to see the paper airplanes in Izuku's hands, never anyone else's. In your seats, we have a few things to go over in homeroom and I need your undivided attention. Their teacher strolled in with the second bell and began homeroom. Only 7 more hours to go. Since he left late, Izuku had of course run out without his bento. That meant if he wanted to eat, he had to go through the cafeteria line. It hadn't been so bad in elementary school, but middle school was turning out to be very different. Were middle schoolers just meaner? It was only the beginning of the 3rd week of first term, and yet somehow everyone in school already knew he was the quirkless kid. Only 1.7% of kids under 18 in Japan were quirkless according to the recent census. You'd think with those odds, Izuku wouldn't be the only quirkless kid in all of Aldra Middle School. There should be at least one other, but nope, just him. Aldra wasn't that large, only about 400 students in 3 grades, but he'd hoped. There'd been a couple of quirkless kids in elementary school, mostly older. In an act of solidarity, Izuku had sought out a few of them to be friends. Which of course ended horribly. It was difficult enough to run into the other kids since they didn't share lunch times, but when they did meet up, the other students were harsher than normal. As if the idea of the quirkless kids ganging up was a threat to their overwhelming numbers. So loud. Lunches in Aldra were by grade. Only first years filled the cafeteria and lawn at this time. It was still obnoxiously loud, and sleep-deprived as he was, Izuku absolutely loathed it. He'd taken to eating his lunch out by the wisteria tree, which was only just starting to develop purple buds. He doubted he'd be allowed to keep such a coveted spot once the flowers fully bloomed. The line was relatively quick, and one benefit to being the middle school pariah was that no one crowded him in the line. Don't stand close to him, you might catch his disease. He's quirkless. Some girl he didn't recognize from another class had loudly whispered to her friend as he got in line, and they got out of line. Whatever, less of a wait for me, he thought. He's looking on the bright side. Food in hand, he headed out to his chosen spot when someone bumped into him from behind. Izuku tried to regain his footing, but someone else decided to trip him at the same time. Izuku and his lunch splattered across the floor. Laughter erupted from every corner. Green hair, green eyes, and freckles all over his face meant he now closely resembled a strawberry with how hard he was blushing from embarrassment. "Watch where you're going, shitty Deku." Kaken sneered. He and his lackeys were passing by, and he'd apparently decided to take a pot shot. He'd put force into the shoulder he'd slammed into Izuku with. It wouldn't have been so bad, he could have found his balance without falling if some unrelated kid sitting at the nearby table hadn't decided to make it worse by sticking out his foot. "Right, sorry." Izuku scooted around on his knees and collected his items. Thankfully, the school prepackages everything, so even though it fell on the floor, everything was wrapped in plastic and still edible. Well, everything except the onigiri fingers just stepped on. Oops. My bad. Fingers totally on accident, then ground his heel into the rice ball. Honestly, it was disgusting to see the rice and filling squeezed out and all over his shoes. The soft, indoor slipper shoes would definitely stain and probably hold the smell. The trio stomped off with fingers leaving a trail of mutilated rice behind. Izuku used his napkin to scoop up the still mostly contained rice ball as well as the mess around it. The girls sitting next to the kid who tripped him kept tittering even as he tossed the mess in the trash. Is this how it's going to be with Kaken and everyone else from now on? They hadn't really hung out beyond school for a couple years. Before, it had mostly been Izuku tagging along with Kaken and the neighborhood kids. He'd gradually gone from being invited to having to wander around the park or the patch of woods and hope to find his friends, to just no longer bothering to even go out. Izuku admits to becoming a bit of a shut-in during that time. He'd holed up and focused on solitary activities. Seeing him spending all his time on the computer, his mother had insisted Izuku take up some kind of activity as a hobby. And well, he'd made some good decisions and bad decisions. Taking up gymnastics and martial arts had been great. Given he was the only guy in his gymnastics class, however, had been ostracizing. Being the only quirkless in his martial arts class had also been isolating. However, a few of the older students had just viewed him as a little kid and actually helped him. Kendo had actually been a bust. It was great and he learned a lot, but he couldn't see the style as it was being taught being the best fit for him, specifically as a future hero. Dance was the worst. Ironically, he could do everything perfectly or, at least not horribly, when no one was watching. But as a part of a group? With anyone watching and criticizing? He froze up. He looked like a robot with dying batteries jerking all over the place. That had been humiliating. He still practiced some at home, but he'd really only kept up with the mixed martial arts and gymnastics. Both mandated no quirk usage in their gyms, so it was perfect for him. Though he did have some initial pushback from the MMA coach about a quirkless kid joining his gym, everything was good, fine. Okay, everything was okay. So yeah, if he'd been less sleep-deprived, he totally could have kept himself form-face planting in the cafeteria. The rest of the day passed pretty normally. People mostly avoided him or whispered while looking at him. That won't make him self-conscious or anything. Finally, the last bell rang. Most of the students grabbed their bags and headed out the door. Kaken and his new friends lackeys stood around talking about their plans for after school. While they were distracted, Ito, a mousy girl with glasses and a telekinesis quirk, floated a gift-wrapped package onto Kaken's desk without them noticing. She blushed hard behind her glasses as she all but ran out of the classroom. Izuku was dithering as to whether he should just stop by the Bakugo's house on his way home or just give Kaken his present in front of Fingers and Stretch when the two headed to the door. Later, Bakugo. Stretch called out as he threw his arm around Fingers' neck and dragged him out of the room. Finally, no one was around. Izuku crossed the classroom quickly and quietly just as Kaken was turning around. "Kaken, I have a present for you." Kaken snapped his head around and glared first at Izuku and then at the small gift wrapped in red paper with a black ribbon and bow. "Why the F would I want your shitty gift, Deku?" He grabbed the box on his desk and held it up. "This is what I think of your present, nerd." And then Kaken used his explosion quirk to destroy the box, leaving tatters and burnt ash behind. "Oh, good. What is wrong with you?" Izuku wasn't thinking about what he was saying. He was trying to find all of the pieces of the girl's present to see if he could maybe put it back together. "That's not even mine, you idiot. I don't think I can even find out what it was. Ito-chan would be so devastated if she find out you blew up her present." "What did you say to me?" Kaken growled. "Are you looking down on me? You shitty Deku." Small pops were going off in Kaken's hands. The small controlled explosions were more a demonstration of his mastery over his quirk, if anything. They were all noise and no destruction. More like flashbangs. "Why do you always think I'm looking down on you? Why you like this? I've never done anything to you." Sleep-deprived Izuku had less filter than well-rested Izuku. But honestly, he was tired of all these accusations. "I've only ever thought you were amazing. You have an awesome quirk. You're in the top of the class every year. Hell, you're even one of the most attractive guys in our year. No, why are you saying this? If you can't tell by the secret birthday presents from girls, how does that translate into me looking down on you? If anything, I look up to you. If you're not looking down on me, then why are you still trying to be a hero?" Kaken leaned forward into Izuku's face, using his slight height advantage to be more intimidating. As if he needs that when he literally has explosion hands. "What does me wanting to be a hero have to do with you also wanting to be a hero? We can both chose the same career path. It's not a competition." Kaken grabbed his bag, loaded with books, and threw it at Izuku. Reflexively, he tried to grab it, but ended up dropping it. How can you be a hero when you can't even catch a bag? When you fall down when someone bumps into you in the cafeteria? You don't even have a quirk to fall back on, but you sit here and do nothing, but still expect to reach the same place as me? I work hard every day to be a hero, and you? What do you even do? Write in your stalker notebook? How is that going to help you save people or take down villains? You gonna mumble them to death? Izuku.exe stopped working for a minute. Things started to make more sense. He knew Kaken was constantly working on his quirk. He even worked out every day. Early mornings before school, Izuku would see Kaken running through their neighborhood. Obviously he worked on his grade since he stayed in the top of their grade every year. But while Izuku noticed everything Kaken was doing, Kaken didn't notice anything Izuku was doing. And he took this perceived lack of preparation personally. Izuku set his bag down on the ground and pulled out the present wrapped in exploding bombs. "Open it." "I said I don't want your FA present. Open the DMN thing and then tell me I'm not doing anything." Kaken screwed up his brows trying to figure out how a birthday present was in any way applicable to the conversation. He ripped open the package and found a pair of gloves. Gauntlets, really. They were fingerless and elbow-length with open palms. Black compression bands with orange diamond stitching hid some kind of stiff construction inside. There were metal plates around the palms and a digital readout no the back of the hand, though it wasn't lit up at the moment. "What the F is this?" Kaken was quieter. This looked like some kind of wrist support, but why was it so stiff and what was the readout for? "It's support gear for you. It provides wrist support for larger explosions while the palm plates will help with directional blasts. I know you've been working on trying to use your explosions for flight. This will help. There is also a built-in readout to measure the concussive power of your blast so you don't have to just go by feel. You'll have actual data to compare to. It has a cable port so you can connect it to a computer." Izuku crossed his arms and glared. Why did he even bother? He should have just made basic compression sleeves. "Where the f did you get this? You can't buy support gear without a hero license." Kaken was still confused. Why had Izuku bothered to get him something so clearly tailor-made for him when they weren't even friends? There's no law against making something this simple. It didn't even take long. This, Izuku gestured towards the gloves Kaken was still staring at, is what I've been working on. Building support gear. I've also spent the past couple years taking gymnastics classes and MMA training. You need bulk and muscle to support your quirk. I need to be more flexible and quick, so I guess if you aren't paying attention at all, it's easy to mistake that you've been working harder than me. We're just working the same problem from different directions because we started the game with different stats. Izuku slung his bag onto his shoulder and headed towards the door. Happy birthday, Kaken. Bakugo Katsuki stayed frozen in place, looking over his new support items long after Izuku left the school. Mondays were MMA days. Unfortunately, the gym Izuku found was not all that close. He had to take an hour-long train ride to the outskirts of Kanagawa after school. He used that time to finish up any homework and also jot down plans in one of his notebooks. Hero Analysis had its own series. Hero Analysis for the Future Volume and Support had its own series. Support Analysis and Plans Volume 1 entire volume was dedicated to the types of quirks he thought could be reproduced with support items. It wasn't full, but he didn't want to have to look in several different notebooks for those particular plans. So he carried around 3 composition notebooks each day. Coach Miura-sensei, who constantly told Izuku to pick one or the other to no avail, was waiting by the door to welcome the students for today's class. His quirk was called Stability. It allowed him to always keep his balance and let him know how best to keep others off balance. It was innate and the absolute best for a mixed martial artist. Midoriya, you're the first one to arrive. Please begin your stretches after you've changed. Yes, Coach Miura-sensei. Izuku bowed and dashed off to the changing room as Miura signed and shook his head. Class was mostly about reviewing techniques and slow sparring to check where students form. Izuku's group was mostly 13-year-olds with a few 12 and 11-year-olds. Izuku was one of the smallest in his class, but wily. He learned to use his size and people's misconceptions against them. It was difficult to know how well his training would help in real life or death situations, so Izuku kept his skill set wide. Many focused on being specialist. Some preferred to grapple, others box, some still focused on kicks. Given the varieties of quirks, Izuku knew he couldn't focus on just grappling in case a quirk was touch-based. He also couldn't just box or kick because hardening or reinforcement quirks were quite common. A student in class had a quirk that turned him into a rock. Punching that would just break his knuckles. 2 hours of class flew by quickly. It was broke up into stretches, exercise and weightlifting, sparring, and then more stretches. Izuku showered before leaving, but his hair was still pretty wet as he wandered around killing time. The return train wouldn't arrive for at least another 30 minutes. Grr. Izuku grabbed his stomach in embarrassment. Guess I should grab something to eat. A street vendor was selling yakitori. He bought a couple skewers and headed to an adjacent park. Just as he was approaching the bench to sit down, a person came flying by and crashed into the bench, flattening it. What the hell? Izuku fumbled his yakitori, almost dropping them, as he backed away, trying to look around to find out what was going on. The person who took out the bench was slowly getting to their feet. He had an obvious mutation quirk. His features were more insect-like, maybe a rhinoceros beetle? Exoskeleton in the place of skin. Size magnified 1.5 times a normal adult male. Abdomen enlarged and more rounded, probably heavily reinforced. That's why he's mostly okay even though the metal bench is toast. Izuku quickly analyzed what he could see. This guy was obviously not a hero, or at least not one on patrol. He wasn't wearing a costume, and as old as he looked, Izuku should have been familiar with him if he'd been stationed here long. Which means villain. Izuku turned around to run and find cover, before Bug Guy and whoever sent him flying resumed their fight. This wasn't something a quirkless 11-year-old needed to be in the middle of. Unfortunately, he only got a few feet before he was lifted by his backpack. Straightening his arms, Izuku fell out of the straps, dropped low, and tried to run around behind Bug Guy. Little sheet. Bug Guy tossed Izuku's bag across the park and came after him again. Each joint of Bug Guy's fingers had a small crease where the exoskeleton connected to let them bend. Bad touch. Stranger danger. With a backward stab, Izuku jabbed his 3 yakitori skewers into those joints. 2 skewers broke off, having missed, but the third? Ag! You're gonna pay for that, twerp. Bug Guy snatched the skewer out of his hand, blood spurting out with it. Never remove the impaling object. Without the weight of his bag, and given the size difference, Izuku was managing to dodge and weave those grabby hands. There wasn't an opportunity to get away, but at least he hadn't been snatched up again. Why are you chasing me? Shouldn't you be going after whoever skipped you like a stone through the park? Bug Guy stalled for a second. His intelligence must be pretty low as he seemed to just now remember the other person. Hostage. I need a hostage. And he was back to trying to grab Izuku as he did his best impersonation of a slippery eel. Never fear, why? Because I am here. Izuku and Bug Guy both gaped as All Might himself landed right beside them with a bang. Literally. The concussive blast of his arrival knocked them both off of their feet. By the time Izuku was standing back up, Bug Guy was hog-tied with metal piping off the now-defunct bench. Oh, God. I was saved by All Might. Izuku couldn't help his fanboying. He'd been a fan since he was 4 years old. Watching the video of his debut in Japan over and over had probably warped some of his dreams and led to his obsession with becoming a hero. Autograph. Where's my bag? Izuku looked around for his yellow backpack. A flash of yellow and something was being held up in front of him. This what you're looking for? All Might handed over the bag and a notebook. Hero Analysis for the Future Volume 10 opened to a blank page with All Might's signature sprawled across 2 pages. You already signed it. All Might ruffled Izuku's hair, then pulled back to wipe off the dampness. Oh my God, I'm going to die of shame. Sorry. I just took a shower after leaving the gym. No problem, citizen. Were you hurt at all? The police are on their way. This guy just rolled a bit farther than anticipated. And no, I'm fine, he didn't really even touch me. But I stabbed him with my yakitori, his hand was bleeding pretty good. All Might's shoulders shook and he coughed into his hand. Izuku was pretty sure he was covering up laughter. You stabbed him with a chicken skewer? It was all I had. He was trying to grab me, so I stuck it in between the joints of his exoskeleton. That was fast thinking. Very fast thinking. This kid can't even be a teenager and he was able to think of that in the middle of dodging. He has potential. All Might, sir, I wanted to ask you a question. It's really important. I tried asking through your website, but no one responded. Can you please answer for me? It's really important. He said it twice. Of course, what question is so important to you, young man? Do you think? All Might. Right as he got the courage to ask, several policemen came storming into the park. Everything got so busy after that. Bug Guy was read his rights and arrested. All Might and Izuku had to give their statements separately, and then All Might was leaving while the police were still getting Izuku's mom's contact information in case they needed more from him later. And to top it off, Izuku missed his train. The next one wouldn't run for another 20 minutes. He would be getting home so late. Everything in this part of town was mostly shut down. They really didn't keep many stores open past 8. The streets felt deserted. The police had already called his mom, so she knew everything was fine now. They had offered to escort him to the train station, but he'd refused. Izuku was just outside the empty train station when he realized. I didn't even get to eat my yakitori. Never fear, for I am here. With yakitori. All Might slide in front of Izuku holding a handful of yakitori skewers up in front of him. All Might, are those for me? Of course. It was my fault you last ones were ruined. I never should have let that villain out of my sight. So this is to make up for it. All Might handed over 6 skewers and a bottle of water. They sat down on the benches to wait for the train. All Might took up an entire bench by himself and looked like he was folded into the seat, his knees up to his chest. You had a question you wanted to ask me, it seemed very important, you said it twice, would you like to ask now? There was no one around to hear if this went badly, so Izuku bit the bullet. He stood up and faced All Might. All my life I've wanted to be a hero. I have worked on creating support items, taking martial arts classes, and gymnastics, and even spent years to learn coding and computers. But everyone says I can't do it. That I can't be a hero because I'm quirkless. Izuku heard a faint gasp and closed his eyes, hoping against hope not to hear what he was expecting. So I wanted to ask, do you think I can be a hero like you even though I'm quirkless? The few seconds between asking the question and hearing All Might's response were nerve-wracking. Izuku couldn't even bring himself to open up his eyes. If he had, he would have seen the gentle way All Might was looking at him, not with scorn or ridicule, but admiration at his determination. A hero like me? All Might repeated. I don't think you could be a hero like me without a quirk. Izuku choked back a whimper. Of course, All Might would say he couldn't be a hero. Hold on, I wasn't finished. Izuku looked up, his eyes wide with hope. I don't think you can be a hero like me without a quirk. The nature of my type of heroism is to fight against the overpowered, the ones too dangerous for most others. Sure, I also handle little guys like the one earlier, but my typical opponent requires a strong quirk or team to counter them. That made a lot of sense. He hadn't worded his question right. He wouldn't be a top 10 hero fighting against juggernauts the likes of those monsters who almost took out the Tokyo Sky Egg a few years back. No, Izuku would be a vastly different type of hero. I think you would make an excellent underground hero. The way you moved to evade capture earlier and came up with the plan to use your skewers as modified weapons on the fly is impressive. You definitely have the makings of a hero, young man. Oh my god, All Might thinks I can be a hero. Izuku tried, he really did, but his genetics won out and he started flooding the platform with his tears. No, don't cry, Ak. All Might tried to comfort him but fell into a coughing fit. Oh, here, have some water. Izuku broke the seal and handed his water bottle over to All Might. Truly a kind boy with the makings of a great hero. Night, I kept saying I need a successor. This is who I want. I want to pass one for all on to him. He's smart, he's resourceful, he has a good plan set up. It's just so small. All Might took a few drinks to clear his throat. Blood coming up when he coughed was becoming a regular occurrence. He wiped off the droplets on the lip of his bottle and replaced the lid. You should work hard, and once you get into hero school, I'll be watching for your internship request. He's too young now. I'll wait until he starts high school. Once he's in and sends a request for internship, that's when I'll talk to him about OFA. I'm going to attend UA. Izuku tosses the water bottle back into his bag. An excellent choice. I'll see you at the sports festival then. For now, I must be off. I actually have business other than heroics in town, and I'm already quit late. I'm so sorry for taking up your time. Thank you so much, All Might, sir. No problem at all, be safe, young man, and plus ultra. All Might made a more controlled leap, leaving a stunned Izuku in his wake. He didn't move or stop smiling like an idiot until the train pulled up a few minutes later. He was sitting on the train lost in a daze when he pulled out his water bottle. All Might believes in me. He believes a quirkless Deku like me can be a hero. Izuku took a drink of the pink-tinged water and then jolted. Oh, this is the one I gave to All Might. Oh my god, I drank after All Might. Izuku's inner fanboy couldn't decide if he should be mortified or elated. Izuku was smothered by his mom when he came home. She cried. He cried. The living room was half swamped by the time they both calmed down. Telling her about meeting All Might felt surreal. He felt wired the whole time he was retelling the story. Like he had so much energy he would never be able to calm down. It took hours to finally get to sleep. Katsuki Bakugo stared down at the gauntlets lying on his desk. The longer he stared, the more his expression twisted. Was he wrong? He'd thought for years Deku was exactly the same and exactly the way he imagined him. A dreamer with no plan and no real course of action to implement his dreams. Katsuki had been born with an amazing quirk, but he didn't rest on his laurels. The green grove behind his house had been witness to the many years of quirk practice he'd put in. Not to mention the hours he spent in the garage, which now doubled as an expansive home gym. Sure, he could have gotten a membership somewhere, but then he'd have to deal with all those extras distracting him and being a general nuisance. Kickboxing, though, that did require a class. So, 3 days a week minimum for the past 5 years, he'd been taking classes in town. He ran 5 miles a day, every day even in foul weather. His grades were impeccable. He even kept to a tight sleep schedule and learned how to cook so he could stay on top of vitamin intake and nutrition. But Deku? Katsuki never saw him doing anything. Sure, the nerd was at the top of the class alongside him, but school smarts weren't going to cut it as a hero that just got you in the door of the hero schools. Years ago, Auntie Inko had stopped by to chat with the hag and Katsuki had overheard bits of their conversation. Around the same time Deku stopped stalking them everywhere, Auntie had come to complain about him holing up in his room and living on his computer. Katsuki remembered thinking he'd probably gotten addicted to chat rooms or video games. That was wasted time. You only had a few years to prepare for UA and time wasted playing online games couldn't be gotten back. It irked him. It set him off. Here Katsuki was, working his butt off even when he'd been given such an advantage, but there was shitty Deku, declaring to everyone who would listen that he too could be a hero just like Kachin, even though he had every disadvantage and wasn't doing anything to mitigate it. Deku was looking down on him. He was looking at all the effort Katsuki was putting in and saying, I can be a hero without even trying. It was utter bullshit. Was it true? The evidence was staring him in the face. How the f did he learn how to do this? When did he learn this? Katsuki picked up one of the gloves and slipped it on. Of course it fit. It was snug and he could feel the compression adding support to his wrists. Even though Deku hadn't been with him during his quirk practice sessions in years, he managed to figure out Katsuki would need wrist support. It was one of the first concerns he had once his explosions started getting more powerful. It was why he had to have so much upper body strength. He needed to be able to withstand the recoil of his own blasts. His wrists, elbows, and shoulders had been bulked up and reinforced so his hands wouldn't twitch and F up his aim. Katsuki pulled on both gloves and changed into workout gear. He was going to test if these were actually worth all this retrospection. He jogged down the stairs and headed to the backyard. Hey Kit Kat, where'd you get the sleeves? Bakugo Mitsuki, the hag herself, asked from the living room. Mind your business, hag. Katsuki. Bakugo Mizura flicked his newspaper down and gave his disappointed look. He was the polar opposite of his wife, but Katsuki absolutely hated that look. Katsuki rolled his eyes and didn't slow down. You better be back by dinner or I'm dragging you out of those woods by your ear. The gauntlets did exactly what Deku said they would. Katsuki hated it. Not only was the strain on his wrists significantly relieved, the directional focus made it so he could accomplish more with less effort since the blasts were more concentrated. The screens on the backs of his palms were also exactly as stated. They gave measurements on the concussive force of each blast as well as a thermal measurements, decibel levels, and even a lumens reading. With accurate readings I can focus on precision and control as well as variations of blasts with more heat or light or even decibels to create flashbang type explosions. Sheet. Katsuki didn't like being wrong. Being wrong was loathsome. How can you be the best if you can't even recognize someone surpassing you? And Deku had definitely surpassed him in the support department. Granted, he had never really invested any time in the creation of support items, but he had planned out many to be used once he started at UA. His focus had been on rough design and implementation the support department could have worked out. If I missed this, what else have I missed? Small pops of irritation flared across his palms. The screens on the back of his hands mockingly registered each one. For once the decibel level reading wasn't in the red. Katsuki assumed the red was an indication the levels were dangerous for hearing. He was already familiar with the impact of his explosions on unprotected ears. Ah! Katsuki screamed and let off a large blast, more sound and fury than actually destructive. Am I wrong? Was I always wrong? What else am I wrong about? Angry blasts sounded until the hag did as she promised and came to get him, threatening to remove his ears if he didn't get back to the house for dinner. Tashinori! Where have you been? Recovery girl, real name Shizenji Chio, whacked her cane across All Might's knees. There was a villain attack. Of course there was. And I ended up ruining this kid's meal, so I bought him some more yakitori, and then we talked, and I think I may have found my successor. After one meeting you think you found what you weren't even looking for? Are you sure you weren't just delaying your appointment? Recovery girl raised her eyebrow at him. Shizenji-san, I actually think he has potential. I mean, he's too young now, probably still in elementary school, but his heart and drive are in the right place. He has a plan to become a hero and he's going to attend to you just like I did. Also, when the villain was trying to grab him, he stabbed him with his skewer and kept from being taken hostage. How innovative is the act? Yagi Toshinori was all but gushing about the boy he met until he was all but gushing blood. He coughed into the handkerchief Shizenji offered him and wiped his mouth. And that is why you shouldn't have dithered and arrived on time. I know stopping villains takes precedent to you, but if you don't work on your health, you won't be able to save anyone. Headed further into the hero wing of the hospital. It was all but cleared out. Only those who had signed the non-disclosure documents were allowed to be here at this time. The last thing they needed was news of All Might needing to be hospitalized, again even if no one knew about the first time, on the front page. You're lucky we were already planning to meet after hours. Dr. Messina is waiting. Shizenji-san opened the door and headed into the conference room. All Might allowed himself to deflate. His hero time, as he called it, was shortening every day. Currently, he could only hold his muscle form for about 11 hours. If he managed to sleep 8, plus the time spent eating and doing non-hero work, okay, he was barely managing. Toshinori had even started cutting down his media appearances as All Might to conserve his time, just in case. He was constantly helping people for big problems and small. Like earlier, the police and local heroes could have handled the situation, but he was already there, so why make people wait to resolve the situation? Ah, Yagi-san, I am Dr. Messina. It is a pleasure to meet you, though I wish it were better circumstances. Dr. Messina was probably used to being the tallest in the room, but he still stood a good foot shorter than Toshinori's 7 feet the inches. His head was free of any hair, including eyebrows or eyelashes. Whether it continued for the rest of his body was anyone's guess. Thank you for flying out here to assist in my treatment. Let me know if there is anything you need during your stay. Toshinori shook his hand and then found his seat, specially modified so he wasn't folded up like a pretzel just to sit down. Let's get straight to the briefing. First, my quirk. You may have heard about it, but essentially my quirk binds organic materials. This is especially helpful as a surgeon as I do not have to bother with sutures or stitches of any kind. So for your lung transplant, this means I can have the organ attach in place as if it grew there without scar tissue, which will of course aid in recovery and improve lung function. I can also bind inorganic materials to organic materials, which is how we are going to help repair your rib cage. Though that will be a second surgery. Once your lab-grown lung is transplanted and we have enough observation to confirm there is no rejection, we will focus on restructuring and reinforcing your ribs. Obviously, there will have to be some reshaping in order to fit the lung back in place. After 2 years of healing, your body has filled the hole as much as it could, shifting organs and structures around. That is what will take the most time during surgery, unfortunately. After the observation PRD, we will be binding adamant titanium alloy to the ribs on your left side after reshaping them. This metal alloy is one of the hardest and strongest substances we can produce at this time, so it should offer you considerable support. Dr. Messina punctuated his explanation by pulling up diagrams on the screen behind him. Honestly, Toshinori understood very little. He knew they had taken samples of his lung and it had been regrown in a lab using a combination of technology and quirks. But that was the end of his understanding. Initially, they hadn't intended to go through the effort. While he had been weakened, Toshinori could still maintain his muscle form for 22 hours a day. Plus, he had needed at least a year to fully recover even with Shizenji-san's help. They needed to see how his body was adapting to his new physiology. His stomach had been removed, but they managed to create a pouch out of his small intestines to recreate a small version. Stomach transplants were still highly risky and experimental. His current pouch functioned, but had very limited capacity. It meant he had to constantly eat small amounts, and those foods needed to be high in caloric value in order to maintain his muscle mass. Honestly, eating had become a chore. Anything delicious he could only eat a few bites of and it wouldn't have enough nutritional value, so he'd have to ingest one of those nutrient pouches. And they all tasted like chalk. Were there any complications with the lung? Toshinori had to at least pretend to contribute. Honestly, he trusted Shizenji, and if she said this was his best hope to extend his hero time and prolong his wielding of one for all, he would take it. Sure, he may have found a potential successor, but he was young and it would be years before he was ready to pick up the torch. We actually grew several. A few had complications and were rejected for consideration. We have 3 which show perfect form and function. In the event of rejection or complications, we have 2 to fall back on before we have to consider starting over. What will you do with the extras? Toshinori grimaced. It was a little disconcerting to think parts of him were just in a lab somewhere existing without the whole. The 2 successful backup lungs will be put in long-term storage, again just in case there are complications. Any rejected organs have already been completely disposed of. They were thorough in ensuring there was no DNA left that could tie them back to you, Yagi-san. Dr. Messina reassured. I know we have talked about this before, Toshinori, but it's necessary to go over it one more time before we begin. Officially, the Hero Commission will be listing you as out of the country for a mission. This will give us time for your recuperation without the vultures circling. The entirety of this wing has been closed off and plans are in place for it to be so for the next 6 months if necessary. Shizenji-san patted Toshinori's arm. He hadn't realized how tense he had been. Surgery was frightening. Normally, All Might was in control of everything. He was strong and capable of handling anything. But surgery? He would be unconscious and completely unaware of anything going on. Even after, there would be a PRD of recovery and weakness. This is a smaller city, but will the heroes be able to cope with the hero wing being closed down for so long? Don't worry about that. They are just being redirected to a different floor. This floor was actually closed off earlier as it was being remodeled. No one was informed the work was completed, so they will not be expecting it to be opened up yet. Toshinori took a deep breath, feeling the pains in his ribs as his one lung overworked itself. He was nervous but hopeful. This would give him some time back and let him have more time to prepare his successor. Oh no. Is something the matter, Yagi-san? Toshinori had dropped his face into his palms as he realized, I never got his name. What? Who? Shizenji-san asked. The boy, the one in the attack earlier. Ugh. Toshinori wrapped his fingers on his forehead hoping to restart his brain cells that were clearly not functioning. That's all? Didn't you say the police were there? I'm sure they took down his name and contact information. You can look it all up later. Don't worry me over nothing. Shizenji-san thwacked her cane on Toshinori's head. He deserved that. Right. Okay, I know I arrived late, but I hope that won't delay anything. When are we going to start? Right away. Surgery should take no more than 4 hours this time, and if all goes well, with Shizenji-san's assistance, you should even be able to walk around in the morning. Then let's get started. Toshinori sat up, face set with determination. You're going to be asleep for the whole thing. Stop acting like you're going to battle. Shizenji-san may have reprimanded him, but she was also patting his arm again. Dr. Messina pressed a call button. Then please follow the nurse as we prepare for surgery. Katsuki was one of the last to arrive at school the next day. Deku was in a daze staring out the window with a shitty grin on his face as he all but vibrating in place. Is he laughing at me? Was yesterday a joke to him? He was going to talk to the nerd just as soon as he could get him alone. That time came as the class headed to lunch. Deku still had his shitty head in the clouds and didn't even notice everyone leaving. Katsuki waved off the 2 extras that started following him at the start of the term. They smirked and glanced between him and Deku like they thought they knew what was about to go down. Fingers no, he was not going to admit the nickname Deku gave him was perfect. Pulled the classroom door to as they left. Finally, Deku seemed to realize he was all alone in the classroom. He scrambled to grab his stuff and then had to jump back as Katsuki slammed his palms onto his desktop, letting them explode and scar the surface just enough to be jarring. What the F-, Deku? Izuku fidgeted and then sat upright. What's up, Kachin? How long have you been hiding this from me? Were you trying to train up in secret like you could surpass me or something? That wasn't what he wanted to say. But when he saw Deku acting all spacey and giggly during class like something like Katsuki was a big joke, his anger got the better of him. What? I never hid anything. It's not like we're friends and we hang out. You don't know what I do because you don't care to know. You don't want to know. Izuku argued back. Yeah, right. You used to follow us around everywhere, watching what we were doing, writing it down in your stalker notebooks. Don't even lie to me, you're pissing me off. Everything I do pisses you off. Did Deku just curse? Katsuki was thrown for a second and Deku didn't let him get back his momentum. You hate it when I follow you. You hate it when I don't. You hate it when you think I'm not taking heroics seriously. You hate it when I do. You just hate everything about me. Deku stood up and something flashed. A green flicker caught Katsuki's eye and he glanced down distracted. I have never done anything to deserve how you treat me. You want to be a hero? Fine. Be a hero. But when exactly have you ever acted like a hero? Another flicker of green traced along Deku's arm. Oi. Katsuki didn't know what was going on, but alarm bells were ringing. Do you know who I met last night? All Might. And he said I'd make an excellent hero. He said I had a solid plan and he was going to be looking for me when I started at you. The green lightning looked like static sparking across Deku's clothes. More and more filaments were jumping around his body. Hey Deku. I have had every obstacle put in my way, and if I'm not going to give up being a hero because I was born quirkless, then I'm sure as shit not going to stop because you're an a-hole. The strands of green lightning were arcing faster and more frequently. Deku, you need to calm down. Are you kidding me? The king of overreacting is telling me to calm down? I will not even calm down, Kachin. Deku punctuated his statement by slamming his palms down on his desk, imitating Katsuki's earlier action. The green lightning flared as his hands impacted the wood. Only instead of being singed, the desk cracked in half and crashed to the ground. Deku flailed as his support crumbled and only managed to not fall by grabbing the windowsill. What just happened? Deku stared at the broke desk confused. The green lightning disappeared as soon as Deku shattered his desk. Did you just get your quirk? Katsuki stared down at the splintered wood as his own view on the world splintered. Apparently he was wrong about absolutely everything. Toshinori. Was someone calling him? Toshinori, open your eyes. Give me 5 more minutes, Mirai. Toshinori waved off the hand pushing his shoulder. He hadn't slept so well in ages. Nothing hurt right now. He felt like he was floating on a cloud. Wake up for now and then you can go back to sleep. Toshinori felt like his eyes weighed 1,000 pounds and someone had glued them together. They weren't glued, they were taped. And there's not even any residue left. Oh, I said that out loud. Shizenji-sen, why are you in my bedroom? Toshinori frowned up at the shorter woman. And when did you get so tall? For the love of... Toshinori, pay attention. I need you to take a deep breath. Can you do that? That seemed like an awful lot of work, but if Shizenji-san was going to come into his bedroom a night, it must be important. Normally taking a deep breath felt like stabbing his lungs with glass, but the floaty, pain-free cloud he was on made it easy. He closed his eyes as soon as he took the breath. Wake up, Yuof. We're not done just yet. Now, I want you to take a deep breath and hold it while I count to 5. Can you do that? That didn't sound too bad. Instead of answering, he took a deep breath and held it. 1, 2, 3. No, wake up. Don't stop until I reach 5. Shizenji was patting his cheeks. It made a lot of noise, but he didn't really feel it. Hold it till 5, okay? Toshinori yawned. Wait, no, he was supposed to hold a breath. 2, 3, 4, 5. Wake up. Well, that was close enough. Shizenji slapped Toshinori's cheeks again to get his attention. Come on. Toshinori, one more thing to do, okay? What now? I need you to cough real hard for me. Come on. Just once should be fine. Normally he tried his best not to. It hurt and each time he coughed brought more and more blood with it. Toshinori turned his head away from Shizenji and coughed. A lot harder than that, come on, you're All Might. Give me an All Might cough. That sounded a bit insulting. Regardless, he took a deep breath and coughed hard. Surprisingly, no blood came up this time. Excellent. Good job, Toshinori. You can go back to sleep now. Surgery went fine and your lung function is already dramatically improved. We'll talk more in a few hours. Surgery? Alright. He just had his regrown lung transplanted. He needed to let everyone know he was fine. He patted his hips, then his chest, the sides of his bed, and looked all around. What are you looking for? Cell phone. Your cell phone is turned off and across the room. You can get it when you're lucid. Found it. Toshinori grabbed the item on the table beside his bed and held it in front of his face. He grinned and pushed the buttons. Post-surgery selfie. Toshinori, that's the TV remote. You know what? It's better this way. You'd probably post it to your official Jabber account. Good night, Toshinori. Shizenji sat down in the chair she had been standing in and pulled out her own phone. Until her relief came in, someone needed to keep an eye on this big idiot. Said idiot was still holding the remote control up while giving a victory sign and smiling, right up till he dropped the remote on his face. A few seconds of grumbling and then he was back to dreamland again. The symbol of peace, taken out by a remote. What happened to my desk? Izuku could not figure out what happened. 1 minute he'd been going off on Kaken for being an absolute idiot about pretty much everything, and the next? His desk fell apart. You activated your quirk and smashed it, idiot. Kaken was clearly trying to act nonchalant about it, but he had yet to look up from the remains of Izuku's desk. I don't have a quirk. I'm a quirkless Deku, remember? Izuku tried to be snide about it, but he was too lost to be anything but confused. Kaken finally looked up. You sparked green electrical arcs all over your body when you got said and then you smashed your desk. Please tell me how that happens without a quirk. I have a vestigial joint in my pinky toe. Weird flex, but okay? What does your pinky toe have to do with the smackdown you laid on your desk? Kaken stared at him like he'd lost his mind. Quirkless people have a vestigial joint in their pinky toe. Do only quirkless people have this joint? No. There's a small percentage of quirked individuals who do still maintain the joint in one or both of their pink toe joints. But all quirkless have that joint. So, that means you're one of the few who gets the quirk and freaky bendy toes. Again, why does this matter? You literally glowed green and destroyed your desk. This is the evidence you need to be focusing on. Oh my god, I destroyed my desk. I damaged school property. Izuku grabbed his hair in distress. For F's sake, who gives a shit about the desk? Kaken grabbed Izuku by the shoulders and shook him with each word. Quirk. I have a quirk? Izuku froze looking up at Kaken. His red eyes were for once not looking at him like he was dirt. Was it just because he got his quirk? Did he finally have purpose? No, wait, one existential crisis at a time. I have a quirk. Tears flooded his eyes. At least we're finally on the same page. Kaken awkwardly patted his shoulder. Please stop already. Kaken, I have a quirk. I have to tell Mom. Wait, what did I actually do? How did I do the electricity thing? Was it elemental? Or was the sparking a side effect? I really didn't feel like I hit the desk that hard. I broke my desk. I'm going to get in trouble. Are we back to that? Just switch it with someone else's and no one will know. Kachen moved to Finger's desk and dragged it back to Izuku's place. Then he carried the two halves and other pieces of Izuku's shattered desk and put them in the now open spot. Right, we're going home. If you did that to a desk without meaning to, you need to get a handle on your quirk before you accidentally split a person. Kaken tossed his book bag on his shoulder and threw Izuku's yellow one at him. Then he grabbed Izuku by his uniform and dragged him out the classroom door. You want to skip? You've had perfect attendance like every year. It's the 3rd week of school. If I can't catch up before the end of the term, what the hell have I been doing all my life? Kaken, you're 12. 12 in 1 day, dipshit. Oi, sensei. Kachen flagged down their homeroom teacher. Deku just puked in the bathroom. I'm gonna take him home. We live in the same neighborhood. The teacher seemed like he might argue, then he looked at Izuku. Apparently, being pale, shaky, and covered in tears and snot convinced him to let them go. I'll have the class representative gather any materials you may need for the rest of the day. Get some rest, Midoriya. Thank you, sensei. Izuku bowed his head as much as Kaken's grip on. Let's go, nerd. In all honesty, Izuku never would have made it home. He couldn't remember any part of the trip other than staring at his hands. His palms were still red from impacting the desk, and Kaken pulling or shoving him when they needed to move. He had a quirk. It had taken 7 years longer than any of his classmates, but finally he was at the same starting point as his classmates. Granted, they've had almost a decade longer to learn their quirks, but if he was going to be a hero without a quirk, then having one only made it that much more plausible. Kaken slammed the door behind them and started toeing off his shoes. Izuku looked up. Kaken, this isn't my house? It had been a while, but this was definitely the Bakugo residence, not his apartment. Duh, how are you going to learn how to activate your quirk at your place? Smash all the walls and hope the building is still standing by the time you figure it out. That made sense, but wait, is Kaken offering to help him learn his quirk? What are you doing? Izuku looked up as Kaken was heading towards the stairs. Getting changed so we can go out to the grove. He said it like it was obvious. No, I mean, why are you trying to help me? Izuku still hadn't moved past the Genkan. Finally, Kaken's shoulders fell and he stared at the floor. I'm an a-hole. No arguments here. Shut the F up and let me finish. Kaken whipped around and glared at him. That was a look Izuku was more familiar with. After Izuku mimed zipping his lips shut, Kaken continued. But I know. That gauntlet? That was amazing. And I probably would have known about what you can do long ago if I didn't come to my own conclusions about sheet. About everything. Kachen turned away to face the empty room instead of Izuku. This was not what Izuku thought he was going to say. You were ugh. I hate saying this, but you were right. I didn't see you. I saw what I wanted. I saw someone making fun of my dream, belittling my effort. A few years ago, your mom said you'd gotten hooked on the internet. She made it sound like you were gaming at all hours or something. Least it sounded that way to me. That's when you learned the sheet, wasn't it? How to make stuff. Not all at once. But that's when it started, yeah. I hate talking about feelings and sheet, so I'm just going to say this once. I was wrong about you. I'm still gonna be an a-hole, that's not going to change, Izuku snorted, but I happen to like Auntie Inko and I'd prefer it if you didn't accidentally hug her to death with your new desk-smashing quirk. Oh my god, I can't hug my mom. What the F dash? Weren't you listening? We're going to figure out your activation so you don't kill your mom. You're not 4, so it should be a lot easier than it is for most people. Now grab your shoes, ditch your bag and coat, and wait for me in the backyard. Kaken took the stairs 2 at a time and disappeared into his room. Izuku wasn't sure how to take this 180 of Kaken's. On the one hand, it was way too convenient that literally the second Izuku has a quirk, Kaken wants to hang out. Okay, more like learn how to not accidentally murder someone, but still. He hadn't been invited over to Kaken's house in almost 2 years. Now they were going to the same grove they used to play in as kids, where Izuku would tell Kaken about all the amazing things he could try with his quirk, and Kaken would tell him to shut up, you shitty nerd. Focus. The point is to learn my new quirk and not kill my mom. That's the goal for the day. Izuku carried his new red shoes with him to the back door. He'd left his uniform jacket at the Genkan, so he was just in his black uniform pants, a white undershirt, and guest slippers. Almost the same time he stepped back into his sneakers, Kaken came barreling out the back door. He slipped on his own shoes and headed out across the lawn. The Bakugos were not poor. Not by a long shot. They actually owned several acres backing up to the forest parklands. It was in this stretch of privately owned lands that they used to play from sunup to sundown. It also meant they were legally allowed to use their quirks since it was private property. Okay, so first, what were some weird things that happened between yesterday and today? Like atypical feelings. Things that might have been related to your quirk. Kaken asked as he stepped into the grove. It was more a clearing created by Kaken's practice. Trees were thinned out as they were used for practice, but they still called it the Grove even as the number of trees declined. Well, I went to my mixed martial arts class, but that was normal. If anything was weird, the villain that attacked me and meeting All Might definitely tops the list. You were serious about that? You met All Might? Kaken gogged. It was amazing. There was this bug guy, right? And All Might punched him through the park and he smashed into the bench I was about to sit on. Then he tried to take me hostage, but I stabbed him with my yakitori and then All Might showed a trace never fear for I am here. Then haraped him up. FNG breath Deku. How am I supposed to figure out what you're saying if you turn the whole story into one long word? Kaken threw a pine cone at Izuku's head. He dodged but did take that breath. So All Might saved you from some bug guy that you stabbed with yakitori? And then All Might bought me more yakitori and sat with me while I waited on the train. I was so psyched up on adrenaline, I can't tell you if anything was because of my quirk, but I felt wired for the rest of the night. Like I'd drunk one of those energy drinks that make you taste colors. What the F kind of energy drinks are you drinking? Then all day in class I felt like I couldn't sit still, but I was still mostly daydreaming about what All Might said. Izuku blushed remembering how he'd had fanboy daydreams all during class. Okay, so sometimes a quirk will manifest after a stressful event. Being attacked by bug guy and then having a long chat with your idol could have all kept your adrenaline pumping long enough for your quirk to be forced to initialize. Right, I've read about that theory, that highly stressful events can force a quirk mutation in some quirkless or even a mutation in a pre-existing quirk, but my situation wasn't that bad. The ones I read about, it was more traumatic and the quirk activated at the same time as the event. So maybe you always had a quirk, but the activation requirements hadn't been met. You've never been in a life or death situation, maybe you needed that to get it started. When you actually used it in class, you were said. Your emotions were high and you hit the desk to be intimidating. Kaken screwed his face up, disgusted to even remember the situation. And that feeling of confrontation could have been what set it off. So now I need to figure out how to do it intentionally, not reactionary. What I saw right before the desk apocalypse, Izuku groaned at Kaken's analogy, there was green lightning arcing all over your body. It started faintly across your chest, but spread to your arms and legs and even around your head as it got brighter. So it's a full body manifestation, not localized in one part like my explosions. How did I not realize I was sparking? Izuku double face palmed. Not the point. Can you feel that energy now? That jittery feeling might have been your quirk. See if you can pull it up again. Izuku closed his eyes. It probably wasn't necessary to do so, but it helped him focus. He could feel that buzzing just under his skin. It wasn't as pronounced. Like getting it out once calmed it down a little. He metaphorically poked at it, tried to increase the jittery feeling. He poked too hard. It stings. Izuku opened his eyes and saw green sparks racing across his skin. He was a veritable Tesla coil with how much energy he'd brought up. It hurt though. The energy was too much. It feels like needles poking me everywhere. Calm down. It wasn't this bright earlier, so you should be able to scale it back. Take a few deep breaths. Relax your hold on it some. Izuku could remember Kaken telling him to calm down just before the desk incident. He closed his eyes again, took a deep breath, and slowly, the stinging faded. Once it reached the point where his skin didn't feel prickly anymore, he looked back up at Kaken. That's your quirk, Deku. Izuku looked down at his body. Faint glimpses of green arcs were passing over his whole body. It wasn't anywhere as bright as it had been, which meant Izuku had a lot of power and he needed to figure out how to go from this tiny percentage to where he was before without hurting himself or others. I've got a lot of work to do. Katsuki and Deku spent the rest of the afternoon in the grove. Finally, Deku had an idea of how it felt to activate his quick and could finally pull it up without having to close his eyes. Oi, didn't you say you take classes in the afternoons? Yeah. Deku looked up at him while maintaining his green sparks. They'd been practicing keeping it up for extended PRDS of time. They still hadn't moved on to smashing things. Katsuki wasn't an idiot. What idiot would get a quirk at 11 and instantly try to use it at max power to smash sheet? That's how you get put in traction. You're gonna need to cancel that for a while. Last thing you need is to be in a literal fight and activate your quirk. I need to get a handle on this now. I'm already so far behind. Yeah, and if you rush this and permanently F yourself up, how are you going to be a hero? Why did Katsuki have to be the voice of reason? That was usually Deku's job. I know, it's frustrating. All this time I thought I didn't have a quirk, so I came up with a plan to work around that, and now I have one, and I'm not complaining. I'm glad, so glad, but why did it take so long? Stop freaking out. And stop thinking about it like it's your own quirk. Katsuki had an idea. All this internal debating was FENG up Deku's thinking. He was better than this. Wait, what? Izuku was startled and lost hold over his quirk. He'd scared when he saw the sparks fade to nothing. Think like it's someone else's quirk, and you're writing about it in your stalker notebooks. They're not stalker notebooks. They're quirk analysis. Oh, that makes sense. Look at it from the outside perspective to give myself some insights. Okay. Deku grabbed for his bag that he didn't have. Just do your mumbling sheet. Okay, so it's sparking like lightning or electricity, but there doesn't seem to be an elemental aspect to it. I don't smell ozone, my hair isn't standing on end, your hair isn't standing up, well, any more than usual. The FS that's supposed to mean? His hair was spiked, it wasn't some static frizz. So even though it looks like lightning or some kind of electricity, it isn't. That's just a physical manifestation of the power, the energy I keep feeling. I broke my desk in half. Yeah, we've been over that about a dozen times. Katsuki was surprised, but apparently with someone to listen to him, Deku wasn't doing his 1,000-mile-a-minute mumbling. He was still throwing out ideas and theories quickly, but he was also pausing for feedback. No, but that should have been difficult. I didn't even put any real force into it. So, some kind of strength enhancement? My palms stung afterwards though. So I need to build up more physical resistance, maybe build some support gear to help decrease recoil or impact on me when I expel the energy. Okay, so if it's strength, come over to this tree. Do not punch the tree. If you punch it full out, you could break your hand. We are not breaking hands. Katsuki was not going to try and explain how Deku broke his fist to the hag and anti-Inko. Open you palm. Try smacking it again. That way, even if your quirk doesn't kick in, you'll just get stinging palms again. You can slap trees all day without your quirk and you should be relatively okay. Right, just smack it. Deku stared at the tree like it was a complicated math problem as he pulled up his quirk. Katsuki noticed something was wrong right away. When Deku started thinking about smacking the tree with his hand, he focused his quirk in his hand. Most of the sparks were centered around the arm he held up as he prepared to hit the tree. But even as he was standing there, Katsuki could see him flinching slightly. Like his hand was stinging again even though the sparks weren't as bright as they'd been before. Stop. What are you doing? Izuku flinched and turned around. I'm about to smack this tree? But why the F? Did you concentrate your energy in your arm? Did that sheet feel right? Does it feel like this is what you should have been doing? Katsuki didn't think it was. If it was, then why did unconscious activation diffuse the power throughout his body? Usually your body did was right and people overthinking F-ed sheet up. Actually, it stung more. Like fire ant were biting my hand. Deku blushed. Are you a FING idiot? Don't answer that, it's obvious. If it hurt to even think about it, then you're fucking up. Spread the power out like you did naturally the first time. Like a hose. When you force the water to come out of a narrow end, there's more force, but if you hook it to sprinkler, the same amount goes through the hose, but it isn't as damaging. Right. Shitty nerd closed his eyes again to concentrate. He needed to work on that. Normally Deku wasn't this dense. He must be freaking out. Which mean Katsuki had to rational and calm when he felt nothing at the moment. Deku had a quirk. Deku had been preparing for UA. Deku had support tech skills he didn't even understand. Deku was more than the two-dimensional extra he'd pegged him as. He wasn't a stepping stone. They probably weren't even on the same paths. Same destination, different route. And Katsuki hated it. Because if Deku was nothing like what Katsuki thought, then what else had he F'd up? Bakugo Katsuki was supposed to be the best. And the best couldn't be so outlandishly wrong. It grated. Katsuki ground his molars while Izuku took practice swings at the tree. Does he think it's gonna dodge or some sheet? It's effing a tree. Heroes had to have good instincts. They had to be able to properly evaluate a situation and often on the fly. If he was so wrong about someone he'd know literally his entire life, then how was he going to evaluate teammates or villains in the field? People he may have never met or have any intel on. He'd missed things, lots of things. And now he had to play catch up to shitty Deku, who wasn't even a Deku because he made support gear. He had a potentially awesome quirk, and he had enough skills to impress freaking All Might. And no, Deku meeting and having yakitori with All Might did not irritate the hell out of him, it didn't. Deku finally smacked the tree while sparking green. The impact was a lot more than Katsuki thought it would be. The trunk splintered halfway through horizontally, but vertically, some of the cracks went 10 feet. Ow! Deku was shaking his hand. It was red, but Katsuki couldn't get a good look at it. Effing be still, let me move Deku. Katsuki shoved Deku out of the and then raised his hands to blast the tree. The stress of Deku's impact hadn't taken the tree out in a single blow, but now it was toppling towards them. Katsuki let off a wide blast. The concussive force tipped the tree in the opposite direction. Splinters shot up in the air, but nothing serious, just annoying like so much about today. Oh my god, I killed the tree. Will you FNG stop saying that about every single thing? We're out here so you kill trees, not people, that's the whole point. Katsuki shook out his own hands to relive the tension from the recoil. Now show me your hands, nerd. Katsuki looked at Deku's palm. It didn't hurt when I hit the desk, but it really smarts this time. It looks a little swollen, but nothing terrible. You probably need to work up to stronger strikes. Train your body to handle the force. And you said you didn't need to bulk up. Katsuki smirked. Of course. If using a lower percentage causes this amount of damage, then my body needs to be strengthened to resist the recoil the same as yours. That means I've been working out counter-intuitively to my quirk. I mean, it's still helpful to be quick, but I need more musculature to support my quirk. Wait. So if your quirk requires a lot of musculature, and you didn't have it, that might be why it didn't manifest until you experienced a life or death situation. You weren't physically capable of handling it until now. Katsuki picked up where Deku trailed off. That makes sense. If I had used this same amount of force as a 4-year-old, my arms might have exploded. Well, now we have a reasonable explanation for the delayed manifestation. You're weak. Katsuki laughed as Deku whined. Kaken. That's mean. How was I supposed to know I was supposed to be bulking up? That quack doctor said I didn't even have a quirk. Yeah, Andy Inko should sue that guy. If all he was going off of was your bendy toe and no genetic markers, then he's at least guilty of malpractice. I haven't told my mom about my quirk yet. I need to text her. Deku was really scatterbrained today. It made sense for him to be off kilter. No matter how greatly Katsuki thought his worldview had been changed, Deku's entire existence changed. He'd gone from a marginalized minority to the privileged group of heroic class quirks. Text your mom while we're walking. You should ice that hand. Until you're solid on controlling your quirk, you shouldn't go to any of those classes you take or do any quirk practice at home. You should also probably stay home from school for a bit. That tree was 2 feet thick, Deku. Izuku paled at the implication of what could happen if he tried to practice his quirk at home. All the different ways he could have accidentally killed his mom flashed through his head as he texted her. She was at work, and he knew she kept her phone on silent most of the time, so a text would be the best way to get up with her. She wasn't supposed to be in court, so he'd likely hear back from her soon enough. He followed up by emailing his MMA coach and his gymnastics classes. He was vague and just said he had a health concern. He was overwhelmed as it was and didn't want to hear about it from everyone and their brother until he had his own head on straight. Kaken, thank you for helping me. Izuku still wasn't sure where he stood. Theirs had always been a relationship of extremes. But this new change was not one he could even process right now. Yesterday he'd been attacked by a villain, then been saved by his idol, been told by said idol his dreams were attainable and he supported them. And now today he finally manifested his quirk. It was too much to deal with. If he tried, he felt like his brain would riot and shut down. So thanking Kaken wasn't just for the quirk practice. It was for keeping him busy while his entire world shifted. He was stumbling in the dark and the last person he expected supported him. Kaken just grunted and stomped back to his house with Izuku trailing behind just like when they were little. The same, but also completely different. "Brat, what are you doing home? School just let out, there's no way you got back that quick. Are you skipping?" Auntie Mitsuki was in the living room when they came in. "Auntie Mitsuki, guess what? I got my quirk." Izuku couldn't help himself. He was bouncing in place as he finally got to tell someone about his quirk. It should have been his mom, but if it had been, they'd be drowning in waterworks for hours. Mitsuki blinked as she noticed Izuku trailing behind Kachen. It really had been a long time since he'd been over. "Izuku, you got your quirk?" "Yeah, apparently the nerd just had to get really set off to manifest it." Katsuki laughed as he came back from the kitchen with 2 bottles of water. He tossed one to Izuku, who barely caught it. He was really all thumbs today. The bottle was ice cold and Izuku clutched his sore hand around it to soothe the ache. "And let me guess, you helped him out with that, huh, brat?" Kachen sked as she hit the nail on the head and downed half his bottle. "So, what kind of quirk did you get, Green Bean?" "Auntie." He hadn't heard that nickname in years. "We're not sure yet. Definitely super strength, maybe. It's an emitter quirk with some kind of an enhancer. It's really strong though. The tree I just smacked down made my hand sting." Izuku gestured with the hand holding the ice-cold bottle. Mitsuki blinked. "You smacked a tree down?" He also destroyed his desk at school and pinned it on someone else. "Kaken, that was you. I mean, I did break the desk, but it was an accident. You're the one who swapped it out for an unbroken one." Izuku was still embarrassed about breaking his desk, found himself yelling at Kaken again. "Izuku, no one is going to care that you broke the desk because of your quirk. How much sheet do you think Katsuki destroyed with his quirk?" "Hag. Brat." But Kaken was like 5 when that happened." Izuku was a little abashed to be such a late bloomer. He was beyond glad to have his quirk, and would never wish it hadn't developed, but couldn't it have happened sooner? He was probably one of the oldest to develop a quirk in all of Japan. Oh God, what if he set a record? He'd never live it down. "Well, Izuku, we're going to have to celebrate your new quirk. You've called your mom, right?" "I texted her. I didn't want to disturb her if she was busy with something." "Nonsense. Give me a second. I'll call her firm. If she doesn't answer her main line, I'll have the secretary get her. We are going out tonight?" "Well, while you plan all that shit, me and Deku will be in the garage." "We will." "Yeah, you gotta change your whole workout routine. And now is the best time since you aren't going to be going to school or pretty much anywhere until you get that sparkly quirk settled." "Hey, you're the one with sparkler hands. Say that to my face, you med nerd." "Pretty sure I just did." "Boys, take it to the garage. I'm on the phone." "The Christmas tree." Bakugo bumped his shoulder as he headed to the attached garage. It was completely different from yesterday. This felt more like camaraderie? Izuku took a chance and bumped him right back. "Jazz hands." His mother called the school and let them know Izuku would be out for at least a week. Kaken agreed to bring him his work. In spite of all the arguments for it, including that it was the law, Izuku was reluctant to make an appointment with a quirk specialist to have his new quirk registered. After the last visit, he was gun-shy. What if they try to mislabel my quirk? Or give it a stupid name? Or don't actually evaluate all of the different aspects and I end up with a strange classification? What if they find out about my desk and the tree and classify it as a dangerous quirk? Okay, that last one was just a paranoia spawned by a very imaginative dream. His mother agreed to let him hold off on the appointment, but only till the next week. She scheduled an appointment with a different office than they had visited before. Izuku had looked up his previous doctor, but not long after Izuku's diagnosis, Dr. Tsubasa shut down his practice and left town. He didn't even leave a forwarding address for his business. Come to think of it, his grandson had also moved about that time. Probably ran to avoid lawsuits. I wonder how many other people he scammed? The time between discovering his quirk and having it registered would be spent adjusting his new body requirements and doing experiments in the grove with Kaken after school to figure out the intricacies of his quirk on his own. He wasn't going to be blindsided again. Each morning, Kaken showed up at dawn and they ran his normal route together. Izuku was used to running on the treadmill in his apartment. He found running outside to be much more enjoyable, even if he couldn't watch Hero News daily while running. When Kaken was at school, Izuku was working on designing support gear for the both of them. Then, when school ended, Izuku left to go practice his quirk and work out in Kaken's garage. Or rather the Bakugo's garage. But Kaken always referred to it as his, so who knows? Tashinori, if you don't go back to that room this instance, I'm going to sedate you for the next month. Shizenji regretted taking this assignment, and she let Tashinori know constantly. I was just going to go for a walk. Tashinori sheepishly ducked his head. You just had major surgery not even 24 hours ago. I know you're eager to test out your time limit, but you absolutely cannot take your muscle form until after the second surgery. We don't know what that shifting will do to your chest. Tashinori slumped against the wall. This was probably the longest he'd gone without using one for all since his recovery after fighting all for one. He was restless. Being cooped up indoors, in a hospital no less, was driving him mad. His chest didn't hurt with the near-constant throb he had begun to learn to live with, but he knew that was mainly because of the pain medication he was still on. He was cleared to do slow laps around the hero wing, but nothing more. As a very active man all his life, the idea of sitting down and doing nothing for days was maddening. You have friends. Call them. Have them come keep you company. You also have a ton of backlogged paperwork to finish up. I left all of that at my towers, what a shame. I could have completed so much during this time. Tashinori had intentionally left that massive box in his office. His new staff had been driving him up the wall to get it completed, but it was just such a daunting tower of paper. Well, aren't you in luck? Nizu had them send it to him, and he sent it on to me. I was just dropping it off for you when I saw you trying to duck into the stairwell. Which, by the way, you are not cleared physically to climb stairs. The pain medication might make you feel like nothing is wrong, but if you tear anything, I'm strapping you down in your bed for a week. But I'll call Tsukachi-kun and work on paperwork till he arrives. Tashinori wishes he could call Mirai, but they haven't spoken in 2 years. Being stuck in a hospital again just makes him think of all the mistakes he made back then. He even agrees with him, he needs to find a successor. He's in his late 40s for God's sake. Very few heroes continue working past their 30s. He needs to be looking for a successor to train up. That alone would take years. It's not like it's going to happen tomorrow. You do that. I know this is hard for you. You haven't even taken a vacation in years. But this will help you in the long run, so long as your impatience doesn't set everything back. Shizenji-san walked him back to his room. Tashinori eased his way back into bed. Sometimes bending sent sharp stabs through his chest. If he could feel it even through all the medication, he knew he was in no condition to be out serving as the symbol of peace. He knew. He didn't have to like it though. Shizenji-san pushed the table over his bed with its massive stack of papers. Text your friend and I'll let Nizu know that you're lonely. Tashinori froze in the middle of pulling out the top file. He didn't know if that was meant to be reassuring or a threat. Dr. Matsumoto was shell-shocked by the time Midoriya left from his court counseling session. First, this was the oldest person he had even heard of to manifest a quirk. To which Midoriya-kun had promptly provided several examples of other individuals who appeared quirkless until their teens. He had said he was, thankfully, not a record setter. Midoriya was very tenacious in getting that point across. Second, Midoriya and his friend Bakugo had put together an entire composition notebook about his quirk. Some of the theories had blank pages after for more experimentation as his quirk developed, but the sheer volume of data Dr. Matsumoto was given for a first-time quirk counseling session was overwhelming. He spent nearly 30 minutes just going through the notebook while Midoriya-kun all but vibrated in place glaring at him. Eventually, he just gave up trying to read everything. It was too much and being stared at like that the whole time by a middle schooler was unnerving. The poor doctor had no idea about just how incensed Midoriya was about his last quirk doctor. It sadly translated to him constantly expecting a fight or argument from his new one. It says here you believe there is an energy manipulation aspect to your quirk. Can you go into more detail? It's all in my book. If you turn to page 15, Midoriya started flipping through the book. No, I'm sure it's explained with about 10 pages of references, but can you just tell me? Dr. Matsumoto did not want to have to read every single essay dissertation on each individual aspect of Midoriya's quirk. There were even theories as to why the arcs of lightning were that particular shade of green. This was just supposed to be an initial quirk assessment and registry. This amount of detail wasn't usually included for years, as quirks tended to show up in any infantilized version of themselves. Take Endeavor, for example. His quirk, Hellflame, had probably initially manifested as nothing more than a flicker of flame when he was 4. But after 40 years of quirk practice, he was capable of actions as insane as Prominence Burn. Also, he had to have renamed his quirk when he was older. There is no way someone labeled a 4-year-old's quirk as Hellflame. Right, well, there is no obvious reason why my quirk needs to produce the green sparks. It seems to be a physical expression of the energy, which could be an indication that the energy could be converted to a physical form. What that is, we haven't figured out yet. But if I concentrate, I can thicken the arcs without increasing the amount of energy I'm drawing on. Midoriya held up his fist, and with his brows furrowed in concentration, a thin arc of green lightning slowly grew from a wisp to a thick snake of electricity spiraling around his forearm. He let it fade. Normally, when I pull up enough energy to do that, my skin starts stinging, like it's too much for me to handle right now. So it's possible if I can affect the glow without affecting the draw of energy normally used to increase my muscle strength, there must be other ways to utilize this power. Dr. Matsumoto jotted it all down in his notes. He'd already been informed he was not going to be allowed to keep the notebook. He could make copies, but there were so many pages. He doubted Midoriya would be patient enough for him to copy them all. That makes sense. We'll include possible energy manipulation in physical form in your quirk description. So far, we have established it can increase your strength and speed, which are both considered muscle enhancements. Augmentations to your physical abilities don't seem to increase your flexibility or dexterity, though, so you'll need to practice those while using your quirk. Much like someone with a speed quirk having to relearn turns and stopping distances, practice as much as you can so you aren't accidentally running through walls. Dr. Matsumoto joked, but Midoriya blushed. I didn't run through a wall, but I did accidentally run into a tree. One more glanced off. The tree was fine and my shoulder was only bruised. Do be careful, and remember quirk usage in public is illegal. As you have newly manifested your quirk, you'll be given a doctor's note which you will need to carry with you at all times. Accidental quirk usage is extremely common when you first get your quirk. Anytime you experience strong emotions, expect your control to slip. It happens, but again, make sure you have your note on you at all times. Now, have you considered a name for your quirk? Yes, and I want it to be more vague as I am still intending to go into heroics. Is this fine? You wanted to be a hero even when you thought you were quirkless? Dr. Matsumoto was honestly surprised. His quirk was nothing special, just the ability to generate acidic spit, but the pH was no worse than lemon juice. It had very little real-world application. He had dreamed of being a hero when he was little, but as he grew up, that all seemed a bit ridiculous. Is there something wrong with a quirkless hero? I'll have you know I met All Might and he said I'd make an excellent underground hero. Midoriya puffed up, ready to argue. Of course there isn't. And it's wonderful you were able to meet All Might and he supported you. Honestly, Dr. Matsumoto was not entirely convinced the kid had actually met the #1 hero, and if he had, then he probably only reiterated his line about how anyone could be a hero. But dashing a kid's dreams, especially one with such a powerful quirk now, was not the point. Right? Well, I wanted to call my quirk chi manipulation. The strength augmentation aspect I was going to refer to as a part of the yang chi and the possible energy manifestation part as the yin chi. It's vague enough that anyone knowing its name will understand it's about energy manipulation and that there are two different applications, physical enhancement and the hypothetical energy applications. Well, it's not the worst name I've heard. And since we don't know the source of your energy, which you say feels endless. Midoriya nodded. Then there's no reason not to name it this. I will leave off the yin and yang descriptors until we have confirmation later. Editing a quirk description is a process of years. You aren't expected to know everything about it your first meeting. Dr. Matsumoto pulled out his script paper and began writing out the doctor's note for Midoriya and his mother to keep. He also made a few copies just in case the boy lost them. It wasn't a prescription and it had his name stated on it, so nothing to worry about. He also typed in the name and finalized information for Midoriya-kun's quirk, then printed out his paper copy of his quirk registry. The Midoriyas collected their paperwork, bowed to thank him, and finally left. Dr. Matsumoto collapsed into his chair. That was exhausting. I'm supposed to work mostly with children, not demons. He pressed the call button for the front desk. Yes, doctor? Do I have any more appointments for today? It looks like this was the last one for today, barring any walk-ins. Oh, thank God, I'm going home early. If anyone comes in with an emergency, send them to Dr. Ishikawa's office. But it's only 9:45? The nurse sounded confused, but Dr. Matsumoto had no intention of staying any longer. He grabbed his coat and left out the employee exit to the back. He suddenly found he loathed the color green. Izuku and his mother made a stop by Aldera before heading home. They informed Principal Ando of Izuku's new quirk, to the principal's immense surprise, and the suggestion from his quirk counselor to sit out of group activities in gym for the foreseeable future. Kaken had said he'd work with him in any paired activities, but the doctor wanted to be extra cautious of any activity where his emotions might get riled up and his adrenaline pumping. After school, he met Kaken, and this time he brought a surprise. Saw your mom with the hag, figured you'd already be out here, nerd. Kachen came into the grove wearing his normal quirk workout wear. Izuku rolled his eyes. You should be nicer to your mom. Hag's a hag and she knows it. What's in the bag? Kachen diverted the conversation to the drawstring bag laying on what Izuku was referring to as his tree, since he took it out. So, I know we've been concentrating on my quirk for the past week, and I appreciate it a lot. And I had a lot of time when I wasn't at school to think up support and augmenting items. This is what I came up with. Izuku upturned the bag onto the ground. Several ball bearings, flat discs, bean bags, and other metal objects of varying shapes, none larger than a baseball, fell out. That looks like scrap. Are you trying to pass your crap off on me? Kachen said it like he was said, but his expression was more confused than anything. No, I had a couple thoughts about different ways explosion are used in everyday life and how you could use these pre-existing concepts. Like, sending out explosions is great, it is, but it's going to be difficult to be more than a close and mid-range fighter. It's going to take a large explosion to reach a long distance or some way it compress it that we haven't figured out yet. But there's already a long-range weapon that uses explosions, guns. Izuku was bouncing in place. He had so much energy now he often felt like he'd go crazy if he wasn't fidgeting or moving around. Kaken's eyes widened. Japan had pretty strict gun laws. Other than law enforcement, you'd be pretty hard-pressed to find guns in the city, well, legal ones anyway. And these are the shot? We don't need gunpowder because we have my quirk. So the different shapes and sizes are 'cause I didn't know which would be easiest to aim or how their shape would impact targets. We need to practice and see which best for you since your palms aren't exactly gun barrels. The plating in the gauntlets helps to aim your blasts, so it's probably better to use them in conjunction, but you need to be able to do everything with and without the gauntlets since we never know when you'll have to use your quirk without support gear and breath, Deku. I thought we were done with the word vomit. Kaken grabbed the bean bag. It was a wire mesh around several smaller ball bearings. Izuku had some that were designed for the bag to rupture when fired so it would be more like a shotgun, but this one, the wire was sturdier to hopefully hold together. By spreading out the impact, these would hopefully act like non-lethal rounds and incapacitate without puncturing. Kachen looked up with a maniacal grin. This is going to be fun. It was not fun, it was terrifying. The learning curve was pretty high. Using the smaller ball bearings would mostly get them to travel in a general direction. They were too small and the explosions weren't tight enough to keep any kind of accuracy. At best, shooting off a handful would work as a diversion since literally anyone in front of Kachin was in danger. The rifling in a gun barrel would be hard to reproduce. Maybe they could change the shape of the shot as well. Surprisingly, the bean bags were easier. Probably because they were larger and it wasn't as difficult to focus the force in such a way that Kakin hit the tree. He was aiming at maybe 75% of the time. That's not to say he was hitting the bullseye they'd drawn on it. In fact, he'd only hit that once and it was with one of the shotgun rounds, so that didn't really count. It would take time, but now Izuku felt like he'd at least done something to show he appreciated Kakin making time for him. The whole situation still felt surreal. Were they friends? Were they just quirk practice partners? Was this just convenience? Had Kachin truly had a change of heart, or was it just Izuku's quirk that made him worth more than spite in his eyes? All of that social anxiety from being quirkless for most of his life wasn't going to just disappear. It was probably that concoction of emotional stress that led to his nightmare. It had taken forever to fall asleep. And when he did, he opened his eyes to a dream of a vast abyss. There were shadow people standing all around. Izuku was surrounded. There were 7 no 8 figures on all sides, though one looked fuzzier than the others and kind of familiar. Calm down, kid. One of the shadows coalesced into more of a person. He was still mostly intangible, his edges fraying into shadows. Izuku's mind still managed to take in his details. Bald head. Beady eyes. Ugly goatee, like one of those classic movie villains. He looks like a villain. Only thugs look like that, and, is that bandolier full of bullets? He's definitely not a cop. What the hell, kid? That's a rude thing to say about someone. Thug Bandit was taken aback, but there was laughter coming from the other shadows. Were they laughing? At him or Izuku? Well, I'm positive I didn't say that out loud. Is he reading my mind? Is that his quirk? No, that isn't my quirk. And you can't say anything out loud. You don't have a mouth. No mouth? Izuku looked down at his own body, except there was nothing. He had been swallowed by the shadows. His mouth was gone, his arms and legs. How could he use his quirk if he didn't have any limbs? Izuku reached out for his quirk in his dream. Wait, no, don't do that. Anything Thug Bandit was opposed to seemed like a good idea. Izuku pulled hard on his quirk and thrashed against the shadows holding him. It worked, but it also pulled him out of his dream, and his quirk was still active. He flailed himself away, his arms slapping hard against the wall before the recoil threw him to the floor. Adrenaline and terror masked it for a minute, but as Izuku lay on the floor, taking deep gasping breaths, covered in sweat, he felt the intense pain in his left arm. Izuku, what happened? Are you okay? Oh my God. His mother came barreling into the room. At first she stared at him on the floor, and then she looked up to the wall, except there was no wall. The nighttime breeze helped to cool off the panic sweat as Izuku stared at what used to be the outside wall of his room. Now it was gaping hole. He could hear people shouting in the apartments above and below. But he had a more pressing concern. I think I broke my arm. Here, hold still. Let's get this secure. Izuku flinched as his mom helped to brace his arm against his chest. She had pulled one of his All Might tank tops from his closet, and it was now the most embarrassing arm sling ever. Okay, let's stand up. Inko helped him up with her arms and she used her quirk to help pull Izuku to his feet with less jostling. We need to get away from this wall and probably head outside. I'm going to grab my phone and call for an ambulance. I'll call the landlord later. Let's get you situated on the couch while we wait. Sitting down was easier than standing without his arms. Izuku could hear his mother informing emergency services about a quirk accident taking out the wall. She explained it was a newly manifested quirk and that her son also broke his arm in the incident. Izuku was never going to live this down. He really did break the apartment. His mother made a few other calls. One was obviously to the Bakugos, but he stopped paying attention. The dream had been extremely vivid. Even now it wasn't fading quite the same as other dreams. Izuku shuddered and then winced when that caused a flare of pain to race down his arm. I'm too old to be having stupid nightmares. Aizawa Shota still patrolled even after becoming a teacher. He was a hero first and teacher second. The idea of abandoning his patrols never crossed his mind. On school days his patrols were always shorter. He tended to begin just after dark, which was getting later as they moved full-on into spring, and was supposed to end around midnight, though he often stayed out until 1 so the club crowd would clear out. Fewer people meant fewer muggings or assaults. Given his sometimes erratic teaching schedule, he had no set times or patrol routes, just areas of the prefecture he was recorded to watch over, since not as many of his peers as he'd like were assigned to those areas that needed heroes the most. Primarily he worked individual cases instead of spur-of-the-moment crimes. Hearing a call about an apartment building being damaged by a kid's quirk meant he was now racing across from the red light district to the suburbs. It was a bit of a distance, but his quirk was the best if there was a distraught child involved with a dangerous quirk. All that noise and activity could set the kid off again. And apparently his arm was broken too, so even more reason to get there as soon as possible to prevent further accidents. The ambulance was already there with fire trucks pulling up as Shota arrived. There was no report of a fire, but the structural integrity of the building needed to be checked given that the kid apparently took out an exterior wall. The paramedics led the way as everyone headed up to the 4th floor. Others headed around to the back to evaluate any damage caused by the falling wall debris. What they found was not what Shota was expecting. When he heard recently manifested quirk, Shota thought they were responding to a distraught 4-year-old. Instead, a near teenager was sitting on the couch while paramedics reassessed and secured his arm. A woman who looked nearly identical to the kid was standing nearby fretting. Shota stepped over to speak to her. "Ma'am, I'm pro-hero Eraserhead. There was a report of a child losing control over their new quirk. Is there another child present?" Even out of the corner of his eye, he could see the boy on the couch blush so hard he looked like a strawberry. "Oh no, my Izuku is the one who just manifested his quirk." She turned around to her purse, looking for something. Shota raised his eyebrow. He'd never encountered someone developing a quirk so late, but maybe that explained why it was so strong? "I'm Izuku's mother, Midoriya Izuku. I have paperwork from his quirk counselor. This is the note we received earlier today." The papers she was holding explained the nature of his quirk, known strength enhancement and energy manipulation, and that it only manifested a few days ago. The HPSC watermark on the script confirmed it was from a registered quirk counselor. While the situation was extremely unusual, there didn't seem to be anything out of order. The boy on the couch, Izuku's mother said, kept looking over at Shota even as the paramedics had to keep asking him to be still. He was restraining himself but was twitching in place. "Are you all right?" "Oh yes, Eraserhead sir. It's just my quirk, it gives me so much energy and I haven't figured out how to handle all the excess energy yet." "Do you have enough of a handle on it now, or is there a possibility you might lose control again?" Any blush that had faded came back full blast. It shouldn't be a problem. I had a nightmare and activated my quirk in my sleep." The more he explained, the more Izuku curled in on himself. That's actually a good thing. If the only time you lost control was when you were literally unconscious, then you seem like you have a pretty good handle on it. It wasn't unheard of for toddlers to be absolutely devastating when they had nightmares. I mean, obviously the first time I activated it was an accident, but it wasn't nearly this. Oh no. Mom. Izuku looked over at his mother, who frantically ran to his side. "My notebooks. Are they okay?" Midoriya Izuku rolled her eyes at her son. "The only part of the wall that was missing was by your bed. Your notebooks should be fine since they were on the other side of the room. Can you go get one?" Hero Analysis for the Future Volume 9. Izuku sheepishly asked. "I would advise you to stay out of the room until it is cleared structurally. We don't know if any pieces might fall later." "But I wanted you to autograph my analysis of you. I mean, if you were willing. You can say no." This kid had done an analysis of him? Which parts? That also meant the kid knew who he was before he announced his name. It might be worth it to take a look. He'd only started patrolling in Mizudafu when he joined the staff at UA last year. "What does it look like? If I see it, I can grab it for you." "Oh, it's a composition notebook. It should be on the shelf above my desk. There are 2 shelves of books. But it's on the higher one." Volume 9 should be on the far right. Izuku's eyes brightened even as the paramedics shook their heads and redid the tie around his neck again as his constantly movement kept messing them up. Sorry. Alright kid, we're ready to drive you to the hospital to have that set and put in a cast. Eraserhead knows where to find the book, let's get you patched up. Can't we wait a few minutes? Sorry, yeah. The stern look the paramedic gave him nixed that idea. Thank you Eraserhead, sir. If you can't find it, that's okay. I'll just have to get your autograph another time. Izuku grimaced as the paramedics helped him up and deposited on the gurney. The kid tried to protest, saying he could walk, but they were insistent. No patients are capable of walking as far as any medical professional he's ever dealt with has believed. Mrs. Midoriya followed them out but paused at the door. I would ask you to lock up if we're not back by the time the inspection is done, but, well. She gestures to the bedroom, chagrined. We'll still lock up, and the police will likely be here till morning. She bowed and then stepped out the door, leaving Shota alone in the apartment. The bedroom is easy to find, it's the one with an All Might name placard. Even though he knew what to expect, it was still jarring to look into the otherwise typical boys' room and find half the wall blown out. It wasn't even that messy. Lord knows Shota's messy. Zashi is always coming over to complain and pick up for him. Above the desk, which was directly in from the door, were the two shelves with their rows of composition notebooks. The top one held more than the bottom, but both were bookended by All Might figurines. In fact, the room was flooded with All Might merchandise, posters, bedding, curtains. There were a few other heroes thrown in. The present mic headphones were knocked on the floor, but they were probably fine. Still, it was a little concerning the kid felt the need to be so surrounded by heroes. If he only just developed his quirk, he had probably been treated as quirkless for most of his life. Discrimination against weak quirks, villainous quirks, and the quirkless was what drove most people to become villains. The kid had probably idolized heroes his whole life. Shota picked up the headphones and placed them on the desk. Volume 9 was exactly where he said it was. Shota opened it up and started flipping to find his page. It was actually 6 pages, with one of them being a full-page drawing. It depicted him sitting on the edge of some nondescript building like a gargoyle with his capture weapon ringed around him like a halo. Some of the conjecture was inaccurate, but the amount that was spot on was concerning for an underground hero like him. This kid could be another Nizu in the making, he groaned. Shota read his full entry, and even flipped to read a couple others, before finally signing his name across the drawing. The second row of notebooks was all about support designs. Some pieces of metal and wiring, things the kid was probably tinkering with, were scattered on his desk and beside it, like he'd pushed them off the edge to have space to work. This was a kid with a powerful quirk, head for analysis and support, and a clear goal to become a hero. His comment about getting the autograph later wasn't such a throwaway anymore. More than likely, he was planning to apply to you, given the astounding number of All Might smiles surrounding him. Eraserhead? We're ready to begin the inspection in here. With one last look around, and a grimace at the many cheesing All Mights, Shota stepped back into the living room. It's this room. There are definitely some loose bits up top to be concerned with. I'd advise having the people evacuated at least short-term just in case. Especially the Midoriyas. Thank you, sir. We've already told them to expect that. They'll be let back in with escort to collect some items, but we'd prefer no one actually live here until repairs are made. The team of inspectors came in as Shota left. He wasn't needed after all, but he did find out some interesting information. He'd make a note to look for the kid at the entrance exam in a few years. Running in the morning with Kaken had Izuku going to bed earlier than most middle schoolers. So, even though he'd had trouble falling asleep, he still managed to get discharged from the hospital before midnight. His mother had offered to let him stay home again the next day, but Izuku was tired of sitting at home. It was only his left arm, a full break of his is ulna probably from hitting a piece of rebar or some other thing the doctor had suggested. Izuku was definitely not punching anything solid until he had a handle on his energy output. With a full-on punch he could have shattered all the bones in his hand. Were there ways to strengthen your bones? When they were researching his quirk name, Izuku had read a lot on martial arts practices. Didn't they punch sand or something? That practice seemed more in line with the name he seemed on for his quirk. He remembered discussing possible names with Kaken. Kaken had been completely against his initial name, thermodynamics nullification. Why is your quirk name so FNG nerdy? It's supposed to be vague but sound complex. I don't want people to understand it from the name, Explosion Boy. You don't even know what that means. And if I was 4. The doctor had a minor healing quirk which accelerated healing, but increased the pain. To counter that, Izuku would be on decent painkillers for the next 2 days when the accelerated healing would wear off. An appointment had already been made for after school to check on the state of his arm at that time. Until then, he was to do nothing that could interfere with the rapid healing. Morning runs, weightlifting, exercise, it was all out. Anything that jarred his arm could potentially cause complications since the damage would heal in place. Izuku was finally going back to school like he wanted, but now his extracurricular activities were shot. Be careful what you wish for. When Izuku walked into the classroom, the wave of silence was unnerving. Everyone was staring. He walked over to his desk, or rather Finger's desk, and settled in. His arm was still in a sling to keep it close to his body and reduce movement, which wasn't much since the cast immobilized his elbow and wrist. It made things awkward, but at least it wasn't his dominant hand. Kaken came in shortly after him. His morning runs usually had him arriving on time, but not usually with a ton of time to spare. He smirked and headed towards Izuku's desk, but their homeroom teacher came in and prompted everyone to their seats just before first bell. Class was awkward. Every time he moved, people would follow his movements as if he were a bomb about to go off. Gym was dodgeball, so even if he hadn't been banned because of his quirk, he'd have been sitting out. They sent him to the library, instead, to catch up on his work. There wasn't a moment anywhere during the day to talk to Kaken until lunch. Which was weird again, because he told Fingers and Stretch Izuku had learned their names, but at this point it was too late to change to F off, and went to eat lunch with Izuku by the wisteria tree which was finally blooming. Apparently he was keeping his lunch spot. I told you, you were gonna destroy your apartment. Kaken laughed at him. It was an accident. Like I'd ever believe it wasn't. Even though Kaken was laughing at him, it felt different from before. This was laughing with someone, wasn't it? Instead of at them? It still felt embarrassing, and Izuku was doing his best strawberry impression again, but it didn't hurt. Kaken, I broke my room. We can't even stay there until they fix it. We have to stay in a hotel. All of my stuff is protected from the elements by a sheet of plastic. They're sending in a team to pack up all my stuff and move it out. My collectibles. Handled by plebs. They'll never treat them with the proper care. Calm down, nerd. We'll sneak over after school and pack up your sheet. It's not like they'll have a guard on the door or anything. Oh my god, thank you. I thought about trying, but they were super insistent that I do nothing that could jar my arm for the next couple days. Shut the F up. It's not a big deal. Kaken stopped the conversation by opening his bento of spicy curry. The scent alone making Izuku's eyes water. Toshinori looked up from dealing the cards to Naomasa. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Whatever it is will have to wait until you get out of the hospital. I'm not getting hit with a cane again if you make another escape attempt. Naomasa shuffled his cards in his hand. Playing poker with someone with a lie detector quirk required your full attention. Kaken helped him pack up his merch, just like he promised, but first he gaped at both the size of the hole and the sheer amount of all might collectibles. This is going to take forever. Luckily, fanboy that he is, Izuku kept all of the original boxes. It was easy enough to put them all back in the boxes, then pack the boxes in storage containers lined with his hero t-shirts as padding. They set the boxes in his mom's room. There was no way they could carry them to the hotel with only 3 arms between them. Hopefully, their packing would survive the move. Izuku had grabbed a couple changes of clothes, his notebooks, and essentials the night before, but he took the opportunity to grab a few more and pack into his book bag before they headed over to Kaken's house. Brat, what took you so long? School's been out for an hour. Aunt Mitsuki stepped around to look in the Genkin. Oh, hey Izukun, how's your arm, sweetie? The 180 in her tone and attitude when she went from addressing Kaken to him always threw Izuku for a loop. She was always so abrasive to Kaken, but then he was the same back to her. Nerd's fine, his bedroom is a war zone though. Kaken cackled. I can't believe you actually destroyed your apartment. Katsuki. He can't help it. You were the same way when you first got your quirk. We went through about 15 fire extinguishers before you stopped setting everything on fire. Shut it, Hag. I was 4, he's 11. There's a difference. Aunt Mitsuki casually slapped the back of Kaken's head and turned back to Izuku. Kaken just glared at her as he fixed his hair where she'd knocked it askew. I'm sure you wanted to go out in the woods and practice quirks, or rather help Katsuki with his, but I already spoke to your mom. Until you're cleared by the doc, you're not even stepping in the woods. I remember how clumsy you guys were as kids. I'm not having you trip over a root and screw up your arm again. But what will we do until mom gets off? I don't want to just sit in a hotel room alone. TSK, we can go up to my room and look through some of your plans. Maybe research different ways to alter the shots or how to make the targeting more precise. Kaken stomped up to his room without a backward look. Thanks for letting me hang out here, Aunt Mitsuki. Izuku headed up the stairs behind him. It was a lot earlier than Izuku expected when his mother stopped by the Bakugos to pick him up. Katsuki, Izuku, come down, Inko's here. Aunt Mitsuki shouted. Both boys stormed down the stairs to see Izuku's mom sitting at the table with a folder in front of her. Mom? Why are you home so early? Izuku asked as he gave her a one-armed hug and sat down in the chair beside her. Well, I left work early so I could go house hunting. Diamond nerd. You really destroyed your apartment. Kaken laughed. Well, the apartment can be repaired, but they said it could take months. Insurance is covering the damages, so we don't have to worry about that. But then I thought, what about next time? I know it wasn't intentional, but even a small accident in an apartment complex could be dangerous. So, I found us a house instead. You bought a house? Don't you have to, shop around and stuff? Doesn't that take time? Izuku was baffled. Were they moving because of him? He'd lived in that apartment since he was a baby. He couldn't remember where they'd lived before. Well, it'll take a while to go through closing, but I wanted us to be in a single-family residence and there's a shed in the backyard which could double as your little workshop. Never mind, change is good. After all, his bedroom was only 3 walls at the moment. Okay, but where is it? He really didn't want to move farther from school or... A month ago he wouldn't have even cared if they moved to a different prefecture, but now they were friends-ish. It's still in the area, actually about 4 blocks away. There were more houses available in this neighborhood, so the prices were lower considering the supply was higher than demand. But, can we afford a house? The Midoriyas and the Bakugos weren't poor, not by a long shot, but both boys had been planning to attend UA since grade school. Ultra Academy was probably the most prestigious hero school in the country. The tuition each year was astronomical. It was part of why both Kaken and Izuku had decided to attend public school instead of private schools. No one remembered what middle school pro heroes attended. So long as they aced the entrance exam, it didn't matter where they went to school. And with the money saved, Izuku was able to take classes outside of school. Besides, Aldra was close enough they could walk. Muzutafu Private Middle School was the next closest and it was a half-hour by train. Kurosan Middle School was also close by, but it was a special academy where only students who were referred could be admitted and the tuition, it was almost half as much as UA. Izuku, honey, we're fine. Your dad has been sending me money every month and I usually try to save it for you. For your tuition, he understood. So, we're more than all right for me to put a down payment on a house big enough to keep our monthly bills the same or less than they were. This isn't something you need to stress over. I think having some space outside of your own will be great, Green Bean. Besides, how are you going to really build support gear in an apartment? Anything starts to smoke and the sprinklers set off and ruin everything. Kaken knocked his shoulder into Izuku's. Right. Sorry, I just was thinking about how we paid for my classes for the month and then I can't even go, and now I made us move, and it's all my fault and I need to get a handle on my quirk as quick as possible OW. Kaken rapped his knuckles hard on Izuku's head. No. Bad Deku. What did I tell you about rushing sheet? That I'll blow up my arms? Izuku pouted. Wait, is that actually possible? His mom was startled. Who knows? But I don't want to find out. Izuku rolled his eyes. Every time he started to get antsy, Kaken would mention some way he could have up. Either he'd break all his bones, or destroy public property, or kill someone, or, his most recent favorite, blow up his arms. It was hard not to try and overwork himself to catch up to everyone else. He had a quirk now, he had to do better. It wasn't the best mindset. They spent the rest of the week in the hotel as their stuff was boxed up and moved to their new house by professionals. Izuku's follow-up appointment saw his arm healing correctly, and he was given a second round of accelerated healing. His painkillers were stepped down, however, and he was encouraged to use over-the-counter medication more. The pain wasn't as bad the second time, probably because the worst of the damage had been healed. After a week, his arm was almost as good as new, but he still wore the cast for an additional week to make sure the quirked healing didn't have any complications. At least it wasn't strapped to his chest. He could use his hand, albeit awkwardly. When they finally moved into their new house, the Bakugos helped to set up some of the bigger pieces of furniture. Izuku and his mother planned to decorate fully once she had more time off and he had the full use of his arm again. Oh, Mitsuki, this is our new house number. We have the same area code now. Inko passed over a slip of paper. Feels like you guys are getting a completely fresh start. Mizura commented. Izuku thought that was pretty apt. A new phone number. A new house. A new quirk. It's like he's living in some kind of bizarro world now. Thank you guys so much for helping. I ordered out and it should be here any minute. My treat. What did you get? Kaken asked as he dropped a box onto the couch. Kaken. My hero merch. Izuku fretted and tried to tug the top off to see if anything broke. Calm down. It's just the posters. Kaken rolled his eyes. Izuku started dragging out each piece to check it was either still in its box, tube, or wrapped securely. I ordered spicy curry. I know it's your favorite Katsuki-kun. What? Mom. Izuku whined. Don't worry, sweetie, I ordered mild for you. Inko laughed as she ruffled Izuku's hair. Baby. Kaken flopped onto the couch, making Izuku squeak again as his eyes shot to his box, checking to make sure it wouldn't fall off. Why don't you take that to your room so Mizura can sit down? Yeah, and so you can stop freaking out over every breeze that comes near it. It was a weird new normal, and Izuku was still finding times where everything felt surreal, like a dream. But he tried to fall into his new schedule to figure out how the world worked now. It would probably be another month before he was cleared to return to gym or his after-school classes, but even then he'd need to monitor his quirk reactions closely. For now, his days were pretty routine. Wake up at 5, run with Kaken, go to school where no one messes with him anymore, quirk practice, then work out, then go home and make sure his homework is finished, and then work on support strategies. Having a quirk didn't really change his plans for getting into UA. Besides, if he could mimic other quirks with his support items, then wouldn't it be like having several quirks? It was a lofty dream to be a hero with several quirks to fall back on, but his theories held sound every time he ran simulations on his laptop. He just couldn't build most of them yet because of legal technicalities. But once he got to UA, then he could put his plans into action. The month spent at Seisekai Municipal Hospital finally ended. After a series of exams by quirks and technology, Toshinori was cleared for the second surgery. This one wouldn't require as much recovery time. He could even leave after a couple days if everything went well. They still banned him from using his quirk or any hero work until he was given the all-clear medically, though. Shizenji-san said if he cooperated, it wouldn't be more than 2 weeks. It felt weird to have his ribcage reshaped and reinforced with the adamant steel alloy. Allegedly, it was almost back to the way it was before his injury. It had just been so long, he'd gotten used to the way it pulled and made him walk hunched over. He looked like an old man when he stooped like that. It was definitely time to select a successor. The surgery should have gained time back to use one for all, but it would probably still be decreasing. All they had for sure done was lessening his pain and delay the inevitable. Naomasa had come to pick him up as soon as he was released. Since he was still banned from being All Might, Toshinori was going to stay with Naomasa. Thank you for giving me a ride. I would have hated to stand on a train for so long. Did you look up what I asked you to? There are some complications. I'm trying to see if it's stored somewhere on paper, but unfortunately, there is no information on the young man you asked me to look up. Toshinori frowned. How can that be? The police took down his information, I know. Well, the villain pleaded guilty several weeks ago, so there was no trial. And given the kid was a minor, once his information wasn't needed, it was scrubbed from the system to protect him. Apparently, when they tried to call him to let him know the outcome of the case, his phone line had already been disconnected. And since it wasn't really important, no one followed up with a physical home visit. So there's no way to find him? He was 11, almost 12, if that helps in any way. The officer on the scene remembered that distinctly. He did say he would be applying for UA. I can talk to Nizu about looking out for him at least. Technically, only staff is allowed to have student information. Again, they're minors. Well, then maybe I should join the staff. Toshinori thought this was an excellent idea. He could personally teach his successor without making it obvious to any of his enemies. But why was Naomasa staring at him like that? Naomasa? I think you're supposed to watch the road. Right? Yagi-san, do you have any experience with kids? I mean, I know you've never taught, but have you even been around kids for more than the time it takes to save them? I spent about an hour with the green-haired young man. So the rescue and then sitting at the train station didn't even add up to an hour? You should probably contact Nizu about that sooner than later so you have time to prepare. Another excellent idea. I'm so glad you've been helping me with this. It really feels like everything is going to work out. I should probably try to contact Mirai. You should. Maybe after I square everything with Nizu. Naomasa sighed as he evaded again. Yagi-san, are you sure about the boy's description? Naomasa rubbed his forehead. He had been searching the quirk database to try and find a match to no avail. Of course, he had green hair and green eyes, and he said he was quirkless. That along with his age should narrow it down right. That is the vaguest description ever. You would think, but no one in the Kanagawa prefecture fits. I even tried going up a year in case his birthday had already hit. Well, he was getting on a train, so maybe he doesn't live in Kanagawa? Toshinori probably should have mentioned that. And did you catch which train he was waiting for? Well, no, I left before it arrived. What time did you leave? Naomasa had a bad feeling. It was about 8 o'clock? Maybe a little before? And the trains run until 12:30, so he could potentially live anywhere in a 4.5 hours from there. Yagi-sen, that could cover most of Honshu. There's no way we can narrow it down, and I don't have access to the National Quirk Registry. That's restricted for a reason. Really, was it so hard to just ask for the kid's name? Naomasa dearly loved the OFA, they were great friends, but he was definitely all brawn no brains. It had been 3 months, and they were no closer than when they began. It had taken weeks for Naomasa to get permission to access the quirk registry for Kanagawa since it wasn't his district, and he had no real reason to be searching for a minor given the kid wasn't wanted in connection to any open cases. Eventually, he had pulled the All Might card, and the HPSC had begrudgingly granted him access. And it was all for nothing because the kid didn't even live there. Maybe Nizu has an idea. I'm meeting with him tomorrow in Tokyo. Yagi had been cleared for hero work finally, much to Naomasa's delight since he now had something to keep his mind off of his missing potential successor. It was a bit disappointing the surgery wasn't as successful as they had hoped. They had restored functionality to his respiratory system, improved his stomach conditions, and rib cage exactly like they'd planned. Only, the time Yagi could spend as All Might hadn't increased as much as they anticipated. While they understood fully restoring his time to pre-injury status was all but impossible, they had hoped it would be back above 20 hours a day. Instead, Yagi could only access his quirk for 18 hours a day. A great improvement, but it was still upsetting. They set dates to routinely check his time to evaluate the strain and see if the time was either holding steady, decreasing, or highly unlikely increasing. No one would say anything conclusively until they had several points of data to draw conclusions. It was a waiting game, and Yagi was the worst at waiting. This probably explained why he was still distracting himself from his medical issues with finding a single kid he'd talked to for less than an hour who was somewhere in Japan, probably. By the time summer break was beginning, Izuku had a decent handle on his quirk. There were still times where he would overestimate the amount of energy he could handle, but other than a hairline fracture in his hand, it was mostly kept to bad bruises. It probably, definitely, helped that every time he even thought of pushing himself too hard, Kaken whacked him upside the head. Kaken called it practice. Since a blow to the head was enough to lose his hold on his quirk, then he needed to learn to be consistent in his quirk use before moving on to anything else. Didn't say it in those words. Izuku partly thought it was also an excuse to knock him upside the head, but he had noticed it only happened on those times he was pushing himself too hard. Maybe Kaken was looking out for him? In his own passive-aggressive or aggressive-aggressive way. Because of the time needed for quirk practice, Izuku had to pull back on his MMA gym time to just 2 days a week and gymnastics to just 1. He was able to work out a discount given his unique circumstances. Summer break could have seen him back to his regular 3 and 3 each week, but his mom surprised him for his birthday. Apparently, 12 was old enough for an acetylene torch. But first he had to complete a 2-week course at the local hobby school before she would buy him one. The shed in the backyard became his workshop, and one of the first items he made were knuckle guards. Unlike typical ones, his were reinforced with steel and built into fingerless gloves. Part of his new workout routine involved increasing his bone density to further support his quirk. Izuku had looked up the sand punching thing and found that it did work by creating micro damage to the bones, which then healed with thicker calcification. The downside was that it also increased the calcification of your knuckles, making the joints less flexible and could lead to arthritis. So knuckle guards it was. Pounding on a sandbag with shins and forearms was helpful though. The heavy bag at Kachin's had fallen apart before summer break ended. Aunt Mitsuki had bought a heavily reinforced one to replace it. Izuku also took to wearing wrist and ankle weights most of the time and had incorporated resistance training into all of his activities. His yellow book bag even had a steel plate to add weight. Once, his mother tried to pick it up and almost threw out her back. She suggested getting one of those rolling book bags if the school was going to send him home with so many books every day, and Izuku had to talk her out of it. Overall, the majority of training for both boys was done quirkless. Overuse of quirks at a young age could result in complications like the quirk growing too strong for your body. Natural body resistance grew with age, the way quirks should naturally progress. Those aiming to be heroes were pushing their quirks to the limit while trying not to step over the line and face the backlash. But given the physical stress heroics put on individuals, the HPSC wanted heroes to start at 18 to get a longer career out of them. Most heroes retired in their 30s. Only a few, like All Might or Endeavor, could continue working well into their 40s. In fact, only 3 top 10 heroes were over 35. The school year passed oddly. Unlike in the first few weeks where everyone seemed to snicker at and avoid him, now they gave him a wide berth for a different reason. For one, he had a quirk so dangerous he destroyed an apartment building on accident according to the school rumors. It was only a little structural damage. It was all fixed in a month. Second, he was friends with Kaken, who was abrasive at best and explosive on a normal day. The only people who seemed to interact with either of them were people like Fingers and Stretch, who were mostly skinning up to those with strong quirks. That sort of attention turned Izuku's stomach. His interactions with teachers changed as well. No longer did they act put upon when he asked for assistance. Now they volunteered their time to help him out even if he didn't need it. Things were the same in a lot of ways. It was just the reasons that changed. Still, Izuku thought it was better this way. He had a friend, and a quirk, and his path to becoming a pro hero had smoothed out considerably. He still had a lot of work to do, but it didn't feel like the world was against him the whole way. Their second year of middle school started and Izuku felt stagnant. Kaken had started sparring with him months ago. They would do quirkless and quirked sparring. Izuku was winning in the quirkless sparring, but Kachin still had more experience with his quirk. Overall they tied. But after so long fighting the same person, it was inevitable for things to become routine. "We need new sparring partners," Izuku said during lunch. "What, am I kicking your butt so badly you need a break?" Kaken grumped as he chewed his yakisoba. As if, we're dead even and you know it. We can predict each other's moves now. It's hard to improve in a vacuum. If we want an edge up on everyone else, we need to find other students who are willing to spar with quirks. That's illegal, numbnuts. Not if they come to us and we use the grove. Private property, remember? Izuku smirked. Are you suggesting we start up a fight club? Kaken was wearing his maniacal grin, so he was definitely in. I wouldn't call it that, but yeah, kinda. We need someone who thinks differently and has a completely different quirk and skill set. Any sparring I do for MMA is always quirkless. That helps, but not enough. I wouldn't respond in the same way if I were using my quirk, which you still can't get past level 5 with. Kaken smirked. Kaken, don't remind me. Izuku whined. They decided the easiest way to discuss his progress was to divvy up the levels of energy Izuku could use. His current max was called level 5, but honestly it felt like he was still only channeling a very small percentage of his overall power, and even then it made his skin tight. Until he was comfortable at this level, he couldn't attempt to try and channel more, but there was less than 2 years till the entrance exam. Izuku felt desperate to improve as fast as possible. Basically, we need to find a bunch of idiot extras who are willing to let us beat them up on the daily. Not extras. How to say this in Kakenese? We need side characters. People who are also applying to hero schools so they already have training and drive. Not just anybody is good enough. DMN right. But where are we gonna find them? No one at this school, in any grade, is worth shit. Some have decent quirks, but they don't have a FING clue what to do with them, or they only rely on them and have noodle arms. So we go to another school. Muzutafu Private Middle School. There's got to be at least a few kids there who are preparing for the hero course. I don't know, go by when they're letting out and ask around. That sounded intimidating as hell. Izuku still had a lot of social anxiety in unfamiliar situations. They let out the same time we do. Kaken looked up from his phone. How do you know? T-sieged, Kaken turned his phone around. It's called Goggle and it's free. Izuku blushed. Right, internet search. Well then what's your idea? Same as yours, we just go by when they're letting out. But we have school? Izuku tilted his head. Not for long. Time to light up like a Christmas tree. Kachen was already putting away his bento and heading back inside. What? I need you to use your words. What exactly are we doing? You still got those doctor's notes, right? So light up those sparks. Just do it and make it look sporadic, like you can't control it. Okay. Izuku pulled up his quirk and let it dance on his skin. Sometimes he had it fade and other times it flared brightly. Sensei, Izuku's quirk is acting up. I'm gonna take him to his quirk doctor so he doesn't accidentally blow out a wall again. You're what? Bakugo, you still have 2 more classes after lunch. I'm sure Midoriya can manage on his own. Kaken kicked Izuku, who yelped, but got the idea. He pretended to sway, grabbed the door frame and then crunch. He brushed the splinters off on his pants. Sorry, sensei. I mean if you want him to go alone, that's fine. But I'm used to handling him. Kaken pulled him upright by his neck to keep him steady. Oh, yes, please do. I'll have the class representative prepare any materials you need. Let us know if you need any time off Midoriya. The staff had heard about what happened to the apartment building. They knew the truth of the rumors, so it wasn't that unbelievable. Thanks, sensei. They both bowed and headed to the gates. Kaken, are we skipping? I destroyed school property again. No, you had a quirk accident and your doctor's note excusing you from any quirk-related mishaps, and I'm just making sure you don't F up the school. Weren't you paying attention? Stop freaking out. Skipping. Shut the F up before someone hears you. Kaken threw his arm around Izuku's neck and dragged him along. What if they check with my doctor? What if they call my mom? She's going to think I'm a delinquent. Please, your mom went to school with the hag. There's no way she's as innocent as you think she is. Are you saying my mother was in a gang? Oh my God, where do you get these things from? Now shut up and get on the train. Kaken was quiet for a while before he mumbled, too quiet for others around them to hear. Haven't you noticed? Noticed what? Izuku jerked. The teachers at Aldra. They don't care. Well, yeah, I kinda noticed that last year. They never said anything about how I was treated before my quirk came in, and I know several of them saw some, stuff. Yeah, but it's not just that. If you have good quirks, strong ones that people want, they let you do anything. They didn't even care we left without notifying the office or calling home. Oh, it's also like they're encouraging us to be bad since they don't even try to pay attention to what we're doing. Izuku chewed on his bottom lip. He'd been on both sides of the problem now. Didn't the adults see how they were impacting kids' behaviors? How many would have kept picking on him if they were given detention every time they did? Both of them were quiet for the rest of the trip. Mizudafu Private Middle School was about 40 minutes by train from Aldra. Put your jacket in your bag. No need to make it so obvious where we came from. Kaken was already tucking his away. Aldra students wore gakurin. Mizudafu students wore dress shirts and pants. With their white undershirts, they'd at least blend in some. We still have like an hour before they let out. Do you want to work on homework in that coffee shop? Tisk, whatever. Kaken shoved his hands in his pockets and stomped towards the shop. Izuku thought he was putting on more of a show. They were going to meet students who they'd hopefully be able to train with. Maybe Kaken wanted to establish a particular image from the get-go? That sounded like him. Izuku ordered an iced mint mocha for himself and a Mexican SBD mocha for Kachen. He wasn't sure what he'd like, but it had spice in the name, so it was his best bet. Only an hour until they could hopefully find new sparring partners. Izuku felt like a hoodlum leaning against the wall by the front gates of Mizudafu Private Middle School. Kaken was not helping. He had his a-hole face on and was glaring at anyone who even so much as glanced at them with his hands shoved so far in his pockets. Izuku was amazed his pants could stay up. The final bell rang and students started to leave in a trickle at first. You're on, nerd. Kaken shoved Izuku forward. He froze and snapped his head around. What? It was your idea. You go find some punching bags. Kaken, what am I supposed to do? Izuku hated being put in embarrassing situations like this. For too long the spotlight meant he was about to have a bad time. That sounds like a you problem. Kaken used his foot to push Izuku back towards the gate. As he stumbled forward he heard a vaguely familiar voice call out. Mido-chan. Skipping in their direction was a pink-skinned girl with short horns, black scara, and yellow irises. Ashido-chan. Izuku was enveloped in a tight hug and spun around. He was too startled to do anything but get tossed about. I haven't seen you in ages. Not since you quit coming to dance class. Yeah, it really wasn't a good fit. You took dance classes? Kaken finally spoke up. Well, for a little while, but I couldn't really. Every time he had to dance in front of people he froze up and it was the most hilarious thing. Ashido interjected. I mean, I felt bad for him, but seriously, how do you have stage fright that bad? You really need to work on your performance anxiety. Sheet, did you record it? Kaken, you're not helping. Wasn't trying to. But if you know Pinky, you can ask her about side characters. Side characters? Ashido let him go and leaned towards Kachen with her hands clasped behind her back. When Kaken wasn't forthcoming, Izuku filled in. We're looking for people who would be interested in sparring to help us and them prepare for the UA entrance exam, but not just anyone. We've been training for years, and we've gotten used to each other's moves. And, Izuku paused, unsure if he should mention it, but well, he knew Ashido a little. We spar using our quirks. It's not illegal. We have a place, private property, but we don't want to advertise that. Ashido jumped forward and grabbed Izuku's hands, bouncing in place. Mimi. I'm applying to UA+. I've been training for years. It's part of why I've been taking dance classes for ages. Dance translates surprisingly well to fighting. My dad has also been teaching me Aikido. Can I join your club? It's not a FA club. That's amazing. I took dance class for the same reason, but well. Anyway, what's your quirk? Acid. I can produce acids of different pHs from all over my body. Recently I've managed to get the pH down to 1.5 and I think I can affect the viscosity and solubility or it. I melted through a wall yesterday. That's so cool. I wonder if you are producing different acids, like chemically, or just increasing the molarity of one particular acid. Plus, with such low pH, you should be able to create entry points, so infiltration should be a breeze for you. If you're making different acidic compounds, are you just limited to acids? Could you make other chemical compounds to combine and make explosives? Like nitric acid and perchlorate acid, that's used to make rocket fuel. But most acids are pretty conductive, so you're gonna need to be careful around electric quirks since you're basically a lightning rod for them. I wonder if I could design some support gear. Izuku rubbed the back of his head where Kaken smacked it. Mumble later, Deku. So, raccoon eyes, you're in? That's one. You know anyone else who's serious about the sheet? Odd numbers are sheet for sparring. What? There is someone, but he's seemed a little off recently. He has an amazing quirk though. You couldn't ask for a better sparring partner. Well, can you get mystery guy here so we can find out if he's interested? Kaken leaned back against the wall by the gate with his bored face back up. Sure, gimme your number and I'll text you when I find him. It might take a minute. Izuku handed over his phone. Ashido typed in her name and sent herself text. Be back in a jiff. She raced away back towards the school. Izuku looked in his phone. She'd entered her name as Blackheart Alien Alien Queen Alien Blackheart. That's a lot of emojis. Izuku forwarded the number on to Kaken. While still sending the text, he realized Kaken had pushed off the wall and was heading across the street. Wait, where are we going? Izuku dashed to keep up. I'm not standing around waiting like a good little schoolboy. There's got to be a food place we can wait at that isn't packed. That's a great idea. Izuku fell in step beside him while they waited for Ashido to find her friend. They hadn't yet found a place that met Kaken's standards before Izuku's phone rang. Hello? Ashido-san. Mito-chan, I got him. Where did you guys go? We're just up the street. We were trying to find somewhere to talk. Oh, I guess we're there? Kaken just went into a area. Do you know where it is? Yup, order us some chicken fingers. Ashido hung up before Izuku could answer. I guess I'm ordering for them. Get me fire wings for peace and a water. Kaken sat down at a booth in the corner. Guess I'm ordering for everyone. Ashido was coming in the door as he balanced the tray loaded with chicken and drinks. She was dragging a confused guy behind her. Mito-chan, I got him. Hey, do you need a hand with that? The black-haired guy smiled but still looked completely lost on what was going on, and Izuku noticed his teeth were sharp. I wonder if that's because of his quirk or an unrelated mutation. What possible quirk could benefit from sharp teeth? Is that a no? New guy frowned. Sorry, I was thinking about something else. Thank you for the offer, but I've got it. Kaken is in the back. Izuku led the way and sat next to Kaken even though he shoved him to the furthest edge of the booth. I'm Kirishima. Ashido just kind of dragged me here without explaining anything, so is anyone going to tell me what's going on? You're planning to be a hero, right, Kirishima? I heard what you said to those girls the other day. If you're serious, so are these guys. This is Mito-chan and Angry Boy. Ashido gestured to Izuku and Kaken. That ain't my name. Kaken's outburst distracted everyone, but Izuku still saw the way Kirishima's red eyes dimmed and he curled in on himself a little when Ashido brought up whatever it was she overheard. Well, you still haven't introduced yourself. Unless you want me to call you Kaken, she teased. Oh, no. Kaken leaned forward and gestured to himself with his thumb. Name's Katsuki Bakugo, and I'm gonna be the #1 hero. If you two extras want to be heroes who are actually worth a sheet, then you'll agree. If not, then what are you even trying to be heroes for? Kaken, that's not the way to ask for help. Izuku intentionally ignored the whispered, so manly, from the other side of the bench. What he means is we know each other's moves, it's predictable. We need other people to help switch things up so we don't just get stuck in patterns. And there's a lot of benefits beyond that. I can help you with quirk analysis and support gear designs, and since we all bring different skill sets to the table, we can become more well-rounded. But if you're not interested, that's fine, just please don't tell anyone about it. We want to keep this small since we want to work on our quirks too. Izuku whispered the last bit. It wasn't illegal, he kept telling himself that, but to be able to use their quirks, They'd have to be at the Bakugos. And if a ton of people started asking about it, Kaken would explode, literally and figuratively. I'm in. Totally. You already have my number. I just need to know when and where. Ashido bounced in her seat, the movement rocking her neighbor. And you, Kirishima-kun? Can I know wait, Kirishima slapped both sides of his face. I'm in. No regrets. Kirishima had seemed to hesitate before the slap, but Izuku wouldn't judge, they'd definitely spring this in him. So when are we meeting? Yeah. Fight Club. Ashido cheered. Shoo. Ashido-san, what did I just say? Izuku's eyes darted around, but only a few people even looked up at her exclamation. We need to go over our schedules. You guys get out of school at the same time we do, but it's about 30 minutes to Kaken's house from here. We usually do 1 hour of quirk practice, some sparring with and without quirks, and then we work out in Kaken's garage. Let's see what conflicts we all have. Izuku pulled out one of his notebooks and started jotting down when people couldn't show up as they ate there. Chicken. It turns out only him and Ashido were taking classes during the school week. Kachen only had kickboxing on the weekends and Kirishima wasn't taking anything extra, just working out on his own. I've been working to improve my quirk and increase my muscle mass. He lifted both arms and flexed, almost elbowing Ashido in the eye. Oops, sorry. Ashido slapped his arm away half-heartedly. Yeah, but if something happens and you can't use your quirk, like quirk exhaustion or a bad matchup, you'll have less options in a dire situation. What is your quirk? Izuku asked. It's just hardening, nothing flashy like Ashido's. Kirishima held up his arm and activated his quirk. His arm turned rock-like with jagged edges. Izuku leaned forwarded and pressed against his joints and the sharp points. Ita! One of the edges sliced into his skin and blood was welling from his cut. Izuku esigidi on his bleeding finger. I done think it's acri. Think hake your finger out, dunce? Kaken was ignoring them all and eating his fire wings. What do you mean? Kirishima asked. Well, plain hardening does just that, hardens. But yours hardens and sharpens. It's like you're ignoring part of your quirk. It's as offensive and defensive. Most hardening quirks are purely defensive. You are a shield and a sword. Is it restricted to just your arms? No, I can do it all over. It's just really hard to keep it up full body for more than a few seconds. It's easier if it's just one place. That's so cool. You could be an amazing pugilist, but you will be limited to only close-range fighting. You'd have to come up with ways to extend your range. If you can get your hardening strength to increase, and do it all over your body, I wonder if Kachen could throw you? Or like shoot you? His quirk is explosions. He could turn you into a projectile, I mean. What? Kirishima looked nervously between the two at the suggestion of cannonballing him. Oh, yeah. You need to work on that sappy hair. What's wrong with my hair? Kirishima patted down his flat, black bangs. You look like an emo shark. Oh my god, you do. Ashido cackled. All right, we're meeting tomorrow and we have to get back before our parents realize we skipped. Write up everything you know about your quirk and bring it with you. I'll try to come up with ways to train that you might not have thought about. Oh, and bring an extra change of clothes, just in case. Izuku warned. Sometimes accidents happened when Izuku and Kachen were sparring and he needed to borrow a shirt to wear home. Between his crazy explosive power and Kaken's literally exploding, clothes got ruined a lot. This is going to be so much fun. Mina was vibrating with excitement. They said their goodbyes, phone numbers exchanged for everyone, and the two pair went in opposite directions. So, what happened the other day really hit you hard, huh? Ashido asked. Yeah. I decided no regrets for me. Not anymore. I'm gonna be a hero who protects others. Just like Crimson Riot said. You're still a bundle of nerves. Ashido slapped Kirishima across his back and he stumbled forward. Oh, that doesn't hurt. But what the heck? Kirishima had to take a few steps to correct his balance. You froze up, Kiri, it happens. It was a super scary situation. I was terrified to... But that isn't the end of our stories. We live and learn and we don't make the same mistakes twice. And that's why I think us getting together with Mito-chan and Blasty is going to be a great combination. They're both so manly. The way they've been working so hard. We have to catch up to them. I do wonder though. About what? Well, Mito never mentioned what his quirk was. Not even in dance class. He would always dodge the question. Maybe it's like passive? Or an intelligence quirk? That makes sense. He kept throwing out all those theories about our quirks after just a few seconds. It's even more impressive if he's going to be a hero without an offensive quirk. We'll have to ask him about it tomorrow. Katsuki and Izuku were finishing up their homework when the chime for the front gate went off. I'll go let the punching bags in. Kaken, you can't say that about people who are helping us. Izuku buried his face in his hands. TCH, we haven't figured out if they're gonna be worth keeping around or not. If they're useless, they on their own. Katsuki slammed the front door behind him as he went to open the gate. Come on, he lead them back in the house. Leave your sheet you don't need by the door. Bring your shoes. Kirishima had gone to put his tennis shoes away as if they were going to be training in house slippers. We're going out back. If you have your self-analysis with you, can you hand those over? Izuku reached out with grabby little hands. Nerd was gonna bust a vein with how excited he was to dissect someone else's quirk. No problem. Ashido handed over a folded-up sheet of pink paper. Who the F uses pink paper? Kirishima pulled out his own paper, sensibly white-lined. But why is there so little? Izuku looked depressingly at the barely half a page from Kirishima and only slightly longer exposition from Ashido. Well, what is there to tell? I make acids, this is how strong, how long, and some of the ways I've come up with to use it. I can't really practice some of them too often since the acids eat my clothes. Ashido whined. Right? I mean, I only thought of mine as hardening until you pointed out the sharpening bit, so like, that's it other than how long and how much hard a hit I can take. Kirishima looked confused. Izuku looked at both of them despondently. Katsuki flicked his ear as he went by. Did he get over it? You think everyone is as psycho about quirks as you are? Just think of it this way, you get to do a full workup on 2 basically unknown quirks. He grabbed the gear bag by the back door and started for the woods, fully expecting everyone to follow him. Yeah. And since they have no preconceived notions, they'll be more likely to experiment in any of the directions I suggest, which will give me better data to evaluate how to further improve their quirk usage. What? Kirishima pet his head. Izuku had that effect on people. Speaking of quirks, Mito, you never told us what yours was. Ashido asked. Right, is it like some kind of intelligence quirk? You're so smart, bro. Nah, the nerd has crazy energy manipulation. Destroyed his apartment building with it. Katsuki cackled as he led them through the path in the woods. Kaken, you know that's not what happened. So you didn't destroy an apartment building? Kirishima asked. Just one wall. It was an accident. Izuku blubbered. The building had to be evacuated and you had to move. Izuku wailed and covered his red face with his arms. Wow. Mito, why didn't you ever tell me about your quirk? It sounds awesome. Ashido jumped in front of him and started walking backwards to face Izuku. Oi, you want a trip? That's a good way to do it, Pinky. Katsuki wondered if these two had ever been in the woods before. Yeah bro, your quirk sounds perfect for hero work. Izuku mumbled something into his arms none of them could make out, but Katsuki could figure it out. What? Ashido dropped back to walk beside Izuku. I said my quirk didn't come in until last year. And honestly, given what we figured out, it only probably happened then because I was attacked by a villain. Otherwise, I probably would have had to wait till after PB. What? That's insane. You were attacked by a villain? Ashido got stuck on the wrong point. It wasn't a big deal. I just kept dodging until All Might showed up. Yeah, all you did was dodge and stab him. Katsuki rolled his eyes. You stabbed a villain? Bro, you met All Might. They yelled at the same time, again going in completely different tangents. This is embarrassing. Yes, I stabbed him. He tried to grab me and I was holding yakitori skewers. Then All Might showed up and that was pretty much it. But I did get to talk to him and he said I'd be a great hero even if I was quirkless, which is what we thought at the time. The next day when I got mad, my quirk manifested and I broke my desk at school. We think the adrenaline kind of kick-started it. Like because I could have died without it, it came in earlier than it should have. That's so cool. Mido, you're awesome. So bad, but why did you think you were quirkless? And why would it take longer for your quirk to come in? Kirishima asked. We're here, idiots. Katsuki went over to Izuku's tree and dropped his bag on top of the trunk. It was large enough it made for a good bench or table if needed. Well, the doctor said I was, so, I hoped, but it was really unexpected. Plus my quirk is too strong. My bones will break if I'm not careful about the amount of energy I channel. I probably didn't meet the physical requirements to properly use my quirk. When I broke the wall in my bedroom, which really was an accident, I also broke my arm. But that also means that I know a lot of ways we can work on your hardening quirk, assuming some of the parameters are the same. The nerd glossed over a lot of shit and then changed the subject. Right, well you two pair up and geek out over quirks? Pinky, come over here, we'll fit you in some pads and see where you're at. Pads? Ashido skipped over to him while Izuku and Kirishima continued their conversation. You don't think we're just going to punch each other bare-fisted, do you? We're sparring. I'm not actually trying to murder you, yet. Ah, blasty, you do care. Ashido picked up the padded headgear and slipped it over her head. This is so cool. It's a sweaty headguard, but you do you. Katsuki helped her tape her fingers and slip on the gloves. You have 1 week before you have to do all of this shit yourself. I'm not helping. Shouldn't be too hard. I'll ask Mido if something trips me up. You do that. Alright, show me a stance and I want you to hit or kick these boxing pads when I tell you to. Katsuki slipped his hands into the mitts and stepped over to the middle of the clearing. So you're working to harden your insides and I need to harden my outsides. Nice. Ijiro was excited. He'd always wished his quirk was something more. Heroes today needed to be eye-catching and over the top. All of the top heroes stood out in some way. His experience the other week when that villain approached his classmates, how he froze instead of acting, had really gotten him down. But Ijiro was recommitted. No regrets, like Crimson Riot said. Well, it's not exactly like that, but I think the same actions can help you hardening. Have you experimented with punching things with your hands hardened? Yup, and I even work on hardening my skull by hitting my forehead into a pipe. That was so scary the first time he did it, wondering if his hardening would hold up or would he be knocked unconscious. Okay, that sounds a little unnecessary, but it makes sense I guess if you need to focus the hardening on different areas. Do you think you could punch a tree without hurting your hands? Actually, let me see your knuckles. Have you ever noticed any pain in the joints or decreased mobility as your hardening increased? Midoriya took his hands without waiting. Ijiro blushed as his fingers were manipulated and turned. Midobro was being a little forward with the hand-holding. Nothing like that. It's not like I've been doing it that long though. So something I want you to do is make a doctor's appointment to make sure your joints aren't also hardening. I think your hardening is more surface. At least based off what I read. Izuku grimaced. Apparently he was still incensed they didn't understand their own quirks better. Right, it's like my skin hardens, but my muscles still flex and bend like normal. I lose a little flexibility, but not much. I lose a lot of my speed though since I get heavier. If there's an increase in weight, then you need to be working on stamina, flexibility, and quick movement. The best shield in the world is useless if it's not in place. If you were trying to shield a teammate and your weight slowed you down, you'd be forced to either try and drop your hardening to move faster and get it back up just in time, which means a slip in the timing and you take the hit full on no quirk, or you can't make it in time. Neither of those is desirable. Right? I'll make up a workout plan for you based off of some of my data and we'll evaluate it after a month. For now, I want you to punch this tree. Midoriya walked him over to one of the standing trees along the clearing. It wasn't one of the tallest, but it had a pretty thick trunk. Can you do a couple straight punches with your fists hardened, both hands please? Midoriya stepped back a little and whipped out a pair of safety glasses. Where was he hiding those? You got it. Ijiro brought up his quirk to cover his hands, wrists, and forearms, stopping it just at his elbows. He smashed his fists together, then took up a stance and punched the trunk a few times. Bark was being smashed off each strike. Stop, hold on. Midoriya called a halt after only a couple punches. I was afraid of that. What? I'm fine. Nothing hurts, so I can keep going if you need me to. Ijiro was confused. What did he do wrong? It's nothing you did. Well, it is, but it's not your fault. It's the tree. Like the goal is to harden your fists, but you're not just hard, you're sharp. So each punch you're eating away at the tree. Eventually, it's going to fall. Which isn't the goal. Wait a second. Midoriya ran back to his big yellow book bag and pulled out a steel plate. Why do you have that in your bag? Do you carry that to school every day? Oh, it's part of my training. I wear wrist and ankle weights to up my resistance. It will all be in my workout explanation for you later. But this might help us out a bit. Can you punch this without breaking your hand? So dedicated. I've punched concrete and hit my head with a metal pipe, but I haven't full-out punched steel. I'm not sure, but let's try it. Ijiro smashed his fists together again. The problem is how to mount it. For now I'll just hold it and you punch it. If this works, we can mount some plates around some tree trunks for you to practice on. Like upscaled heavy bags. Alright, but can you hold it, man? My punches have a lot of force. Midoriya lit up with green lightning bouncing all over his body. I got this. Do your worst. Was that his quirk? It was literally flashy. Man, how cool looking. Hell yeah. Ijiro brought up his quirk again and threw a power jab dead center of the plate. Like he promised, Midoriya didn't move back, but his feet looked to have dug into the ground a bit more. Since it didn't hurt more than a punching bag with his quirk up, Ijiro followed up with a few more, switching arms between punches. Stop. Is the plate holding up? Midoriya waited until he'd backed off before pulling the plate down and inspecting it. He traced a finger across the scratches in the plate. Did I do that? Could I punch through steel if I keep practicing? I think we need a thicker plate. This one didn't puncture, but if you look, it warped a little. You've got a lot of strength to your punches, but those jabs you were throwing are really obvious. Hey, Kaken. Midoriya shouted. What? Bakugo called back without even looking over. Ashido backed off and turned to look at them though. Oi, Pinky, no one told you to stop. Never let your guard down. With that, Bakugo dropped low and swept her legs out from under her. Oof. Ashido fell flat on her back and gasped for air. I'll get you for that, Blasty. Yeah. Bakugo finally stepped back from her prone figure and turned to face them but was clearly still watching Ashido. What do you idiots need? Time to switch. Kirishima seems like he'd be a good fit for kickboxing. He already throws a good punch, just obvious. Pinky, strip that gear and toss it to Sappy Hair. You're gonna work on form, not quirk. That's Izuku's specialty. Alright, round 2 of the learning curve. Ashido did a kip-up and then skipped over to Ijiro, tossing the gear to him without explanation and abandoning him for Midoriya. I'm ready for my lesson, Mido-sensei. Midoriya blushed while Ijiro headed for what he later realized was the first circle of hell. Bakugo Katsuki did nothing by half measures. He spent the next half hour having form beat into his head. Literally. If he messed up, Bakugo hit him with one of those padded mitts to show where he'd left himself open. When Ijiro made the mistake of saying it wouldn't have hurt if he'd had his quirk up, Bakugo took to knocking him off balance, either sweeping his legs out from under him or hip-tossing him over. Instinctively he used his quirk to cushion his fall, but he realized the point Bakugo was getting across. It was torture. Ijiro loved it. He felt like he was doing more to reach his goal than just working out alone. This really was the best decision. No regrets. The 4 settled into a routine. Once a week Izuku would give quirk training recommendations and they'd follow up on what worked and what didn't the next week. It took a while, but Kirishima caught up enough to put up a decent fight when he was using his quirk anyway. He still lacked a lot of the foundations to really do more than endure when sparring with the others. He was showing improvements though. Ashido never stayed to work out with the boys as she still had dance classes most evenings. Kirishima and Kaken became gym buddies. Izuku could never stay as long since he also had classes in the evenings or support stuff to work on back home. When summer break hit, they had planned to do intensive training the whole time. The last day of first term, they were excited to plan out their training days. Someone else had other plans. No training of any kind for the next 5 days. PRD. Aunt Mitsuki crossed her arms and stared each of them down. What? But Mrs. Bakugo, this is the best time for us to get together since we're all out of school. Ashido argued. And you four have been doing nothing but training or studying or practicing. You need a break. I don't care what you do, you just can't train. And don't think of just going to someone else's place, I've spoken with all of your parents. How did you even get up with my mom's? Kirishima asked. Oops. Izuku cringed and glanced around at the others sheepishly. I may have given it to her? She said it was only for emergencies. He turned back to Aunt Mitsuki and whisper shouted, You said it was for emergencies. And it is, kiddo. Burnout can happen to anyone, anytime, but when you never take breaks and relax, you're all but guaranteeing it. You guys aren't grown. You're kids. You need to take some time off for your mental and physical health. But won't we lose muscle mass? Kirishima questioned. Not in 5 days. You don't have anything to lose and everything to gain. You can come back fresh next week. You kids can hang out here today, but tomorrow we'll be going to visit Katsuki's grandmother. We'll only be gone for 3 days. Why didn't you bother telling us this sooner? Kaken groused. Because then I'd have had to listen to you beach for longer. Go do something fun for Christ's sake. You're all too serious. Not like we have any choice. Fine, let's go up to my room to plan what we'll do after our training ban. It's not a punishment, brat. Let me know if you want snacks. They trudged up the stairs, all of their earlier enthusiasm gone. Kaken flopped on his bed. Kirishima took the floor beside the bed, using it as a back. Ashido sat cross-legged beside him on the floor. Izuku took the only other chair at Kaken's desk. I guess I can spend time with my moms? But if we're all taking a break, we should do something fun. Like an amusement park. Ashido cheered. Or, we could do laser tag. Izuku grinned. It's not training, technically, and it could be fun. Provided a certain someone doesn't go overboard. Ashido pointedly stared at Kaken. Some people don't like losing, raccoon eyes. Kaken snapped back. Well, it's too late today. How about we meet tomorrow at the laser tag center by the Daiba train station? At like 10? Oh, thank God. I thought you were gonna say dawn and I have stressed my brain too much on finals to wake up early tomorrow. Ashido dramatically fell over backwards. I should probably spend more time studying than working out or I'll never pass the entrance exam. Kirishima commiserated. If you two dunces fail the entrance exam because of the written portion, I'll kick your butts. That's the easy part. Kaken, not everyone is as good at test taking as you are. Izuku interjected. Sorry, what was your placement at school again, nerd? Well right now it's a first? But I might have dropped below you after exams come back. Wait, you two are the top 2 students in your year? Ashido rose back up like a zombie and gawked at the two of them. Of any course. And you're only beating me by half a point. Kaken wheeled around to glare at Izuku. Why are the two of you even in public school? There's no way you couldn't qualify for Mizudafu Private Middle School. Kirishima looked between the two of confused. Yeah. Then we could all go to school together. Well, it costs a lot. And we've been saving for UA's tuition. Plus I took a lot of courses after school. All that costs money. Izuku explained. Bakugo's parents are both fashion designers now, and wasn't your mom a model? Ashido asked. You idiots don't understand shit. Just 'cause you're good, really good, at what you do doesn't mean people will pick you. You have to be the absolute best to even get considered. You got sheetheads like Best Jeanist trying to create a fashion empire while also being a top 3 hero. And who's going to hire a normal person to model, no matter how good they are, when they can get a pro hero and get all their fans at half the price? Companies don't want their lines designed by regular people, they want to throw that pro hero label on everything. DMN. That makes sense. If you see two similar products, but one is endorsed by Uwabami, most people would pick the endorsed one. That totally is bro. It's bullshit. Uwabami just endorses anything that gives her money. She can't even hold a FNG pose, and her snake hair is always doing dumb shit. Kaken set off small pops in his hands, probably to rid his palms of excess agitation sweat. Is that why you want to be a top hero? So people see the name Bakugo and think quality. Kirishima lit up like he'd discovered a secret. Izuku figured they played a part in Kaken's desire to be the best, the number one at everything, but he also knew it wasn't a subject to touch. Shut the F up, sappy hair. I'm gonna be the best for me and no one else. But Kaken was slightly flushed. Oh my god, you are adorable. Ashido bounced up and onto the bed, grabbing Kaken in a side hug. He does have a heart. Kaken shoved her off the bed and on top of Kirishima, who yelped. Not cool, Baku bro. Baku what? No way, I give the nicknames, I don't get nicknames. But Mito bro calls you Kaken? Yeah, too late now, Blasty. Ashido giggled and rolled across the floor. Izuku thought it was mind-boggling to see Kaken being teased. But other than a few more pops and unintelligible growls, he allowed it. Life was so surreal. Katsuki saw Izuku waiting for him at the nearest train station. What the shit are you wearing? Izuku had on a black short-sleeved t-shirt that said, Target. I thought it was appropriate. Izuku had his megawatt smile on. That sheet was too med bright on a normal day. You know the goal is to not get shot, right? That's why it's funny. Whatever, let's go. The other idiot's meeting us there. Katsuki swiped his pass and passed through the turnstile. Up. If we time it right, they're trying to catch the same train when we pass by their station. Ugh, why are we going to the one so fucking far? Because it's the best? All the others are tiny and you have to join random team-ups with strangers. No. I knew you'd say that. Izuku and Katsuki boarded the train when it stopped, both grabbing adjacent straps. I'm so excited. I haven't played laser tag with friends in ever. Yeah, that's too much pep. Katsuki pulled out his earbuds and slipped them in his ears and hit play on his cell phone playlist. Izuku jerked when the noise startled him. Kaken, that's too loud, it'll damage your hearing. Joke's on you, a-hole, hearing's already damaged. Katsuki resolutely ignored anything Izuku tried to say, turning his head to face the opposite direction while pounding drums drowned out his whining. Ashido and Kirishima joined them a few stops later. Neither of them had a literal target on their chest, so they were doing better than stupid Deku sheet, Izuku. Though for some reason Kirishima was wearing camo pants. He did know it was an indoor facility, right? Katsuki turned off his music. Oi, Pinky, congrats on being the only idiot out of the three of you to not dress like a dumbass. Thanks, Blasty. Hey, what's wrong with my outfit? You have the audacity to ask that with a blue bandana, orange shirt, and camo pants. You trying to stand out or blend in, sappy hair? Well, I didn't know if we might mess up our clothes, so I didn't want to wear anything I liked. Jesus, at least even you don't like this atrocity. He's not wrong, Kiri. Ashido laughed. You know, we should probably do some hero costume brainstorming once we're off probation. We've only got a year and a half and that gives me time to research ideas and make improvements. Even you see this as punishment. Mito, we're going to have fun. Remember what that is. Ashido grabbed Izuku by the shoulders and shook him. Theoretically? Izuku stammered. What do you mean, theoretically? Kirishima asked. Means nerd had no friends when everyone thought he was quirkless. Katsuki fixed his gaze out the window, trying to not even see the others out the corner of his eye. He didn't want to see their judgment. Ah bro, that Esikis. But you got us now. Kirishima held out his fist to Izuku, who just stared at it confused. He wants you to bump his knuckles. Ashido giggled. Oh, okay. Izuku tentatively touched his knuckles to Kirishima's. Nice. Oh, Mito, you have to be on my team. We're gonna kick butt. I figured we'd switch up a couple times. That would make it more fun. I wrote some combinations down on my phone if you want to look at them. Izuku was pulling up his notes app on his cell. Nah, let's play it by ear. More fun that way. They spent the rest of the train ride smack-talking each other. Katsuki didn't know if he was relieved or not when no one asked how he had treated Izuku before his quirk manifested. Ijiro loved laser tag. It would be so much cooler if they could use their quirks. But then his quirk wouldn't really help him against lasers, would it? Mido and Bakubro argued over which field to choose and finally picked one with a maze setup. The vests and guns they were given made EI feel like he was wearing a hero costume. His clothing didn't even matter once the vest was on, and the field was a dimly lit sci-fi-like atmosphere. So cool. There were neon lights flashing and strobing to disorient and make it harder to find your targets. And several times Ijiro forgot to do the reload action when he was out of bullets. But everything happened so fast. The first run, he was on Bakugo's team. Ijiro's adrenaline was pumping even though he knew it was just a game. Bakugo was leading, boldly storming through the maze of obstacles looking for their opponents. He was quick and quiet. Then something shifted in a side hallway. Ijiro stopped to look and Bakugo ducked behind him as a Shido blasted him. Bakugo did take her out, while using EI's dead body as a shield. Hurry up, sappy hair, go respawn. Right. Ijiro ran back to their safe point and clicked his respawn button. The vest vibrated 3 times and he was back in the game. He tried to run back to Bakugo, but didn't even get halfway before his vest flashed and vibrated. He was dead again? He looked around and saw Midoriya waving from behind a barrel. Bakubro is gonna kill me. Ijiro had to run back to the safe point and go through the respawn action again. This time he took his time, used cover, and managed to avoid Izuku and make his way back to Bakugo. What took you so long? Midobro was camping the res. Did you get a Shido? Yeah, but she should be back by now. Pay attention. They snuck around, moving from cover to cover before finding a large room with pillars. There was a suspicious platform in the middle with a treasure chest. On the lid of the chest was the number 1-4 team. That must be our objective is. The game they were playing had 2 ways to win. Whichever team had the highest kill count when time ended or the team that found the mission objective. Each team had different objectives, which was also probably why Ashido and Midoriya split up. They were going for the payload win. That is a lot of open space. Ijiro glanced around and saw at least 6 other entrances to this room. We can't cover all the doors and get to the chest. You stay close and cover me, I got this. Bakugo started running to the first pillar for cover, his gun sweeping the arena. Wait for me. Ijiro hustled to catch up. When they got to the last pillar, Bakugo slid his gun so the strap held it along his back. Ijiro didn't even have time to ask what he was doing before he was running the last 10 feet to the chest. He dove, grabbed the chest, and rolled to the pillar on the opposite side for cover. That's so awesome. Ijiro barely had time to duck back behind his pillar as Midoriya and Ashido both came through opposite doors, blasting away. Let's go. We gotta get to the safe point to clear the game. Bakugo dashed out the nearest egress and Ijiro followed. It was a running gun battle, but EI found it harder to shoot at people behind him and keep up with Bakugo. But then he realized only Ashido was following. Izuku had ducked off at some point. Ijiro looked around the dim field, trying to see the lights on his vest or gun. Somehow, he'd gotten ahead of them, taken a shortcut in the maze portion. And he was lining up on Bakugo. Bakubro! Kirishima sprinted forward and shoved Bakugo out of the way. His own vest flashed and vibrated. Run! Bakugo glanced back at him wide-eyed, then clenched his teeth in what was probably a smile but looked like a snarl. Ijiro's heart stuttered to see that look directed at him. He flew out of the maze and Ijiro couldn't follow closely since he was dead and that would be interfering. He waited for Ashido to pass him, then trotted to keep up. Winner. Team 1 has retrieved their objective and scored 7 kills. Team 2 scored 5 kills. Yes. Ijiro pumped his fist, excited they had won even if he knew 4 of those kills had been him. They switched up teams for the next 2 rounds. When Ijiro was paired with Ashido against Bakugo and Izuku, they were slaughtered. Not only did they achieve the objective, they only got 3 kills to the Wonder Duo's 17. It was a little better when EI worked with Izuku, but definitely different. The little guy was normally all nerves or excitement. It started out like Ijiro expected. They heavily planned out their actions before executing a plan with so many redundancies. EI just pretended to know what was going on. Apparently, Midoriya managed to memorize the layout of the field they were using. He had a mental map of the maze, so they could take the most direct routes to their locations. But when it came to fighting, Midoriya was savage. He was quick with his movements, aiming, and reloading. He kept tight to cover and had the fewest deaths of anyone. Mido was still smiling while they fought, but it was terrifying. "We have to do that again." Ashido squealed as they left. They were just as exhausted as if they'd trained, but for different reasons. They'd bought bottled water and were trying to rehydrate before heading back. "She's right," Izuku agreed. "That could actually be useful practice. I do wish we could find a way to use our quirks at the same time." "Ah man, that would be amazing. I wonder how much laser tag gear costs." Ijiro asked. I'll check it out, but if nothing else, we can just come back again on a weekend. I'm out, losers, gotta go pack." Bakugo finished off his bottle of water and headed for the train station. As the group headed home, Ijiro could see the gears turning in Midoriya's head. He wondered what new thing he was coming up with. Blackheart, alien queen, alien Blackheart. Guys, we should go to the beach. Crimson Shark, that's an awesome idea, flexed biceps. When did you guys want to meet and where? Green Boy. And what is with your name Kirishima? Green Boy. Crimson Shark. Well, I like Crimson Riot and you guys said I reminded you of a shark. Crimson Shark. So I changed my ID. Collision King Explosion Murder Collision. I said you looked like an emo shark, not a red shark, idiot. Crimson Shark. There's a public beach near my house. Crimson Shark. Come over at 11 tomorrow? See you tomorrow. Green Boy. Blackheart, alien queen, alien Blackheart. Beach day. Ooh. Red Heart, Red Heart, Red Heart, Red Heart, Red Heart, Red Heart, Red Heart. Collision King Explosion Murder Collision. Whatever. I am turning off my phone. The next day, Izuku rode the train to Kirishima's house alone. Bakugo had left the previous night to go visit family. He'd probably spend the whole time in the mountains instead of socializing, even with family. Kirishima's house wasn't as big as he was expecting given one of his parents was a surgeon and the other was a psychologist. It was in a higher-class neighborhood though. The door opened almost as soon as he knocked. Kirishima grabbed him up in a bear hug. "Mido bro. I'm so glad you came." When had Izuku ever heard that before? He faked a sneeze to excuse the water in his eyes. "I said I'd be here. Is Ashido here yet?" "Up. Ready to go. You need to leave anything here or you want to head out now?" Ashido peeked around the corner. "Can I leave my yellow bag here?" Izuku was over-prepared as usual. He had a smaller drawstring bag for the beach and then a change of clothes and shoes and extra everything in his school bag. "Just drop it in the gen can. My moms are at work, so it won't be in the way." Kirishima was wearing red trunks, an unbuttoned Hawaiian shirt with red and white hibiscus flower, and garish red Crocs. Izuku tried not to stare at them, but Ashido caught him looking and laughed. She was wearing a black one-piece under an oversized white shirt with black athletic shorts and sandals. "Nice shirt, Mido." Izuku was wearing a blue shirt that said bathing suit and All Might-themed trunks. His yellow flip-flops were also All Might-themed and the straps were designed to look like All Might's signature flying bangs. Okay, he had no right to judge Kirishima's shoe choice. Thanks. "So, where is this beach? I didn't realize you lived so close to the ocean." "I mean, technically it's Sagami Bay, but that's close enough. It's just a few blocks up." Kirishima was carrying 2 inflatable rings on either shoulder. Maybe they were for sharing? Or could he not swim? His quirk did make him denser? Would that interfere with buoyancy? "Mido, you're mumbling." "Sorry, Ashido." "Nah, it's fine bro, and I can swim just fine normally. I haven't tried while using my quirk. I just like floaties." "And Mido, you should call me Mina. We're friends." Ashido skipped along beside them, her arms swinging widely. "Oh, okay Amina." "Awesome. You too, Kiri. Why, you can call me Izuku if you want." Izuku knew he was blushing. His face was boiling hot. I can, but I like calling you Mido or Midori 'cause you're green boy. Yeah, you can call me Kiri or Ijiro if you like. Kirishima posed with one hand braced on his hip and his other held straight out giving a thumbs up. Izuku wasn't sure he could say their first names without blushing for a while. Same. I kinda like Mido. I haven't had nice nicknames before. You mean like Deku? Izuku cringed. Yeah, it was what they called me when they thought I was quirkless. I noticed Bakugo catching himself and correcting it. Well, he was the one who gave me the nickname, but it's not like that. Both Kiri and Mina had turned to glare at him, though he was sure their anger was directed at Kaken. We were best friends when we were little, and when he was learning to read, he misread my name. It was funny then. It became mean later. He did not want to go into his friend-bully-turned-friend again relationship with Kaken. He still had dreams where this was all a long con. Where Bakugo only valued him as a friend because he had a quirk now. But a year seemed like a long time to fake nice. Well, nice for Kaken. And they had talked? Kind of? They'd been in the grove, taking a break. Izuku was flat on his back, panting. Kaken was still standing, but he was gasping for air as he dug out their water bottles. He tossed one to Izuku, who didn't realize it was coming, and it landed hard on his stomach. Oh, that was probably the one part of me that didn't hurt, and now it does. Mean. Idiot. Kaken sat on the trunk of Izuku's tree. He was looking at his feet. Sorry. It's no biggie. I should have been paying attention. No. Me too. I was sheet. I judged you without trying to understand. Kaken stood up and started grabbing their practice gear and slamming it in the bag. I was trying to talk to you that day. I'm sheet. You said that already. Shut up, Izuku. He chastised himself. I was trying to apologize that day, when you got your quirk. But I'm sheet at saying what I want. Easier to be in but. Kaken threw his bag on his shoulder and started up the path home. So, sorry. Izuku just laid there. He remembered Kaken was trying to talk to him about something, but they got into an argument instead. Kaken tried to apologize? He should buy a lottery ticket. You gonna lay there all night? Kaken called over his shoulder. Coming. Izuku let his quirk dance just under his skin to boost his speed. He zipped around gathering his own gear and caught up. We're friends. And he knows people made fun of me with that nickname, so I'm happy he's trying to stop using it. But it's been 10 years, so it's a hard habit to break. I still call him Kaken, so... Izuku deflected the conversation even as he flushed again. Blasty is so bad at showing when he cares about people. Like he needs an enema before he'll get those emotions out. Oh my god, Mina. Anyway, how much further to the beach? I can smell the salt. Ashido clasped her hands in front of her chest. It's just ahead. Oh, is it there? Dagoba Municipal Beach Park? Izuku pointed at a sign on the roadside. No. Dagoba is a trash heap. Literally. The way the shore curves makes it so any trash in the tides is carried to Dagoba. And since the trash kept piling up, other people started using it as a landfill. Like there are whole cars on that beach. I'd be worried about tetanus if we went swimming there. Or a dead body. Mina chimed in. Yeah, but since Dagoba catches all the trash, the beach just above it stays pretty clean. And no one wants to go there since it's right next to Dagoba, so it's never crowded. Wait, Dagoba Beach has just tons of scrap metal and no one has tried to turn it in? Izuku was always trying to find cheaper sources of materials to use in his prototyping. Buying it new for something that was most likely to end up as scarp was expensive. I mean, some people do, but it's like hundreds of yards of the stuff. Can we stop by? I just want to look at it. I mean, sure, it's just trash though. Even the gazebo on the little pier is falling down. They detoured down the path to Dagoba, and as they came around last bend, a vast wasteland of trash opened in front of them. Oh wow, that's a lot of trash. I can see why the government hasn't tried cleaning it up, it'll take forever. Minnie cried. And it would be so pretty in this little cove with that cute gazebo? Well, I'm sure it used to be cute. Izuku's mind was spinning. There were a lot of possibilities here, not just scrap. Dagoba was pretty far off the main road as well. There were few people walking or driving up this way unless they were bringing trash, and they'd probably only do that at night to not get caught. He had some planning to do, but that was later. See what you want, Mido bro? Up. Thanks, it gives me some ideas for later, but today? Beach. Izuku turned and ran back towards the main road. Race ya. No fair. Mido, you cheater. Mina came sprinting up behind him. Wait guys. My Crocs aren't in off-road mode. I'll run out of them. Kirishima was bent over trying to flip the strap on his shoes while hopping after them. They waited for Kiri to catch up at the intersection of the main road. Okay, lead the way, Shark Boy. It's Crimson Shark. What was that? Cringy Shark? You guys? They spent all day at the beach and Izuku came home sunburned. His mother fussed over him and swathed his chest, back and arms in aloe. He felt like a glazed ham. He wouldn't change anything for the world chapter text. Hey Mina. Yeah, Mido? What's up? Mina and Izuku had met up to play video games at an arcade halfway between their houses. Now they were holed up at a cat cafe having lunch. Could you hold this for a minute? Izuku handed over what looked like a bar of soap. Like, hold it tight for a couple minutes please. I'm okay? It SCKS the others couldn't come hang out for our last day of probation. I mean I get it, Blasty was already out of town earlier, but I didn't think he'd drag Kiri to the mountains as soon as he got back. Mina squeezed and rolled the bar of soap in her hand. It was starting to feel a little funny. Well, did you want to go hiking in the mountains? I don't know. I've never gone. We'll have to make him take us sometime in the future. We can call it training if he gets too fussy. Ashido laughed. Hey, can I put this down? It's starting to tingle a bit. Oh sure, let me see your palm. Izuku leaned forward when Mina dropped the soap and flipped her hand over. Oh my god. How did white soap turn my hand blue? Mina didn't mean to get so loud she scared the cats, but there they go. Sorry kitties. Come back, I promise not to get loud again. Izuku was grasping her now blue hand and examining it, so Mina wiggled the fingers of her free hand at the two cats who had been peacefully sleeping in her lap. The old gray Tom was having no part of it and turned his nose at her promise. The little calico kitten butted up against her fingers though. You're like litmus paper. Izuku showed Mina her own hand. Isn't that for detecting pH? Mina remembered that from science. She always paid attention to anything to do with acid. It turns red in the presence of acid and blue for bases. You turn pink when exposed to acids and a grayish blue for bases. I just had to get a strong lye soap to see the change since your overall body chemistry has pretty low pH. That's so cool. How can that help me as a hero? Mina hadn't even realized that about her skin. Oh, I have no idea. I just thought it would be cool to test. Izuku laughed as he sat back to drink his mint chocolate mocha frappuccino monstrosity. Mido, I thought you'd come up with some new kick but quirk theory and you're just playing around. I mean, who knows, it could be useful in the future now that we know you can do that. What are we gonna do for the rest of summer break? I mean training-wise. After these few days, I really don't want to go back to the boring grind. I kinda want to spice it up. At the time, she hadn't minded, but after playing laser tag, Mina wanted to do something more challenging than just spar and practice for hours. Oh, I have a few ideas, but we're not supposed to talk about it until tomorrow, remember? It'll be a nice surprise, I promise. Finally, the first official meeting of Fight Club Summer Edition can begin. Mina moved her fist in the air, vibrating with excitement. We're still not calling it that, Pinky. Kaken sprawled back on his bed. His feet were spread wide enough to discourage anyone from sitting next to him, but Kirishima obviously didn't mind as he sat at the end of the bed, leaning against the footboard. That's not important, Mido bro. Mina said you had a surprise? Kiri was bouncing on the bed. Kaken glared at him, but kept quiet. It's this. Izuku pulled out the large gear bag he'd dragged over with him. In it was an airsoft gun. I bought a couple different types, but you guys can figure out which you like better. Izuku blushed. He'd gotten a little excited planning this. He'd even asked for airsoft guns for his birthday. Is it like laser tag? Mina asked. Sort of. It shoots small pellets instead of needing a vest to register the hit. There's no paint, so we don't have to worry about getting gross, but we should wear some basic safety gear, like face protection, 'cause it smarts to get hit. Izuku rubbed his thigh. He'd wanted to test it, but that close left a huge bruise. "Ha! Nerd, did you shoot yourself?" Katsuki cackled. Shut up. I had to test it." Izuku stammered. "Cool. So are we gonna run around the woods and shoot each other?" Kirishima was reaching for one of the guns, but Katsuki smacked his arm. "You are not accidentally shooting someone's eye out in my bedroom." "Well, I also thought we could use a change of location for practice." Izuku cautiously broached. "But the whole reason we meet here is so we can practice where it's technically legal. Where else can we go to practice our quirks? Or are we doing this quirkless?" Mina asked. "Oi, hear me out. Dagoba Beach. What the F is Dagoba Beach?" Kaken hadn't been with them when Izuku learned about it. "It's this shithole beach people dump trash on. You want to train in a landfill?" Mina was on the fence. "Isn't that illegal? It's a public beach. We could get in trouble." Kiri bit his lip. "How is that not uncomfortable with those sharp teeth?" "It is, but I think we can make it work. First, it's secluded. It's like a half-mile off the main road, so no one can easily see us. Second, it's deserted. The only people who go there are dumping trash, and they probably do that at night to keep from getting arrested. Think about it. Dagoba is basically an urban-style training ground, and we don't have to care if we destroy sure stuff." "I meant stuff." Izuku slapped his hand over his mouth. "Titi." Bakugo stood up and grabbed his wallet and opened his door. "Well, if we're considering this, let's go check it out." They grabbed their things, but Izuku left the bag of airsoft guns. "Nothing would really start today. Where you brats headed to?" "None of your business, hag." Kaken stomped out the door. "We're headed to the beach again, Mrs. Bakugo. Bye." Kirishima waved and followed. "You kids have fun." Aunt Mitsuki turned back to her reading. The train stop closest to Dagoba Beach also had an ice cream stop. Mina insisted they all get some before walking the last mile to the beach. "But Mito, what do we do if someone does come during the day while we're there?" she asked. "Well, I thought about it. We're training to be hero students, right?" Mina nodded and Izuku continued. "So part of that is community service. There's probably too much garbage as is, but if we start cleaning it out, we can make our own maze. Like they had at the laser tag place." "But what if they see us using our quirks?" Kiri had somehow managed to get ice cream on his nose, and Bakugo was now giving him death glares. "We say a pile fell over and we used our quirks to prevent an accident. Besides, we're minors, so overreacting in a dangerous situation is excused. Plus you have your shitty notes." Bakugo chimed in. "Notes? What notes? Like love notes?" Mina wagged her eyebrows. "No." Mito shrieked and waved his hands in front of him. "Not like that though. Kaken means doctor's notes. They gave me a bunch when my quirk first came in to excuse accidental quirk use in public." "You have a get out of jail free card?" "Mito, that's awesome." Ashido squealed. "It's not like that. I'm sure if they could prove it was intentional, then I'd get in trouble. But haven't you noticed? We haven't passed a single person since we turned the corner for Dagoba." "Well, let's check out this shithole then." Bakugo lead them around the final bend. That's a lot of trash." It really was impressive. There was a wall of trash right along the road. It acted as a wall to keep you from seeing the water. It was probably because most people were too lazy to do more than dump the trash as close as possible. This was good for them, though, as it meant people would have to actively search the dump to find them. "All right, let's walk around, but be careful. I'm sure there's a lot of sharp stuff we should avoid." Izuku had insisted Kiri wear the full coverage shoes he wore for training and not his Crocs. "It looks like there are some paths already. Maybe some people collecting scrap." "Well, that blows your idea no one comes here ever." Bakugo groused. There's only one way in or out from this beach. A simple motion detector with an alarm would be enough to notify us if someone was coming. We could put one by the turnoff and one by the parking lot entrance. I could even install a camera. We could probably turn in the people dumping on the beach." Get that set up and we're in business. This place looks like it could take some damage. Bakugo casually fired off a shot at a fridge. It rocked over on its side, but was still intact and good for more practice rounds. Nerd, write up a list of everything we need for our cover. We'll have to actually take sheet out of here every time we come. Where the F, can we drop it? I'm gonna look around some. Kiri, come with me. Mina dragged Kiri off towards the gazebo. This was a smart people discussion. Oh neat. I wonder if we could fix this up so we could have lunch here. Kiri instantly picked up a new distraction. Kiri, that's a great idea. This could be our own little private beach. Mina skipped along, hopping over the missing boards. Mito swore he could have built the detector, but it was much easier to buy. A little camouflage was used to hide it and the alerts were sent to all of their phones. A couple motion-activated cameras were stationed around the parking lot. The feeds were sent to Izuku's account. Apparently he'd cheated a little by hardwiring them to the light poles. That way he didn't need to worry about battery life. They spent a day practicing with the airsoft guns to pick out their favorites. Mito suggested they all chose to go with at least one of the smaller models as a backup they could hide on their ankles. Like cops on TV. That had earned Ijiro a smack from Bakugo. Bakugo had defied convention, choosing to double-wield the submachine gun models. He kept them on straps crossing his chest so he could sling them out of the way if he needed to use his quirk without dropping them. Izuku and Mini chose just handguns. Ijiro wasn't as confident with the smaller guns, so he used a replica of an M4 with a full auto option. His aim wasn't the best, so he figured he'd just spray and pray. Okay, so tomorrow is a test run. We'll go and just work on cleanup. If it goes well, then Fight Club goes to the beach. Mina cheered. Okay, so the cameras showed that only a few people come by in the mornings and we didn't get anyone showing up in the afternoon. So we should be good, but we should always work on our beach cleanup cover story when we first get here. Izuku tugged on his thick gloves. I feel like a spy. Mina ducked through the debris humming the Mission Impossible theme song. Idiots. Kaken tossed the handle of his wagon on the sand. They'd bought one for each of them to haul metal to the recycling center onto the sand. Well, Kiri's moms had. They kept the wagons at their house, too, so no need to try and ride the train with wagons. Of course, their parents had only been told they'd be picking up trash and playing on the beach. They'd most likely be against practicing their quirks even in secluded public. I bet I can get the most trash moved before time to train. Kiri dashed in and tossed a microwave over his hardened shoulder. You think you can beat me, sappy hair? You're on. Kaken snatched his gloves on. Not everyone could just harden their palms. So, if it looks like it can't be recycled, there was a dumpster at the Tsin. Izuku got cut off by a yawn. Sender. Ugh, sorry. Rough night, Mito? Mina teased as she dumped a load of road signs in her wagon. Yeah, I couldn't sleep. Can you put those in my wagon? I can probably use them as scrap metal. You still having that weird but dream? Kaken was glaring at the leaking bag of trash held at arm's length he was bringing back. Yeah, I can't believe I'm not over it. It's so stupid. You get nightmares, Mito bro? My mom says if something keeps running around your head, you should talk about it. It's stupid really. Like I'm in the shadow plane and there are 8 people standing around staring at me. Sometimes they try to talk to me, but I've figured out that pulling on my quirk ends the dream pretty quick. But then I have trouble falling back asleep. Izuku huffed as he filled up his wagon. Shitty dream was why he toasted his apartment. Kaken joked. Izuku appreciated the deflection. He hated that dream. It only happened once every few weeks with no rhyme or reason. Didn't you get attacked by a villain? Maybe that's why. Mina hummed. But like, it wasn't even that scary. And the villain isn't in the dream, well not that one. It's not really scary, just creepy being stared at like that. Oh, repressed trauma. Kiri dropped a car door by his wagon. What? Like, didn't you used to get bullied? I mean, no shame in that, man. People can be mean and it's not your fault they're shitty. Bakugo twitched and almost dropped his collection of pipe fittings. So maybe those are the bullies? And you're using your quirk to escape them. Kiri, please leave the psychoanalysis to your mother. Mina snickered. I mean, it's not impossible. But they're all old people I don't recognize, not kids. And why in this shadow realm instead of like school? It's weird and I hate it. Alright losers, we need to get these wagons full so we can test out our new training grounds. Kaken smirked at Kirishima. And since you've been fucking around, I win. What? Man. How are you so fast, Baku bro? There's so much trash, how could it take long to fill up a shitty wagon? Hey Blasty, help me fill my wagon. Mina shameless tugged on Kaken's arm. Then fine, just get off me. In the plane of the vestiges. We are getting nowhere. Banjo Diagoro, fifth holder of One for All, complained. And whose fault is that? The sixth holder, said. Well, he's a brat, so of course he's gonna make this difficult. Nieli, the third holder complained. Quit blaming the kid. He's not that bad. I mean, have you seen his progress even without guidance? He's doing great. I like the kid. Shimura Nana, seventh holder argued. I think we're missing something. Shigaraki Yoichi interrupted. The first holder of One for All preferred his first name. What do you mean? Banjo asked. Every time we summon the child, One for All helps him escape. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. But we're technically aspects of One for All. Vestiges of the previous holders saved in the quirk itself. So, why is it willing to fight against us, against itself? It was a disturbing thing to consider, but they weren't the originals. They were copies of personalities and experiences saved in the quirk factor itself. Only Toshinori Yagi had contributed part of his actual consciousness as he had no quirk fact. Well, what are we supposed to do about that? Banjo wasn't the best with quirk theory. We need to figure out what's going on if we want to move forward. Yoichi thought. What if we got it all wrong? What do you think we got wrong? Amamiya Hiroto, second holder of OFA, asked. I always assumed my quirk, the ability to pass on quirks, merged with the stockpiling quirk that was forced on me, but what if it didn't? What if I'm the image preserved by my original quirk and the stockpiling quirk is acting like the house we're inside? But if that were the case, if there's an eighth quirk stored here, wouldn't there be another vestige presented here? Whoever had the quirk before All for One stole it. Maybe. Hold on, that makes sense. Shinomori Hikage chimed in. The stockpiling quirk stores other quirks. And if we're essentially consciousness created by our quirks, why couldn't there be a consciousness for the stockpiling quirk, but it wasn't copied from its original holder? It's nascent. And for the first time since your brother forced it on you, someone is wholly focused on it. It's not being buried under the mantle of One for All. It's getting attention. Amamiya filled in. The shadows surrounding them swelled and swirled. I think it agrees with you. Banjo's eyes darted all over the shadows to see if there was a source for the movement. So, it's like a baby vestige? Shimura asked. It's probably more similar to a growing AI. And when we call the boy, who absolutely loves it like few others love their quirk given his past, it reacts to his fear. Yoichi said. The question then is, how do we make contact with the boy? He needs to know more about the whole of his quirk. The fact we've manifested means he's likely going to be able to develop the rest of our stockpiled quirks in the future. Nya asked. Well, pulling in through dreams isn't the way, that's for sure. So how do we warn him his quirk might start changing? Shimura asked. The vestiges had nothing to say to that. It would take time for them to come up with a new strategy. Yagi-san, I'm so glad for your interest in becoming a teacher in the future, but like I keep saying, you cannot rush the process. Nizu sipped his tea. Months ago, All Might had approached Nizu with the idea of becoming a teacher or teacher's assistant at UA. Only he wanted to immediately become a teacher without schooling or certification. I understand, Nizu-san. I am just anxious to get started. Is there any particular reason you are so adamant that you must be on staff within the next 2 years? That's a very specific timeline. Yagi fidgeted in his seat. Such a large man squirming uncomfortably in such a small chair was amusing to Nizu, but he kept his placid smile in place. Well, I have explained my quirk to you, and how even though the surgery to help extend my time was successful, my hero time is still slowly decreasing. Yes, it is truly a shame they can't figure out why the surgery wasn't successful. It was strange. Yagi had allowed Nizu access to his medical files. Honestly, the man was too trusting, and it was a true conundrum. Everything suggested they'd be able to restore 75% of his power. They'd thought it would eventually stop decreasing and hold steady. And 18 hours was enough time for All Might even if the OFA disagreed. But that wasn't what was happening. It was still slowly decreasing, not as fast as before, but it showed no sign of leveling out. It just reaffirms my search for a successor. And I had found someone, but then we lost contact. However, I know he plans to attend you, Yagi assured. That makes sense. It's a very simplistic plan, which seems exactly like something Mr. Punch My Problems Away would come up with. And I'm assuming he will take the entrance exam in a year and a half. Yes, based on his age, that would be the earliest. Yagi perked up. Have you tried other means to find this boy? If he is the only reason you wish to be a teacher, that seems very selfish. You would still be required to show other students equal attention without favoritism. Would that be a problem for you? It would most definitely be a problem, Nizu thought. I think I have a lot to share with all students given my long career. And I would need to make preparations for stepping back from heroism if I do end up passing on my quirk. Yagi explained. My power would wane once I'd passed it on. Nizu perked up. His power would fade? And is it possible for it to be stolen or accidentally passed on by someone stealing your DNA? There was a niggling thought like he found the thread of the problem. No, that would be impossible. One for all can only be passed on if I will it. It cannot be stolen in any way. It has been attempted in the past and always failed. Yagi smugly dismissed the idea. His faith in his quirk being secure was obvious. But was it? Regardless, Yagi-san, you must pass certain classes in order to be allowed to teach children. There are legal requirements in order for you to be informed about their personal information, and you will be partly responsible for their mental and physical well-being. You have to be able to recognize signs of everything from abuse, mental crises, and even signs of a slide or anaphylaxis. These are skills you must learn before you can be allowed into a classroom. Yagi looked more and confused with the things he listed. But I thought teaching heroics would be more like P. Nizu couldn't help his slow blink of astonishment. No teacher is a one-trick pony. And even physical education teachers are held to the same standards. You are essentially a partial parent to dozens of students. Failure to follow set procedure could result in a lawsuit against you and even the school. So, unfortunately, you must attend these classes. You are lucky you are only applying as a teacher's assistant. Teachers are required to have 4 years of university and at least 1 year interning before they are allowed to teach unsupervised. Yagi deflated. He didn't drop his muscle form, though it was close, but he did sink in chair. Yes, I understand. But, do you think someone could help me study? These classes are kind of difficult and it's been a while since I was in high school. Of course, Yagi-san. We want you to be as prepared as possible when you start. We are very excited for you to join our staff. We just have to follow all the proper procedures. Nizu was sure he would regret this decision, but maybe it would work out better than expected. Alright, I hid the prize in the maze. Kaken, Kiri, and Mina. You 3 have to secure the prize and escape without getting hit. Free-for-all style. Use your quirks this time. If you get hit, you have to exit to your respawn location and then come back. I'm gonna take notes from up high. Izuku explained the new training game they were going to play. It was a lot like the laser tag game, but without teams and with quirks. You losers are so dead. Kaken gave a vicious smirk. You sure about that, Bakugo? Kiri hardened his forearms and pounded his knuckles. I think I have the advantage here. They'd agreed that so long as Kiri was in his hardened form, hits didn't count. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to keep his quirk activated for even half the duration of a match. The constant usage was extending his time though. Oh please, neither of you will even see me before you're dead. Mina had taken to stealth like a fish in water. For such a boisterous and brightly colored person, she could blend in well. Right? Get in positions. Izuku instructed. Over the weeks they had created multiple paths and entrances to their trash maze. Izuku tried to get them to call it a training ground, but well, trash maze was more accurate. Summer break had sadly ended just as they got everything set up to their preferences. With school back in session, they could only make it out to the trash maze on the weekend. It did help to keep from drawing attention if they were only out here once a week. Izuku headed for the tower, a pyramid mound of vehicles, refrigerators, and other large, solid hunks of metal they had stacked to about 30 feet in the middle of the maze. It gave a decent overview and Izuku used it to make observations as he could. Any deficiencies he noted were things to improve on next time. They usually switched out who was observing to give everyone learning experience at battle analysis. It had gotten chillier with fall being in full swing. It put more challenges to Katsuki to produce his blasts with the cold inhibiting his sweat. Kirishima had to figure out how to use his hardening and not ruin his clothes or he'd be freezing when he turned off his quirk. Mina had it easier, but the cold made her acids a little more viscous and less reactive. Izuku just had to wear thicker clothes. His quirk wasn't inhibited by the cold. When everyone was in place, they sent text messages to the group chat. Izuku announced the start of the match with a whistle. Kaken blasted his way into the maze. He'd been practicing with using his explosions to enhance his speed. Kirishima was more direct, using his hardening to enhance his mobility. The metal was sharp and acted as an obstruction to everyone else, but Kiri could climb over it, gaining a height advantage. With hardened feet, he ran along the tops of the pushed-together walls towards the center. Well, until the stack he was running along collapsed and he rolled back down to the path with a yelp. "I'm okay." He popped back up and started running again. Izuku made a note about working on evaluating structural integrity before leaping in head first. Mina had caught up to Kaken. She was slinging acid to keep him off balance while also shooting pellets at him. It kept him on his toes. He had to avoid slipping in the acid while also dodging and returning fire. He timed a flashbang explosion with his palm at Mina and she froze when she was blinded. Kaken didn't let the opportunity slip and Mina took 2 pellets to the chest. Mina needed to work on reacting instead of freezing. Izuku made a note of that. "Dang it, Blasty." Mina stomped her foot and started to turn towards her res. A creaking sound had her turning back around. "Blasty!" The stack of trash behind Kaken had become unstable between the concussive blast and the acid weakening it. Kaken turned around with both palms raised and blasted the falling pile in the other direction. "Aw man, that scared me," Mina said. "Davinji, run, Pinky. Zuka hasn't called time." Kaken headed deeper in the maze. It was a scary situation, but Izuku had seen Kaken do the same thing to the tree he mutilated. It was well within Kaken's ability to handle. No one was injured and Mina also managed to learn something about aiming her acid better. It wouldn't do to collapse structures on teammates in the field. "I got it," Kirishima yelled. Izuku shook his head and made another note. Kiri really invested in the training sessions, but sometimes he forgot it was a competition and he just announced his presence and that he had the objective. Mina and Kaken headed for his location unerringly. Kaken even managed to use his explosions to jump a few walls, cutting corners. Mina started sliding on her acid, using it to decrease friction and help her move faster. Kiri was the only one with no way to use his quirk to enhance his speed. It was a weakness he was constantly working on. His quirk was very reliable and stable, but not quite as versatile as the others. Just as Mina and Kaken were turning the corner, about to engage Kiri, all of their phones blared an alarm. The motion sensor at the road had been tripped. There had been a few instances of people coming to Dagoba while they were there. Usually it was someone turning around or coming to collect scrap. They'd practiced stashing their gear in the maze. There were coolers and microwaves and other items that could be used to hold their gear and keep it out of sight until they returned for it. Everyone immediately stopped pursuing Kiri and started stripping out of their vests, face masks, to prevent injury from the pellets, and airsoft guns. Their usual workout clothes were fine as well as their disguised support gear. Gauntlets were hidden under protective gloves. Pads and shin guards were worn under their baggy sweats and could be excused as protection against the trash if anyone noticed. Once they had removed anything that could make people question what they were up to, They regrouped at the base of the tower. Izuku left his stuff in the trunk of the car at the base of the tower. He was pulling up the video feed of the parking lot on his phone when the second motion alarm went off, the one at the entrance of the parking lot. It's a guy on foot. Izuku showed the image to the others. Looks like a hobo. Kaken scrunched his face up at the screen. Right? Well, let's stagger our hauls. Kiri, carry that bag out about 3 minutes after me. Izuku carried a coffee maker out. It wasn't a lot, but his wagon was mostly full. It would still fit. They kept small items at the tower just for this purpose. Sheet, Blasty, you got some acid burns on your shirt. Here, let's rub some sand on it. Mina started helping Kaken out with his shirt. I'll be right behind you, Mido. Kiri stuck out his fist. Izuku bumped his knuckles and headed for the parking lot. He saw the man standing by their wagons with his back to the beach. He had messy black hair and a black jumpsuit with a gray scarf. He looked familiar. Izuku thought he might be considering stealing some of the metal out of the wagon if he really was homeless. They tended to collect scrap metal for the money collection sites would give them. Oh, are you here for scrap? You can take some if you see something in the wagon. We're just taking it to the recycling center. Izuku said as he came out of the trash field. He didn't want to startle the man. The man turned around and Izuku startled. Eraserhead-san, what are you doing here? Izuku was torn between fanboying and freaking out. A pro hero at Dagoba Beach? He could only think one reason. I could ask you the same thing, problem child. What are you doing at a beach when it's nearly winter? Eraserhead looked him up and down. He wouldn't see anything other than a dirty teenager carrying garbage. Me and some friends decided to try and help out with the beach cleanup. I mean, there really isn't any, and we're all training to be heroes. Don't say that. So, community service seemed appropriate. Izuku dropped the coffee maker in the green wagon. Kiri and Mina had decided their wagons needed personalities. Izuku's was green, Kiri's was red, Kaken's was orange, and Mina's was black with pink zebra stripes. Oh, they belong to these other wagons. Eraserhead gestured to the other 3 half-full wagons. Are they somewhere in that mess? Yeah, we tend to wander around separately. Izuku hadn't planned on confronting an actual hero. Kiri chose that time to come out with a bag held over his shoulder. Mido bro, you alright? Kiri asked with actual concern. He could see Izuku was nervous. Oh, Kirishima, this is Eraserhead-san. He's the pro hero that came to my apartment when I broke the wall. Kiri looked at Eraserhead with wide eyes. He should have had Bakugo come second. Kiri was too honest. You're a pro hero? That's so manly. Kiri dropped his bag in the red wagon. Eraserhead looked like he didn't know how to respond to that. And you are? I'm Kirishima Ijiro, I'm Izuku's friend. Kiri held out his hand to shake. Kiri, your hands are filthy. Izuku cringed. This was going well. Right, sorry. Oi, what's up? Kaken and Mina came out together, both carrying trash. They dropped it off in their wagons. Kaken glared at Eraserhead, but Mina bounced over. Hi, I'm Ishido. Can we help you with something? Are you here for scraps? Mina, this is pro hero Eraserhead. Actually, Eraserhead-san, what are you doing here? I thought you mostly did night patrols. Izuku asked. Kaken was always aggressive, so it would be difficult to see any change in his behavior, but Kiri and Mina looked uncomfortable when he'd mentioned the hero thing. They were so suspicious. There was a report of an explosion around here. I was in the neighborhood, so they called me to check it out. Eraserhead glanced from one face to the other. You think there was a villain or something? We haven't seen anyone here but you. Mina chimed in with wide eyes and faking innocence. Maybe it was when that pile of trash fell over? It almost fell on Kaken. Izuku figured that was the only time they were loud enough for someone to have reported. Kaken scoffed. He understood what Izuku was conveying. If you don't want to take the sheet home, we need to get finished and head to the recycling center. Is there anything you need from us, hobo? Kaken. Izuku reprimanded. No, you guys take what you have to the center and head home. I'm going to look around. Kids shouldn't be in this mess. You could get hurt. Eraserhead warned. Whatever, let's go. Kaken grabbed his wagon and started dragging it up the street. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Eraserhead, Kiri said as he trotted after Kaken. You come in, Mido? Mina asked. Have a good day, Eraserheadson. Izuku waved and took off with his wagon. When they'd gotten to the end of the road, Kaken was waiting for them. When the sensors show he's gone, we need to grab our sheet. I don't trust leaving it there for a week. Kaken glared back down the road towards the beach. Good idea. We'll have to be careful for a couple weeks. Maybe skip next week's training and just do trash pickup? Then we can go running on the beach. Izuku suggested. I hate running on the beach. Mina whined. It's so difficult when I'm using my quirk, but it's so awesome. Sounds great, Mido? Kiri said. They dragged their wagons to the recycling center chatting about nonsense to relieve the stress of meeting a pro hero investigating illegal quirk usage. Oh, Mido, what was the prize this time? Kiri asked. Matcha taiyaki. Each week they switched who filled the prize box. Usually it was sweets or treats of some kind. Kaken always put healthy stuff which made Mina and Kiri groan. Izuku thought he did it on purpose just for that reason. Oh man, we can't forget to get that when we come back. Mina skipped up the road. Shota, how'd it go? Did you catch the guys screwing around at the beach every weekend? Even with the phone volume turned down, Hisashi Yamada was loud. They're good, Sashi. But I actually saw them this time. I even know one of them and have two others' names. Shota wandered around the dump. There were clear paths through the mess. He was strolling down the ones with the most footprints in the sand. So you caught the little listeners this time, huh? Hisashi asked. Nope. By the time I even made it to the beach, they were just a bunch of civic-minded kids picking up trash. No signs of illegal quirk usage or anything suspicious other than nerves. Maybe they aren't the ones blowing up the beach? It's them. But they somehow knew I was coming. Even had an excuse for the one blast I said I heard. They didn't say anything about the other dozen. Shota leaned down to inspect a liquid puddled on a piece of broken glass. He kicked it and the liquid splashed onto some metal below it and started sizzling. And I bet one of them has an acid quirk. There's a lot of pitting in this scrap, new marks, not the salt eating it. Did they say why they were going to the dump site to blow it up? Indirectly. They're all hero hopefuls. Shota turned and headed back to the city. He'd probably find Little out here. He used his capture weapon to pull him up to the tall mound in the center so he could find the easiest way out. The maze spread out around him. They built a training facility out of trash. What? Hisashi yelled. Shota pulled the phone away from his ear. Damn it, Zashi. Sorry, but the little listeners could get hurt messing around like that. It's not safe. They need supervision. Oh. Shota looked down. There were some obvious drag marks, scrapes in the metal of the items stacked up. This is an observation point. Sheet, they're good. They built a tower so someone can watch them train. But it's just kids. Kids watching kids isn't supervision. Zashi complained. I agree it's not, but at least they're thinking rationally about some things. So what are you gonna do, Shota? I think I'm going to talk to Nizu on Monday. Shota swung his way towards the parking lot and walked the rest of the way back to the city. How did they realize he was coming when was no way to see even from that observation tower? How long is that hobo fucker gonna keep this sheet up? Katsuki snarled as he fired another steel shot beanbag at the target. They'd been forced to keep training limited to the grove behind the Bakugo's house. Every weekend, without fail, Eraserhead would show up within a few minutes of their arrival to Dagoba Beach. He had to be monitoring the city security cameras. It's been weeks. He has to be getting tired showing up for nothing, right? Mina asked. To keep up their cover story, they were showing up every weekend for at least an hour of beach cleanup. Izuku had been checking the camera he left, and there were only a few times he showed up during the week, but usually after school hours. It was impossible to imagine he wasn't trying to catch them in the act. Never even got to really use that long-range target. Seize me off. Die. Katsuki snarled and fired off another shot. That was so hard to set up too. Kiri agreed as he dodged punches while sparring with Izuku. They'd found a whole FING billboard in the dump and had managed to get it sitting upright along the shore. Mina had drawn different targets all over it. It was meant for Katsuki to practice aiming with his modified shot rounds at long distance. Since it backed up to the ocean, if anything penetrated, there was only empty ocean behind it. In the grove, they had to always be careful. They didn't own the whole forest. He had to control the force used so they never lost any and accidentally take out some poor BSTRD hiking further back in the wood. I think we'll have to wait until school starts back next year. Actually, Izuku backed off from sparring with Kirishima. Why? Isn't Hobo a pro hero? He's got to have something better to do with his time than watch one trash heap beach. Well, he's a teacher. It took some digging and some hacking, Izuku whispered. But Eraserhead works at you. Oh, no way. Mido, will this mess up our chance to attend? Mina cried. I don't think so. He seems amused? Well, at least he doesn't seem mad every time he shows up. I think we're fine so long as we don't actually get caught. The hobo did always seem to be smirking, like he was in on a joke or something. But if he's a teacher, why do we have to wait till next term starts? Kiri asked. Because he expelled his whole class. That's why he has so much time. Effing hard but. Katsuki rolled his wrist. Is the brace not helping? Izuku asked. Of course the nerd would notice everything. Just stiff. Restricts my movement some, but it's not bad. Izuku dug in his bag and pulled out his notebook on support and started scribbling while mumbling. Maybe if I add more flex to account for the full range of motion of the wrist it wouldn't irritate after long-term wear. Maybe the material could be thermal activated to get stiffer when you're using your explosions to provide better support but then loosen when you aren't. But I don't have access to that material though. Focus, nerd. We're talking about Dagoba. Right? Well, it's late January now. Entrance exams are in February. Next term starts April. Honestly, it's getting too cold to be going to Dagoba anyway. I think Kiri almost got frostbite last time. Hey! Kiri crossed his arms in front of his chest and cupped his pecs. Mido, you swore you wouldn't tell anyone. Oh my god. Kiri, did you almost freeze your nips off? Mina fell backwards off the tree trunk she was sitting on, laughing. Kiri, no one would have known if you hadn't. Izuku mimed grabbing his chest. Kiri flushed. Idiot, this is why you need a shirt in your hero costume or you're gonna have to move to Okinawa. So what are we supposed to do until spring? Mina sat back up, brushing off the needles and grass. Well, we need to be preparing more than just physically. Maybe we can do more mental exercises? We can still do basic training and sparring. Izuku rushed to add when he saw Katsuki's reaction. Oh man, do I ever need to do brain training. Finals were so hard before break. Kiri fell onto the trunk next to Mina. Okay, so that's what we can do on Saturdays? Go to Dagoba and clean up, which is good physical activity since it makes you use your muscles differently, maybe run on the beach, then do some quirk and battle analysis at like a cafe, and then we can go to that indoor laser tag place. Izuku thought out loud. It really is different. I swear I have sore muscles every Saturday that I never feel usually. But what are we doing for quirk analysis? Mina asked. You mean like blind analysis challenges, don't you? Katsuki was pretty sure he knew what the nerd meant. They'd done stuff like that before, but mostly to compete with each other. What's that? It sounds hard. Mina asked. It's when we find random people and look for clues about their quirks. What Kaken means is we used to do it as a game. Like we'd see who was more accurate and the winner would buy snacks or something. But I also want to do fight analysis. Pit two people whose quirks are known and think about how they could use them to fight each other. Pro heroes are usually easiest since their quirks are pretty well known. You mean like on Threadit where people argue about what heroes could beat each other in a fight? Kiri asked. Yeah, but not so absurd. You have to think about it from both perspectives. And actually write down battle strategies. Then we can compare what we each came up with and how we got to that plan of action. It helps you think about how you could use teammates or place people in the field if you ever had your own agency. Izuku explained. That sounds like so much fun. Mina jumped up. Let's go do it now. You just want out of the cold, don't you, Pinky? Katsuki griped, but he was fed up with freezing too. Winter was his least favorite season, and not just 'cause it f'd with his quirk. It was good training though, pushing himself to work through difficulties, but he didn't have to like it. Well, let's do the street analyzing on Saturday, there will be more people. It's harder in the winter since people are usually more bundled up. Izuku started gathering up their stuff. The limited light meant they were spending less time outside anyway, only about 3 hours from last bell of school to dark. But I can write up some stuff tonight and send it to you. Can I do Crimson Riot? Kirishima asked as he tossed the bag of pads over his shoulder. Let's do someone relatively new? So we have to do more theorizing rather than just go off old fights. There's that rising hero, Kamui Woods. He's got a lot of crowd control skills. What if he was to fight someone with similar abilities? Like Rocklock? He can lock down the movement of anything he touches. So that's what you write about. How would you fight Rocklock if you were Kamui Woods? Then flip it. If you were Rocklock, how could you take Kamui Woods down? Izuku was scrolling on his phone as they walked back up the path in the fading light. He probably had quirk analysis on both of them already. Katsuki was pretty sure he'd seen Izuku sketching Kamui Woods in one of his stalker notebooks. If we're doing this sheet, and you idiots half-butt it, I'm kicking your butt. Katsuki threatened. That's a good idea. Izuku piped in. Wait, what? Mido bro. You want Bakugo to kick our buttes? Kiri stared at him wide-eyed. Not that part. But like, if you're wrong more than you're right, you get punishment. Like a mile more on the beach. No, Mido. The betrayal. You know I hate beach runs the most. Mina tugged on Izuku's arm. Right? You fuckers have till this weekend to get the sheet done. We do what Izuku said earlier. Trash, analysis, laser tag until that FING hobo goes back to doing his day job. Aizawa, so glad you could join me. Would you like some tea? Nizu asked as Shota entered his office. No thanks. What did you want to see me about? Shota sipped on a jelly pack instead. You were having so much trouble figuring out how those children were avoiding you, so I took a look. I believe you were overthinking it. It was really quite ingenious. Nizu sipped his tea. Oh. Aizawa knew Nizu, liked his games and was intentionally dragging this out. Yes, they simply put up motion sensors along the road. Given the lack of traffic, it was efficient and simple. They relied on the fact the vegetation was too thick for people to walk through normally, not to mention protected, to limit access to the one road leading to the beach. They placed a series of solar-powered motion detectors along the road. Within a certain distance, it would send a signal to their phones when anything tripped them. How did I miss them? Shota had looked along the road and at the road signs for any surveillance. These did not need to be placed very high, and they hid them just far enough back in the woods to be hard to see but with a clear line of sight to the road and strung the solar panel up in the trees. It's pretty cheap technology, available everywhere. They were just highly effective in their implementation. So anytime I approach, they have about 10 minutes to clean up their act. Definitely problem children. Shota sighed. In fact, I think if the one child didn't have such a loud quirk, no one would have figured out what they were up to. So if I want to catch them, I'll have to arrive before they do and hide. That will also fail, I'm afraid. Nizu said that almost cheerfully. And why is that? Shota sighed. Because they have placed surveillance cameras along the parking lot. They probably checked the feed to see if anyone arrived and entered the beach before them. Of course they did. But I'm sure it's not something you can't get around. Shota hedged. I have already accessed their camera feeds. The program they are using does not save video older than 24 hours, however. But Aizawa, I must ask, what do you intend to do if you catch them in the act? Nizu asked. These kids have potential, but they are going about it the wrong way. They shouldn't be using their quirks unsupervised. I doubt their parents know what they're up to given how secretive they are. So you wish to take over their training? What? I have too much on my plate as it is. You have expelled 134 students in your time at UA. Please tell me what is keeping you busy. Nizu asked. Aizawa really had nothing to say. He was actually getting caught up on sleep these days. You may use one of the off-campus training facilities owned by UA. If you ever manage to get blackmail material to coerce them to cooperate, that is. Honestly, only legacy students have ever shown anywhere near this much preparedness for hero school. It is quite impressive. I wonder how their academics are. Nizu trailed off. Shota was sure their respective schools would be giving up their records soon. Whether they did so willingly or Nizu hacked their records, Shota didn't want to know. That hobo is fucking with us, Kaken said as he dropped down on the couch in Kiri's living room. They had been on the beach for over 2 hours. They'd filled all 4 wagons with trash and had jogged a couple miles up and then down the beach. For the first time in weeks, no one tripped the alarms. I agree we shouldn't assume he's quit all of a sudden. Let's stick to our original plan until we know for sure. Izuku sat next to him. I feel so gross. I'm cleaning up now. Mina dashed down the hall as Kiri came back down the hall after cleaning up himself. Totally. Next time can we end at the beach? It took forever to get that sand off. That's not a bad idea. Izuku agreed. You got covered in sand 'cause your dumbass fell down and rolled into the surf. Kaken barked. Kaken cackled, but Izuku tried to muffle his own. Kiri was the only one who used his quirk on the beach. He ran with his hardening activated on his legs. Since he was wearing sweatpants, it wasn't as obvious. It did mean he got exhausted before the rest of them. And while he was pushing himself, he stumbled over some driftwood. They'd come back to Kirishima's house to clean up. It was cold, so the rest of them didn't really get sweaty gross. But Kiri's tumble did give reason to do the analysis earlier and beach work later. Izuku was just worried about daylight. It was still getting dark before 7. I wonder why he didn't show up today? Like for real? Kirishima asked. Well, he is a pro hero, maybe he had actual hero stuff to do. Maybe there was a raid. The hobo was FING. With us. Kaken reasserted. Either way, hand me your analysis, Kiri. I'll read over them before we get to the cafe. Izuku reached over with grabby hands. He was excited to read analysis done by other people. He'd already read Kaken since he'd finished the first night and emailed it over. It was exactly what Izuku had expected. It was to the point, identifying the weaknesses of both parties and how to address them. He'd also included how he'd destroy both heroes once he went pro. What interesting things did Kiri and Mina come up with? Mina? Izuku grimaced. What's up, Mido? Mina was sipping her boba tea in the food court of the Sun to Moon Mall. Why did you make it a dance battle? He frowned. Okay, so, let me explain. Mina paused, staring at him earnestly. I had no idea what I was doing. Izuku groaned and dropped his forehead on the table with a thunk. This is my fault. I should have given you examples and stuff first. We could have started with how you would fight one of us and how one of us could fight you. You'd at least have some better insight on that. Okay. Izuku sat up quickly. So, it was an interesting dance fight? Here, let me send you mine and Kaken's. He pulled up the files on his phone and shared it to the group chat. Oh wow, that's like 10 pages long, Mido bro. Kiri was scrolling through the document. Idiot, who needs that much bullshit? If a fight takes that long, you're a shitty hero. Kaken was leaning back in his seat, glaring at everything in general. Malls were not his favorite places. He pulled out his phone and started swiping on some app. Anyway, let's practice quirk analysis. So we pick a person, and then try to make as many assumptions about their quirk as possible and explain why we think that. And then, one of us goes to ask them how close we were. Izuku looked around. Let's practice with the barista first since she's right here. What do you notice? Her skin is furry? And reddish. Kiri bit his lip with those super sharp-looking teeth, and Izuku wondered again how that didn't hurt. And her face shape is a little different, like a muzzle or a snout. Like a dog or a cat. Mina filled in. Right, so those are the obvious mutations she has. New people. Excuse me? The boy turned around and looked at Izuku blankly. Hi, I'm Midoriya. Me and my friends were wondering about your quirk? When the guy's expression started to close off, he rushed on. Sorry, I know it's a little invasive. But see, we're training to be heroes and we're doing quirk analysis practice. We try to figure out all the clues we can about someone's quirk from observation and then see who was more accurate. It's about training situational awareness. Loser has to buy lunch. This is training to be a hero? He tilted his head. Well, you have to be able to evaluate a situation before jumping in. Right? Like, if you just have a fire quirk, then water or ice-based quirks would be good to pit against you. But if you have fire and ice, then you lose the advantage. How did you know I had both fire and ice abilities? He asked. I got it right? Then I win this round. Mina thought you had a hypnosis quirk. Izuku laughed. Why would I have a hypnosis quirk? He seemed even more confused. Well, she said 'cause you had split-colored hair and you were pretty. Izuku slapped his hand over his mouth. I'm pretty. One of his hands drifted to his cheek. The one with the scar. Yes? I mean, she said, and you are, and I'm gonna stop now. Izuku raised his hands to cover his eyes and turned beet red. My right side is ice and my left side is fire, but I don't use my left. That doesn't sound healthy. Wait, you use your quirk, like you're training? Are you going to be a hero too? Yes. That's awesome. Your quirk sounds perfect for heroics. It can be offensive and defensive and help in disaster situations. I mean, just imagine if there is a forest fire. You can use your ice to put out the fire. And switching from one to the other could keep a villain off balance. How precise is your control? Can you create constructs like ice weapons? Or tools? Imagine you needed a screwdriver to fix something and you could just whip up an ice tool. Izuku rambled. I have not considered that. My father prefers training the more offensive aspects of my quirk. Well, there are benefits to that, but you need to be more well-rounded so you can react in any situation. Overwhelming force can be just as detrimental to a situation as not having enough power. It's part of why we always focus on microcontrol when we do quirk training. I do not think my father would be interested in that. Well, if you want, we could work on it with you. I mean, we all have very diverse quirks, but I'm pretty good at quirk analysis and I can come up with some different ways we could work on microcontrol. Plus, when you can use your quirk in smaller, more precise ways, you don't have to worry about quirk exhaustion as much. I have to be careful with my control or I can hurt myself. Kakin and Mina too. Izuku froze as he realized he'd just asked a stranger to train with them. You don't have to. I'm sorry, I know that sounds weird. I just meant to ask you about your quirk. Izuku waved his hands in front of him. Shoto. My name is Shoto. I do not have a lot of free time, but your suggestion is interesting. Oh, right, well, I can give you my number and you can join our group chat. We do mental exercises sometimes too, like quirk analysis of pro heroes and stuff. Izuku pulled out his phone to exchange numbers. There you are, Shoto. I was looking for you. A woman with red-streaked white hair and glasses rushed over. I got lost. Shoto deadpanned. It was nice meeting you. Izuku used the distraction to escape. His face was so red he was probably glowing. Amen. Shoto headed off with the woman. Izuku is talking a lot. Why is he so red? Kiri asked. Shitty nerd is probably geeking out over the guy's quirk. Katsuki turned back to his phone. Definitely geeking, that's his mumble face. Mina agreed. Okay, but why is he blushing? Kiri asked. Maybe he's nervous? Wait, why did he get out his phone? Mina leaned forward. That's the woman I said he was with earlier. Ice quirk. I'm tellin' ya. Izuku waved bye to the two and rushed back over. Midoriya Izuku, did you just get a date? Mina grinned. What? Why would you say that? Izuku buried his face in his hands. Then why did you get his number? Mina asked in a sing-song. He's training to be a hero too, but he doesn't have a lot of micro-control. So, I kinda offered to help him with it. In a completely not date way. Mina smirked. He doesn't have a lot of free time, so he won't be coming over every day or anything. Izuku explained. Don't care. What was his quirk? Katsuki asked. We're still competing. I won. It's fire and ice. Sorry Mina, you're down too. Ah man. I gotta get back in the game. Okay, so who picks this time? Me. I pick that guy. Kiri selected their next target. Don't pick this one up. Katsuki smirked. Winter and third term ended. March was spent mostly helping Kiri and Mina prepare for finals, and surprisingly they made it to the top 10 in their class. April continued with Eraserhead being a no-show. They agreed to go back to Dagoba Beach practice starting that weekend. Shoto wanted to join, but his father was probably going to be home. He didn't talk about his father much, but the man definitely pushed his son too hard. The only free time Shoto had was when his father was out of town. On those days, he would meet to practice precise ice control only. Izuku couldn't get him to practice fire control yet. He practiced making tools and weapons and becoming more intricate with them. At first it was as simple as ice spears and bats, now he was trying to create tools. Shoto had to work to make his ice as hard as possible but also with fine details. It was quite challenging. In the beginning, everything looked like a miniature iceberg. I wonder if Shoto will be able to stop by at all this week. Izuku and Kaken had just left school for the day. It was only 2 days into the first term of their third year. Shitty Icy Hot needs to tell his dad to F off. He needs to start sparring with us so I can kick his butt. Kaken wasn't happy when Shoto said he wouldn't spar with them. Izuku figured he was still getting used to them. He'd only managed to meet up with them 4 times in the past few months. Usually he chatted with them in the group chat. Well, more like listened and then replied with 1 or 2 words. Sometimes the odd emoji. Yesterday he'd responded with a full sentence, so growth? The only time he really sent more was in the hero fight quirk analysis. And then it was usually a document sent directly to Izuku. I think he'd be amazing to spar with. I wonder if he found out about next weekend. Izuku patted his pockets for his phone. Then checked his bag. He stopped walking and started searching more frantically. Crap. Kaken, I gotta head back to school. I left my phone in my desk. Izuku was already running when he heard Kaken yell, "Idiot, I'm getting a soda." There was a convenience store just ahead. They often stopped for afternoon snacks or drinks on their way home. Izuku yelled back, "Meet you at the corner in a few minutes." Izuku stepped in a green puddle as he was running. He shook his foot as he dashed back to school. He'd only be a minute. The wet squelching sound of thick mucus squeezing up through the sewer grate echoed in the underpass. A large green blob dragged itself fully out of the drain and 2 bulbous eyes wheeled around. I have to get out of here. Of course there's no one in this empty but alley. Gotta get to the main streets. Cursing, the garbage-smelling slime man stretched up and grabbed a hold of the railing along the overpassing street. More and more of his body shifted until he was fully on the roadway. There were people passing along the sidewalk ahead. Flattening his body, he oozed himself forward as quickly as he could. Just as he reached the street, some kid stepped on him. "You FNG dare?" But that might be a good idea. A meat shield could hide him from the behemoth chasing him. A medium-sized meat shield it is. Another brat was heading in the other direction with his back to him. He lunged forward and enveloped half of his body immediately. "What the F dash?" The kid yelled. "I'm just hijacking your body. Calm down. It'll only hurt for a minute. Then it'll be all over." The kid flailed and tried to pull the sludge off of him. "Get the F off me with your shitty but vomit self." That won't work, I'm fluid, see?" The sludge covered more of the kid's body and tried to converge on his mouth. As it drew closer in, the kid pointed his hands against the sludge coming up his sides and left off explosions from his palms. The sludge at the point of explosion was pushed back, but quickly reformed. The kid kept making explosions to drive him back, but he was slowly losing ground. Must be his quirk? That's a powerful quirk. Wonder if I can use it when I steal your body. I'm gonna effing kill you. Oh my god. A villain. He has a hostage. Someone call the heroes. The thunderous conflict drew attention everywhere. People were standing around watching or pulling out their phones to record. A few actually called for help. Many were gawking at the small fires lit by the combustion quirk and watched as they slowly grew. Gotta hurry this up. Be a good kid, stop fighting one cha. He asked. The grate with small traces of slime on it burst up from the ground. I thought he came up here? The slime trail led this way. But there's nothing after the grate? Did he double back? All Might had been pursuing the sludge-like villain since he robbed a bank a short while ago. It shouldn't have taken so long, but the villain's body was able to fit into places Toshinori just couldn't. It made pursuit difficult. He'd already lost and had to find the trail again several times. Maybe he went down a smaller side pipe? I'll go back and check. Toshinori retreated back into the drain to see if he could find any side trails he missed earlier. The flashlight on his cell phone wasn't that helpful since everything was slimy down here. Plus he had no signal while underground and couldn't pull up a schematic to follow. Gotta hurry this up. Something bad could happen if he's allowed to roam free. Izuku reached in his desk and pulled out his phone. Stupid. Izuku chastised himself and then jogged down the stairs and back to the school gate. He double-checked his messages and sent one to Kaken letting him know he was on his way. A muffled boom sounded in the distance. It sounded like Kaken's quirk, but the sound was baffled. Running on the beach built incredible stamina. Izuku was grateful as he took off down the road once again. It was probably nothing. He was just overreacting. But Kaken wasn't answering his phone. The call once again cycled to voicemail. Smoke was billowing up above the buildings a few blocks away. It was the same direction as the now regular explosions. When Izuku rounded the last corner, there were already heroes on scene. Death Arms was blocking people from advancing. Backdraft was busy putting out the fires before they spread to the apartment buildings. Kamui Woods was pulling civilians to safety from those buildings. And Mount Lady was spectating? In the center, a slime villain was trying to engulf Kaken. No one was doing anything. He had to use his explosions to keep forcing the sludge back as it tried to force its way down his throat. The liquid was absorbing the blast energy too much to be truly effective. With his hands now covered in liquid slime, he had to rub them together to up the concentration of nitroglycerin-based sweat to force an explosion large enough to give him room to breathe. None of us have good quirks for this matchup. Death Arms muttered. We've sent for a hero better suited for this. I'm not good with fires. Kamui Woods complained. The street's just too narrow for me, sorry. Mount Lady propped her chin in her hand and leaned on a building overlooking the scene. Well, I've got my hands full here. Someone needs to do something. Backdraft said. Seriously, why weren't they doing anything? Kaken was clearly having difficulty breathing. Why are they just standing around? Izuku wondered aloud. He's got a hostage kid. The heroes are worried what he'll do if they go in unprepared, they said so. One of the civilian spectators replied. That's not a hostage situation. That's attempted murder. What do they think will happen if Kaken stops breathing? Izuku yelled. They're not going to do anything. Someone has to do something. Izuku locked eyes with Kaken. He was scared. Kaken was never supposed to be scared. He was brashly overconfident. He glared at challenges. This was not how Kaken should ever look. Public quirk usage was illegal. Without really thinking about what he was doing, Izuku pulled his hoodie out and tossed his bag on the sidewalk beside a drink machine. He tugged it on, covering his gakurin and hair. His quirk was eager, dancing on his skin almost before he pulled it up, letting it flow through all of his limbs to strengthen his arms and boost his speed. Kaken! Eyes! Izuku yelled and made a hand gesture like Kaken did when setting off his explosions. Katsuki looked up and saw the eyes floating above his head. He changed his position so instead of blasting out for a breath, he blasted up. The explosion hit the villain's eyeball and he shrieked. Ah! At the same time he was distracted, Izuku pushed himself to level 6. His bones creaked and the pavement caved in with pressure. He dashed straight for Katsuki and dove through the villain. He had enough force that with the villain distracted, he was able to grab Kaken and pull them both out the other side. They rolled on the ground and finally came to a stop. Kaken was coughing and vomiting up green fluid. The sludge villain turned to them. I'm gonna kill you effing kids. He seemed to be having trouble seeing as he was only vaguely moving in their direction. Kaken had probably damaged his eyes at least a little with that blast. Kamui Woods finally started trying to grab the villain, but his vines couldn't catch fluid. Have no fear. For I am here. All Might came bursting up from the manhole cover by the sludge villain. With a single punch, he changed the weather and the other heroes were able to begin recovering the villain. Sheet, Izuku, you gotta get out of here. Kaken's voice was hoarse from gagging. He was clear on what Izuku had done. The doctor's notes wouldn't cover blatant and intentional quirk usage. Right, see if you can get my bag? I'll be at the convenience store. Izuku pulled on his quirk to boost his speed and dashed through the crowd as a green streak heading in the opposite direction before doubling back. He kept checking to see if he was being followed before ducking into an alley to pull off his hoodie. It took some doing and was rather pudgy looking, but he was able to put his hoodie back on under his Gakurin jacket. It did help to change his body shape if anyone was looking for him. After trying, and most definitely failing, to look nonchalant, Izuku wandered into the store and pretended to be having trouble selecting a drink. The whistling definitely sold his innocent act. The hero's FNG finally remembered he was there. Katsuki was on his knees vomiting up bits of that BS dirty all over the pavement. The paramedics helped him up and brought him to the ambulance. They gave him a blankie for some FING reason, but at least he could use it to wipe off the slime. It was everywhere. Vitals were checked, his lungs were listened to. They wanted to take him to the hospital. Katsuki was having no part in that sheet. Just as he was about to storm off, the police and heroes came over. All Might was still surrounded by the press, but Death Arms and Kamui Woods were obviously not doing sheet. You were really tough out there, kid. That's an amazing quirk you have. You should be my sidekick someday. Death Arms praised. Yes, you were admirable in your ability to hold off the villain until All Might arrived. Kamui Woods added. Are you FING serious? All Might didn't save me, you idiots. Katsuki was livid. Ah yes, the reckless boy. He should be reprimanded for illegal quirk usage. He could have gotten himself killed, or you. Death Arms chided. How the F could he have made anything worse? And what the hell were you useless sheets doing? Standing around for pictures. Katsuki stood up, though it gave him no height advantage over the bulkier hero. Calm down, kid. Your friend was in the wrong. My friend? None of you business are my friends. No one could ever accuse Katsuki of being stupid. He knew they probably figured Izuku was his friend, but no way in hell would he admit it. Of course he's your friend. He called your name. Kamui Woods said. That's not my name. Did you even listen when I gave my name to the cops? He said something like, catch you, and eyes. That's all I could make out. Thank if Izuku called him by that stupid but nickname. Oh, that could have been what he said? It was quite loud. Kamui Woods looked to Death Arms, who just shrugged. So you don't know the kid who saved you? A policeman standing behind the heroes asked. Look, I just got out of school. I was walking down the road, alone, and got attacked by a villain. Then this guy on the street decides to help me when the heroes and the police won't. If you want someone to blame, why don't you cite these two dumbasses for failing to do their jobs? We couldn't do anything, our quirks weren't right for the situation. Death Arms argued. Really, so Vine Boy here couldn't have grab me out of the slime? Or you couldn't have done a running grab like that guy did? The F kind of heroes are you? I could not get close because of your quirk. Kamui Woods tried to defend himself. Right. And you couldn't have asked me to redirect my blasts. The fact some random guy on the street could figure that out and you couldn't makes me wonder how you got your license. Katsuki threw the blanket down and started stomping off. Where are you going? We're not done here. The cop shouted. I'm effing done. You have my name and address. I'm calling my parents and going home. I'd rather find my own doctor than any you guys sent me to, might end up dead. Katsuki flipped them off and kept walking. No one said anything when he grabbed up the bright yellow book bag on the sidewalk and kept going. It was difficult getting around as All Might when the press were around. Yagi finally made his way to the other heroes. Where is the boy? He became upset and decided to go home. He said he would seek medical help if he needed. Kamui Woods hedged. Oh, you mean the victim? You let him just leave? He was quite unhappy with how we handled the situation. He's a little sheet. Death Arms put his hands on his hips. What of the other person? The one who dove in to save him? Toshinori had some concerns. That guy took off before anyone could get a good look at him. Probably wanted to dodge any vigilante charges. Death Arms huffed. Did no one know who he was? We thought he might know the victim, but they were strangers apparently. That was the only clue we had to go off of. He was probably a random spectator. Death Arms shrugged. Thanks for the save though. We never could have handled the villain without you. Really? But didn't the poor boy the villain grabbed point out his weakness was his eyes? And Backdraft could have diluted his sludge with water. I doubt he'd have been able to hold his shape them. Toshinori was most definitely not book smart like Mirai or David, but he did understand fights. It's a pity. I had something I wanted to talk about with the person who stepped in. If you have any leads, please let me know. He gave an all-might salute and then leaped into the air. Toshinori was internally panicking. The reason he'd been able to arrive at the fight at all was because of the feeling of resonance in his quirk. It felt like his quirk was both with him and somewhere else. He followed that feeling to the incident. The witness statement he'd overheard said a person from the crowd activated a quirk that made lightning trace across their skin and then they used super strength and speed to snatch the victim from the sludge villain. He needed to talk to someone? Maybe it was time to call Mirai? But first he'd call Tsukachi. Let's go, nerd. Katsuki's voice was still hoarse. He cleared his throat as he dropped Izuku's heavy but bag at his feet. Kaken, are you okay? Do you want something to drink? Izuku spun around holding 2 different drinks. I'll get my sheet, you get yours. The scratchy feeling in his throat wasn't clearing up. He grabbed 2 bottles of water and went to the counter to pay. He could hear Izuku scrambling to catch up. Once he'd paid, he downed one of the bottles entirely and tossed the empty. Do you need to go to the hospital? Izuku asked. Want to go home for now? Seeing a doctor was probably something he needed to do, but for now all he wanted was to get home as soon as possible. Did anyone you know? In the future, try not to scream that we know each other if you're gonna break the law, idiot. Oh no. I wasn't thinking. I just needed to get your attention. Izuku clasped his hands on top of his head. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. You didn't do shit. Told them you yelled catch, and that I didn't know who the hell you were. You're clear unless they have cameras or some shit. It should be fine. I was in the crowd when I pulled on my hoodie and I'm short. Izuku's voice trailed off. Barely taller than Pinky. Katsuki coughed and hacked up more sludge. Kaken, you need to go to a doctor. FNG later. Katsuki stomped his way down the sidewalk with Izuku chasing after him. I'm glad you're okay. I came around the corner and everyone was just standing there. It scared me. Izuku admitted. Not enough if you managed to do something not like me. What do you mean? You were doing something. You kept that slime a-hole from choking you. In case you didn't realize, you were the only one doing anything. Izuku grabbed Katsuki's arm and pulled him to face him. I got grabbed and had to be saved. How can I be a top hero if I can't even save myself? Katsuki didn't mean to yell. Hey, sorry, this probably isn't the best place for this conversation, but Kaken, you're not a hero yet. You're 13. You haven't even fully developed your quirk yet. Give yourself some slack. You aren't expected to be able to take on anything. Yeah. 'Cause you handled that situation, didn't you? He sounded like he was whining. Because I was outside of the situation. I had more options. What could I have done if I was being floated in that sludge? Nothing. There's nothing to push off of. I couldn't have even created space to breathe like you did. Not everything has to be solved alone. Sometimes it's a team effort. Even All Might works with sidekicks and other heroes. Izuku squeezed his shoulders. There are always situations where we could use help. Katsuki understood what he was saying. Logically it made sense in his head. But he was still convinced having to be rescued meant he was weak. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath to try and clear his head, but ended up bent over with another coughing fit. I'm calling your mom. Izuku pulled out his med phone. He sighed and leaned against a lamppost while Izuku ratted him out to his mom. Katsuki pulled out his own phone and found it was fried. Green sludge was oozing out of the joints. Just great. Okay, Aunt Mitsuki, I'll see you in a bit. Izuku finally hung up. Your mom is going to meet us at Mizudafu General. Let's go. He grabbed Katsuki's elbow and didn't give him the option to refuse. I can if I walk you know. Sure. So, how was it meeting All Might? Like I so wanted to talk to him again, but I couldn't risk it. I didn't get to. He was with the press the whole time. Then I blew up at OFA arms and left. That was something he regretted. He could have met his idol, but then again maybe not in that situation. That was not the impression he wanted the man to have of him. Bakugo Katsuki wouldn't be a victim. Yagi-san, you sounded worried on the phone. Is everything alright? Naomasa welcomed Yagi into his apartment. I just had a weird encounter and I think I just need to talk it out with someone. Yagi, in his deflated form, stooped through the door and removed his shoes. Well, sit down and explain it. I'll get some tea while you gather your thoughts. It was only early evening, but Naomasa considered starting dinner. Yagi was still staring at his hands lost in thought when he was handed a cup of green tea. So what's happened? There was a villain earlier. He robbed a bank and then used his quirk to escape through the sewers. I couldn't keep up since he had a boneless slime body that could slip through pipes and things. He ended up grabbing a child to try and hide inside his body. I heard about that. The kid was fighting him off with his quirk until a civilian jumped in and pulled him to safety. It was very weird how none of the heroes on the scene were able to do anything. Yes, I spoke with a few of them about that. Apparently, they thought none of them had an appropriate quirk to handle the situation. But that wasn't the issue. The thing is, I lost the villain. I couldn't even follow the explosions in the sewers with how sound travels down there. Yagi admitted. Then how did you show up just in time? I felt something, like an echo but not a sound. It felt like something was calling to One for All. I could feel my quirk reaching out and followed that feeling to the scene. I don't think you've ever mentioned something like that happening before. Could it be related to All for One? I don't think so. It felt familiar, but it's been ages since it happened. Back when Nana first gave me One for All, I could sometimes feel where she was before I could see her if I concentrated. Like the remnants of One for All in her. And the One for All in me were drawn to each other. I'm not sure what you're suggesting. He had an idea, but Naomasa hoped he was wrong. The civilian who jumped in had a very similar quirk. They were super fast, super strong, and the energy appeared like electricity sparking all over his body. And my hero time is still going down even after the surgery. Yagi slumped back in the couch. What you're saying can't be possible. One for All can't be stolen. If it could be, All for One would have stolen it decades ago. And yet, my instincts are telling me that person had my quirk and I don't even know how long they've had it. If you really think that's what's going on, you need more help than I can give you. You need to talk to Nizu or finally call Mirai. He could use his quirk and then you'd know the truth at least. I think you're right. Yagi pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts. Izuku was pretty sure Kaken was the worst patient the nurse had ever seen. They wanted to keep him overnight for observation, since he might have fluid in his lungs, but he absolutely refused. The scene he caused almost got them all banned. The doctors eventually relented when Mitsuki assured them she'd do every hour checks on him overnight. Finally they could leave. Mitsuki dropped Izuku off at his home. Today was probably the first time in forever he hadn't done any training. Izuku, welcome home, honey. How's Katsuki? His mother greeted him in the Genkan. He's okay. Aunt Mitsuki has to watch him overnight, but they think he'll be fine. That's wonderful. You can tell your friends, they've been calling for updates. Oh shoot. Izuku pulled out his phone and turned it back on. The hospital had strict rules on cell phones and he'd forgotten to turn it back on when they left. 17 missed calls and a flood of text messages. I wonder how many Kaken has? I'll call them now. The yellow book bag made a thud as it was dropped on the floor by the door. Izuku ran to his room and called Kirishima first. Mito bro. How's Bakugo? He's fine, he's back home. The sludge ruined his phone so he probably won't be able to answer you till he gets another one. We saw the news while we were on the train. It was already over by the time we got to the stop. Oh no, Kaken is going to hate that. I forgot there were reporters there too. Having everyone know what happened is one thing. But everyone watching it? No one would like their worst day being broadcast to the world. That was you, wasn't it? Kiri asked. The one who you know. Yeah, I mean if you were watching, you saw how the heroes weren't doing anything. I couldn't just watch. Did the police? No one knows. I mean, that's not accidental quirk usage. Could you recognize me? Like if you didn't know my quirk? Izuku asked. Nah, just a green streak really. Izuku sighed, relieved. No one had called his mom and no one came to see them at the hospital. Maybe they got away with it? Izuku apologized again for not checking his phone sooner and then hung up so he could do the same with Mina. They'd called off practice the next 2 days, much to Katsuki's frustration. All he wanted was to blast the sheet out of something. He tried to go out and blow off some steam on his own, but the hag refused to let him. Finally, it was Sunday and they were meeting at Dagoba. Zuka tried to talk to him several times on the train over, but he wasn't having it. It was probably going to be some iteration of concern. If one more person asked him if he was okay or recovering, he was going to lose his sheet. So, earbuds in and music on blast the whole way to Kiri's. Baku bro. Katsuki heard that even over his headphones. Bone-crushing hugs were not his thing. Unfortunately, Kiri didn't ask before slamming into him. Get off me sappy hair. The jostling knocked one of his earbuds out. They rocked hard as a second body joined. Blasty, why have you been ignoring us? Mina squeezed him and backed off. Thankfully, Kiri did too. My phone got wrecked. Katsuki dropped his sheet in his wagon and set off. Kaken, you got a new phone the next day. You were just ignoring everyone. Izuku and the others caught up. The snitch. Man, Blasty, you were tearing up that villain. Even with the quirk matchup being so bad. Yeah man, I mean I would have been so screwed. Kiri lamented. Katsuki hadn't expected to hear that. He expected more of what he got from his parents. Questions about how he felt, if he needed more time before going back to school. He hadn't even realized how tense he was until his shoulders eased. That's why we have to work on being more well-rounded and getting support gear to fill in the holes. I kept thinking about what I would do if I'd been snatched up. Like how could I do something like Kaken to push the sludge off? And then I remembered how All Might blasted him away without even touching him, and I think I could maybe do something similar on a small scale. Izuku tried to dig out his notebook while pulling his wagon. Jesus, wait till we get there to nerd out. Alright. They turned up the road to the beach and Izuku handed his wagon handle to Kirishima as he double-checked the camera feeds. Let's load up the wagons later. I need to blow off some steam. Katsuki rolled his neck. We're good to do some quirk warm-ups first. No one's been here in the past few hours. Izuku confirmed. Yeah. It's been a while since we let go. Gotta knock the dust off. Kiri fist-pumped and took off into the trash maze. He's like a puppy. Mina giggled, but grabbed her bag and jogged after him. Izuku hung back and walked beside Katsuki. Don't overdo it just because you want to prove something. Don't tell me what to do, nerd. I'm serious. Your blasts are strong. If you aren't careful, you can screw up your wrists. We have all day. I know what I'm doing. It would have felt good to let loose like that in the moment. Later he would have regretted it. Punching a wall seems great at the time, but the weeks healing broken bones aren't worth it. Katsuki was smart enough to know that. He also, finally, realized that maybe Izuku was just being a friend. He was concerned but not, insulting him for not being as capable. They worked out their quirks for about an hour. Kaken was blasting targets with Mina and Izuku was using his quirk to help Kirishima work on his hardening by sparring with chain-link fence poles they'd found. The poles were considerably less straight by now. Well, at least you all have a decent handle on your quirks. The tired voice came from behind them. Everyone froze and snapped their heads around as they grouped up. There, perched in the observation tower like a gargoyle with his phone's camera turned towards them, was Eraserhead. Now, I think we have some things to talk about, don't you? Eraserhead's grin was maniacal. How? Kiri stuttered. Izuku pulled out his phone and double-checked, but there had been no notification from any of the motion sensors. I don't know. Nothing was sent to the app. You overlooked other paths to the beach, problem child. Eraserhead said as he used his capture weapon to descend the tower. But there's only one road to the beach. Izuku was confused. Someone could come through the maritime forest, but it's so thick there are no pathways. It would take forever and be incredibly loud. You're looking in the wrong direction. You came on a boat? Mina gaped. No, the beach north of here. Now let's go. We have a meeting to get to. Eraserhead lead the way out of the maze directly. It would have taken a long time to become so familiar with the pathways. But the shoreline is rocky in the middle. We can't run from one beach to the other. The only reason you would even attempt that path is if you knew we had sensors monitoring the main path. Izuku was stuck on trying to figure out where he went wrong. How did you find them? I thought we hid them super well. You did. But can anyone really hide anything from Nizu? That second part was exasperated. Eraserhead waited at the wagons for them to pack up to go. Go ahead and call your parents. Tell them to meet us at UA. A bot will escort them in. Nizu? UA? What's going on? Are we in trouble? Kiri bit his lip. Obviously. But not as much as you could have been if someone else found you. Be grateful for that. Now call your parents. There was a car parked between the two beaches. Somehow the idea of Eraserhead driving was the most unbelievable part. Izuku's mother had been frantic and agreed to come over immediately. He hadn't told her exactly what was going on, figuring that was a problem for future Izuku. Unfortunately, the future wasn't far enough away for him to figure out a solution. The thrill of walking on UA's campus was dampened by the reason for their visit. Kiri looked almost to tears. Kaken was quietly seething. And somehow Mina was just taking it in stride. How are you not freaking out? Izuku whispered to her. Well, it's not like I can do anything now, right? And if I'm calm, I'll be able to better react. Mina gave him finger funs as she headed in the building. That's either really smart or really stupid. There were no classes on Sunday. Campus had nearly no people. There were echoes coming down the halls occasionally to suggest at least some students came in on their off day. Eraserhead lead them through the empty halls. Izuku and Kiri were focused on his back. Mina was busy gawking at everything. And Kaken was snarling at everything and nothing. The room he took them to looked like a standard conference room. There was a single large table in the middle with a whole lot of chairs. They would be able to fit everyone and their parents plus some in the room. Sit down while we wait. Eraserhead walked to a corner and climbed into a bright yellow sleeping bag. He pulled out a jelly pack and started slurping. He completely ignored them after settling in. Welcome to UA. It is so nice to finally meet you. A cheery voice came from the head of the table. They turned to see who it was as the chair spun around. Am I a mouse? Am I a bear? What's more important, I'm the principal of UA. Please have a seat. The mouse bear principal was set his teacup on the saucer and gestured to the array of chairs. Kaken grabbed the nearest and fell into it. He crossed his arms and scowled at the principal. Kiri sat next to him more gingerly. Izuku and Mina joined. Oh wow. It's nice to meet you, I'm Mina Ishido. Are we in trouble? Because this obviously isn't a police station. I mean you called our parents, but like, you aren't gonna call the cops are you? How was Mina so calm? It is very nice to meet you as well, Mrs. Ishido. We will discuss your predicament when your parents arrive, but suffice to say, we are not calling the police. Nizu held a faint smile that felt very fake to Izuku. He had something up his sleeve. Will this mess up our applications to UA? Kiri finally asked. That will all depend on how this meeting progresses. Your parents are arriving now. Let us wait till they join us. How did Nizu know their parents were here now? He hadn't looked at anything. There were no alarms or chimes that he could hear. Were they at a pitch humans couldn't hear? But then would humans with hearing quirks be able to hear them? Shut it. Geek later. Kaken grumbled. Izuku slapped his hand over his mouth. The whole time he had been mumbling, Nizu's smile had gotten wider and wider. Mina's dad was the first to arrive. He was much taller than Mina but looked very similar to her. His skin was more purple than pink and he did not have her horns, though her mother did. He was reserved and greeted everyone, then sat down next to his daughter. Next to arrive were both of Kiri's moms. They were dressed so professional in suits with their dark hair pulled back. The drama came with Izuku and Kaken's mothers. Izuku! Inko barreled in and hugged him from behind. Mom? What's wrong? Brat, why are you getting in trouble with a school you don't even attend yet? Aunt Mitsuki came in behind her and slapped the back of Kaken's head. Effing hag. I ain't done shit. Kaken glared. Right then, why are we all here? An excellent question, Mrs. Bakugo. If you could all sit down, we could begin. Nizu chimed in. The teens were forced to separate so they could sit next to their parents. Izuku's mother clung to his arm embarrassingly. Now, we have called you all here because your children were caught in public practicing their quirks without license or supervision. What the hell, cat? How could you F up like that when you have somewhere legal to train your quirk already? Aunt Mitsuki twisted Kaken's ear. Mrs. Bakugo, if you could please restrain yourself. Nizu had lost his jovial tone and sounded far more serious than before. Right, sorry. Please go on. They were rather responsible in their law-breaking, ironically. They ensured there was no one around, they were at a deserted beach, and they used proper protective gear. However, the law is very clear. Quirk usage in public is restricted for many reasons. This is especially true for young people who may make mistakes easier and underestimate the impact of their quirks. Without proper supervision in safe environments, they could end up injuring themselves or others and not being able to receive help in a timely fashion. Nizu explained. Mr. Nizu, sir? Yes, Midoriya? You keep bringing up supervision. Is there even an option for that? Indeed there is. Eraserhead here is also a teacher at UA. He has been aware of your extracurricular activities for some time. It was simply a matter of catching them in the act. Which was not as easy as it sounds, I might add. Quite impressive, Mr. Midoriya. He has agreed to oversee their training until hero course entrance exams if they agree to follow certain terms and sign a contract. Nizu pulled up a stack of paper from nowhere and walked across the tabletop to distribute them. Ijiro, I thought you said you were only using your quirk at the Bakugos? The shorter blue-haired woman on Kiri's left asked. We were? But we wanted something more to practice against, and no one goes to Dagoba because it's all trash. Kiri curled in on himself in his seat. I should have known something was up when you started spending time at that trash heap. If you were going to do volunteer work, you would have picked something where you could work around people. The woman on his right looked like an identical copy to Kiri. Her black hair was pulled back in a bun and her red eyes looked tired. I'm so sorry. It didn't seem like a big deal at the time. If you look over the paperwork, there is an agreement to only train with the supervision of pro-hero Eraserhead, Mr. Aizawa there. Nizu gestured to the corner. The parents all startled as they realized they'd overlooked the hero even though he was in a bright yellow sleeping bag. They are also required to complete a community service project. Since they already started, even if it was a cover story, they will be required to clean Dagoba Beach every Sunday, again with supervision. The fact it is highly isolated with dangerously unstable structures should make that self-explanatory. If you sign these contracts and agree to this, there will be no further repercussions and nothing will be noted in your personal records as you are all minors. Izuku started and then looked around to make sure everyone was fine with him asking questions. I don't have any objections to the conditions, I was just wondering where we would train if not on the beach. There are several off-campus training facilities owned by UA across the city. We'll be using the one closest to your homes. You will meet me every day Monday through Friday a half hour after school lets out. Saturdays will be training free, that's non-negotiable. Eraserhead stared at Kaken, his eyes faintly glowing red, as he started to argue. You're barely teenagers. Your body needs a break. Sundays will be for beach cleanup and beach cleanup only. Mom. Izuku wanted to sign immediately. This is honestly not a bad deal. We're actually making out with it. I want to do it. Inko clutched his arm tighter. I understand. It's just that I worry so much. You need to train your quirk, I know. After all, you accidentally used it and broke your arm. I need you to be safe. What Principal Niza said is right, you guys could have been seriously injured and no one would have found out for hours. We weren't trying to make you worry. We tried to be as safe as possible and had a spotter whenever we were training in case there was an accident. I'm sorry. Okay, where do we sign? Inko pulled up the paperwork to start reading through it. Same here. Better to have someone watching over this hellion if he's going to be doing stupid shit. Mitsuki flipped through the pages and quickly signed all the highlighted areas, then passed the paperwork over. Kaken stared at her for a few seconds, then took a breath and signed his name on the contract. Mina's dad was having a hushed conversation with her, but then went through the paperwork as well. We'll sign, but Ijiro, you're grounded for a month. Outside of training and beach cleanup, don't even think about it. And no games either. Kiri's look-alike mom was stern on that. Yes, ma'am. Kiri nodded enthusiastically. Well then, I hope we have a wonderful 10 months of training before I see you all at the UA entrance exam. Nizu clapped his hands. Now, would anyone like some tea while we discuss the finer details? Toshinori took a deep breath and walked through the doors of the Hero Agency. He'd never actually been here. Mirai had set it up after they parted ways. Hello, I'm here to meet with Mirai, Sir Night-Eye. Can you tell him Yagi is here? With his recovery, Toshinori's deflated form looked more like his hero form. He wasn't emaciated anymore. There were still enough points of difference to make the secretary double take but not connect him to All Might, though he looked similar. At best he looked like his own relative. He's already waiting for you. Please use the elevator and head to the 4th floor. He's in the room at the far end. Thank you so much. Toshinori stepped over to the elevator, which opened immediately. Why couldn't things slow down? It felt like it had only been a few minutes since he called Mirai earlier in the week to set up this meeting. More calming breaths were needed as he ascended. When the elevator dinged to let him know he'd arrived, his eyes snapped open. This was nerve-wracking. Thankfully, no one was on the floor. In fact, Toshinori had seen very few people downstairs. It was likely Mirai had sent most of them home so they could have the meeting with no interruptions. Knock knock knock. Come in. Toshinori hesitated for just a second, then forced himself to go in. Hello, Mirai. It's been a while. All Might, how nice of you to visit. Oh, that was bad. He was being extra formal and he only did that when he was said. Yeah, but... Well, first, I think I need to apologize. You think? I do. I do need to apologize. At the time, in the moment, I was mad about so much. I was angry I'd been so badly injured. Angry we didn't have proof all for one was dead. Angry everything seemed to be falling apart when it should have been the ultimate victory. Toshinori wrung his hands as he tried to remember all the ways he's planned out this conversation. I realized later you were right, but then, I was a coward. I couldn't admit I was wrong and I let us drift apart. Seconds ticked away. Toshinori looked up to see Mirai sitting at his desk tapping his long finger on his Hanko seal. He looked bored, even a little tired, but Toshinori knew his mind was working through everything he could possibly have meant in those few stuttered sentences. Have a seat. I want to accept your apology, but I need some time. You were quite harsh. Toshinori grimaced. I'm not saying I refuse to accept it, just let me work through my own thoughts. Now, what was it that gave you the impetus to admit you were wrong? Toshinori sat down in the surprisingly large chair. Mirai might be taking his time to consider his words, but he had gone through the trouble to ensure Toshinori wouldn't be uncomfortable and folded in half for the conversation. He still cared, but he was just as awkward with his feelings as ever. Right? I'm not even sure where to begin. You know I had corrective surgery, right? When Mirai nodded, he continued. Well, it wasn't as successful as they thought. I gained back a lot of time, but it was still steadily decreasing, just at a slower rate. I figured the decline was still a result of my injury and the surgery wasn't able to correct it all. But, the other day I felt something that made me reconsider. I assume this was the day you called me? Yes. I felt something call to my quirk and I followed it to an incident. A villain had taken a hostage and the hostage was saved by a civilian instead of the heroes. What do you mean by a call? It felt like something was pulling at one for all. I felt something similar before, but reverse? Like it was pulling to me, not away then. When was this? It was a very long time ago. It was right after Nana passed one for all on to me. I could sometimes feel the connection between us if I was focusing. I felt it the other day. Mirai. I think I lost one for all. Toshinori buried his face in his hands. What do you mean you lost one for all? Mirai sounded exasperated by him. I think I accidentally gave it away. Mirai was quiet for a few seconds. The tension in the room was pressing down on Toshinori. To who? Toshinori cringed. I didn't get his name. What do you mean? What nonsense is this? How can you lose your quirk? Mirai was livid. I mean, I'm not sure it was him. I think it was. I found a kid I thought would make a good successor, like you wanted me to do, but he was too young at the time. I wanted to wait, but I forgot to get his name since I met him right before my surgery, like same day. By the time I was out of the hospital, I couldn't find him. And you think this is the only possibility because? He's the only person I've even had the thought of passing my quirk on to. That's the main thing that keeps one for all from being stolen. Toshinori. Ugh. Mirai seemed exasperated, but he took a breath and recovered his composure. And you attempted to locate this boy? Who helped you? Naomasa helped, but it didn't go far. The kid was involved in a villain attack and the police had his information, but they scubbed it since he was a minor. Naomasa got access to the quirk registry for the prefecture, but all we concluded was he wasn't actually from Kanagawa. He's probably from Shizuoka since he was in Mizudafu the other day. I thought about having Nizu help me look, but I knew the boy was interested in UA, so I've been getting certified to be a teacher there. Toshinori thought his plan was fine back when he thought he had time to pass on his quirk. But now? He'd wasted years that should have been spent training his successor. Absolutely not. But I've already signed the contract to teach there next year. No, not the teaching thing. You cannot discuss this with that maniacal chimera. Of all the people you should be wary of, Nizu already knows too much. As much as he enjoys his games, he would likely find your successor and steal him out from under you. Access to the quirk registry requires paperwork and could expose this to the HSPC, so we can't go that route. Tell me everything about the incident. We can start from there. Mirai pulled out his laptop. I'm so glad you're helping me with this. It's like old times. Toshinori leaned forward in his chair. I still haven't forgiven you. This just takes precedence. Mirai shot him down. Apparently it would take some time to right this wrong. There was a middle school boy who was grabbed by a villain. The other heroes were just managing the scene. The person I think has one for all was there and apparently got impatient with them. He used his quirk, my quirk, to save the victim. That's when I showed up, but he ran while I was dealing with the villain. Then the reporters kept me busy, so I didn't realize he was gone till it was too late. And none of the police got his name or description? Mirai was logging in to the police database open to heroes. He was wearing a hood so no one saw his face. What about the victim? He would have gotten an up-close look at him. Ah yes, but well, the heroes on the scene angered him and he stormed off without mentioning anything about him. Well, that's probably only going to be helpful in concluding if this is the same person you met in Kanagawa, but at least it's something. Everyone went home with their parents for their individual punishments after leaving the meeting at UA. Izuku, I know you understand how badly you messed up, but you really need to be grateful to Mr. Aizawa. He's a pro hero. By all rights, he could have just turned you into the police. You and everyone else could have lost your chance to be heroes. You cannot be this impatient or irresponsible. Inko had sat him down on the couch and was holding his hand tight. Yes, ma'am. I just kept thinking we didn't have to worry if we didn't get caught. And that's how you knew you were doing something wrong. If you have to make sure no one knows, then you're doing something you shouldn't. You're 14. I know you feel grown, but you are still a child. You have adults in your life to help you grow and keep you safe. Don't shut us out like that again. Like Principal Nizu said, you guys could have been badly hurt, or worse, and no one would have even known. Izuku ducked his head. They hadn't meant to worry anyone. We just got caught up. UA is the top school in the nation, one of the top in the world. We have to be so much better than everyone else, and I felt, well, like I was so far behind. Honey, I know getting your quirk late makes it seem like everyone else has an advantage, but Izuku, look at me. She waited till he finally looked her in the eye. You were going to be a hero without a quirk, remember? So if you were going to do it without one, this is just another tool in your kit. What was it you said when we played that game? Don't put everything in one stat? Don't forget who you are outside of your quirk. Mom. Izuku hugged his mother and tried hard to not cry. All of them had been so anxious to get into you. They all had their own insecurities that drove them to be willing to break the rules. Well, maybe not Mina, she just craved chaos. He pulled back and sat up straight. Looking his mother in the eye again, he nodded. I promise. School on Monday passed in a blur. Izuku was anxious about meeting up with Eraserhead in the afternoon. Kaken had been quiet all day as well. The gym was a short train ride from school. They'd brought their gear with them as instructed. It was awkward to ride the train with their school bags and gym bags, but they'd agreed to bring all of their gear, including the support gear Izuku had built. He was nervous about that as well. Technically the things he made had only been used at Kaken's and at Dagoba, so it was only partly illegal. It couldn't be any worse than illegal quirk usage in public. Hey guys. Mina waved as they came from the opposite direction. Kiri was next to her, but as quiet as Kaken. Mina was as undisturbed as always. Hey, is this the right address? It just looks like a warehouse. Izuku double-checked his phone's map feature. This is a warehouse. It just also happens to be a gym. Come on, problem children. Eraserhead popped up from beside the trash can and opened the gate. F-I-N-G hobo. Kaken said under his breath. Kaken. What? Who hides behind a trash can? They entered the building to find it was a converted gym on the inside, but not like any they'd been to. There was an obstacle course like he'd seen in some parkour videos he'd watched online. There were also mats for sparring, a weightlifting area, and a track. It's like an aircraft hangar. Kiri gawked at the complex. You all were at the entrance for 12 seconds and never noticed my presence. We'll have to work on your situational awareness. You can't always have motion sensors set up. He said that while pointedly staring at Izuku, who flushed. Now, I need a baseline for your abilities, both with your quirks and without. We'll do this quirkless first. This obstacle course has been set up to simulate the types of situations you might find in the field. Without interfering or helping each other, make it around twice as fast as you can. Go line up. Oh, this will be fun. Mina cheered as she skipped over to the line. Fun? If you aren't going to take this seriously, the one who places last after all of the tests will run 20 laps without their quirks after we've finished. Now go. Mina gulped but took off when he said go. They were all pretty good at maneuvering after all of the time they spent at Dagoba. Kaken came in first and Kirishima placed last. He was still less flexible, but he was pretty close behind Mina. The second time they completed their laps alone, so they didn't have to worry about holding back with their quirks. Kaken blasted through most of the obstacles and Izuku pulled his quirk to the max he could handle. He streaked through the course and placed first, earning him a glare from Kaken. Most of the tests were pretty similar to their middle school gym class tests. Their quirks didn't even help with half of them. Right, Kirishima, you'll be doing laps after everyone is finished. Ah man. Unfortunately, so many of the tests required flexibility and that was Mina's strength and his weakness. Kaken and Izuku were neck and neck, but Kaken pulled out a win with the ball throw. He'd had lots of practice blasting shot with his explosions and Izuku was worried about breaking a bone. Now, you brought some support gear designed by Midoriya. Get it out and explain it. I can go first, Eraserhead. Izuku started pulling out his gear. Call me Aizawa-sensei when I'm not working as a hero. Here, I'm your instructor. Aizawa came closer to inspect the items Izuku was laying out on the bench. Right, Aizawa-sensei, these are pretty basic for me. I made bracers for my arms and shins since if I slip with my quirk the impact can fracture my bones. These knuckle guards add padding between the metal and my joints. The arm bracers help to distribute the force of my punches so the recoil doesn't rebound and do the same thing. I have noticed that when I pull my quirk around me, I can use it like a shield to do a similar thing. For now, I call it cowling since it covers my whole body. So, I'm hoping I won't always need this type of support since it's difficult to keep designing things to keep up with the force I can generate. I might also design some support gear for like masks with filters, communication, and surveillance, but I haven't built those since they're more for active hero work and weren't really beneficial to training. Also, the materials were hard to get since it's marketed to pros. Send me the designs to my phone. I'll have Hajime check them out. Next. They'd all exchanged contact information in the meeting yesterday. Mina stepped forward. I have these. She laid out her shoes, gloves, and face shield. So the shoes are to help me when I glide on my acid. They don't melt like my normal shoes and also reduce friction so I can slide super far. The gloves have a shunt? A thing to focus my acid. It helps me shoot a directional spray further. We've been working on making me solid in close and mid-range. Long range is still iffy. Mina wasn't keen on the terminology. And the helmet thing? Aizawa gestured to the modified goggles. Oh, those are to keep stuff out of my eyes. Mido has more complex designs, but it helps keep the acid out of my eyes to keep my vision clear. Like, it doesn't hurt unless I've been pushing my quirk hard, but even getting water in your eyes can make it hard to see. Right next. Kiri stepped forward. Right, Mido has designs for some gear I can wear that won't rip over my hardening. Also, I've been using these airsoft guns to give me some practice with guns for ranged attacks, since I'm pretty much just hand-to-hand fighting for now. And I have these things called bolus. They're for throwing and they wrap around people when they're trying to run since I'm a lot slower when my quirk is up. I've been working on it. The back of his head. It's logical to use support gear to fill in your weaknesses. Alright, that leaves only you, Bakugo. Teach. Zuka made me these bracers to support my wrists and also help with directional blasts. He also souped up my ear protection so it was more survivable. Sheets kept breaking. These are shot that can be fired using my quirk. They can travel further than an explosion alone, giving me long-range options. Plus, they FNG wreck. Kaken kept his arms crossed and just gestured to each piece. These are versatile but also simple. I'm going to take all of these to Hajime to make sure they're safe. Not doubting your designs, but sometimes your materials can have weaknesses. The support lab has the tech to make sure they're completely safe. We'll call it here for today. The rest of you can go. Kirishima, get started on your laps. Right. Kiri slumped a little but headed over to complete his punishment. Izuku hesitated a bit, and then went to join him. Mido bro. What? You don't get to do extra training without me. He took off running through the course without his quirk. You looking down on us, sappy hair? Kaken ran past a bewildered Kiri and started his own laps. You guys? Kiri's sharp-toothed smile was blinding. We're a team. Let's go, Kiri. Mina dashed past him. Right. This is so manly. I love you guys. Kiri sprinted to catch up. Problem children, all of them. Aizawa smirked and started packing up their gear. Were you able to meet with him today? Toshinori asked. No. Apparently this Bakugo Katsuki trains every day after school. I will have to come by on Saturday if I want to speak to him in person. That is a lot of dedication. Is he training to be a hero student? I could perhaps use my influence to encourage him to be more cooperative. Toshinori suggested. I do not want to go that route. For one, I would like to keep this investigation as quiet as possible. Most people will only remember that we haven't worked together in years. If you start showing up in places I am, then they will put it together that I am investigating something for you. The fewer people who know about your lost quirk, the better. Perhaps we can even recover it before it becomes noticeable. Mirai suggested. Mirai, I'm not even considering retaking my quirk. If I have passed it on to the boy I believe I did, then it would be cruel to take it from him and make him quirkless again after 2 years. And I still intend to make him my successor. Toshinori frowned. You don't really know his child. You had a short encounter with them. That is not enough time to determine if they deserve the prestigious gift that is one for all. If he is not deserving, he must return it so you can find an appropriate successor. Let's discuss this after we find the boy. Izuku was dreaming again. It had the same feeling as the weird nightmare, but the setup had changed. Instead of being surrounded on a broken platform, he was floating. It reminded him of riding the waves at the ocean. When you swim past the breakers and let the waves lazily bounce you around. It was warm to. There was a tinkling sound coming from everywhere. It was light, airy, and somehow Izuku thought it felt like a laugh. The sky above the ocean was dark. It was like the abyss in the other dream. The darkness swirled and changed. When it cleared, the sky showed a mirror image of the ocean below. The image wasn't clear though. It was cloudy, out of focus. In the haze, there was a boy floating above. It looked like it might be Izuku, or it might not. Before Izuku could figure out what it was, he felt himself sinking. There was a brush of amusement against his consciousness and Izuku woke up. It was weird but not as disturbing as the other dream. Maybe Kiri was right and he needed to see a therapist? It was still early morning, so Izuku rolled over and went back to sleep, dismissing this new dream. Mirai walked up to the gate and rang the bell. Hello. A woman's voice sounded from the speaker. Good afternoon. I am Pro-Hero Sir Night-Eye. I have some follow-up questions for Bakugo Katsuki. I spoke with a Bakugo Mizura about this earlier in the week. He told me today would be a better day. Ah yes, come in. The door buzzed and he pushed open the gate and walked up the sidewalk to the front door. Mrs. Bakugo opened the door before he reached it. Come in, Katsuki is in his room. You can sit in the living room while I go get him. Mirai stepped into the Genkan and removed his shoes. That is acceptable. Mrs. Bakugo headed back around the corner and he could hear her going upstairs. Mirai ignored her in favor of stepping into the guest slippers and padding his way to the living room at the end of the hall. The room was tastefully decorated. There were awards on the wall for fashion, but he didn't go closer to find out the specifics. He'd read up on their careers before coming over the first time. Muffled voices sounded from upstairs. Mirai couldn't make them out, but the speaker was clearly upset. Right after the exchange, someone came stomping down the stairs. Most likely the teen he was here to see. Mirai was still standing when the boy, Bakugo Katsuki, came in sight. He was not pleased about the meeting apparently. Hello, you must be Bakugo. I am Sir Night-Eye. I have a few questions for you regarding the incident the other day. Mirai extended his hand. Hopefully their assumption was correct and Bakugo knew the boy they were looking for. If he could shake hands, he could use his quirk to search his future. More than likely, he would go and warn his friend if they were actually acquainted. Unfortunately, he had underestimated how hostile Bakugo was intending to be. I said everything I needed to that day. Fucker came up from behind me, tried to kill me, blah blah blah, All Might blasted him to the stratosphere. Bakugo crossed his arms and glared at him from across the room. I actually wanted to ask you about the other person on the scene. The one who intervened before the heroes could respond. Mirai opened the folder he had and pulled out the blurry street camera image of the instance. You say that like those heroes had any intention of doing something. Those useless FS weren't gonna do anything. I have been briefed on their failing to take action because of their over-reliance on their quirks. However, I am not authorized to reprimand other heroes. I can, however, pursue lawbreakers who are guilty of vigilante actions. The witnesses on scene said this person yelled something to you before taking action. Is it possible they knew you? It was barely perceptible, but Mirai noticed the teen tensed up when he asked that. This again. He was yelling instructions. I didn't know him, I don't know him, and seriously, if I had a clue, I wouldn't tell you. So you would obstruct justice because of your personal benefit? Mirai pushed. The boy snapped his hands down to his side and leaned in. Who the F? Katsuki. Mrs. Bakugo had apparently been just around the corner. She interrupted her son as he blew up, literally and figuratively. From his palms, little pops and flares of light were going off. The boy's quirk was explosions. These must be reactionary because of his anger. Sir Night-Eye, I believe we are done here. If you are trying to accuse my son of something illegal, I'm going to demand he have his parents and legal representation anytime you speak with him. Katsuki told the cops everything he knew the day of the incident. If you want to ask more, I'll need to contact our lawyer. If you're done, please see yourself out. Mrs. Bakugo stood in front of her son and gestured to the door. The boy was standing behind her, arms crossed on his chest again, smirking at him. Then I'll be on my way. Please know this boy is wanted in connection to other incidents. If you have any information, please contact me. He slipped his card out of his pocket and dropped it on the coffee table. Then he headed out the door. A boy that antagonistic to authority would never have given up any information on someone he owed his life to. More than likely he didn't know the other person. How unfortunate he was unable to use his quirk on the boy. What the F did you do, nerd? Kaken? What are you talking about? I'm at home. Izuku had answered his phone only to be instantly accused. Sir Knight, I just left here and he was asking about you. Said you'd done lots of illegal shit. Sir Knight All Might's old sidekick? Why is he looking for me? Other than what you know of, I haven't done anything. And that should have been covered by Principal Nizu. Izuku was confused. He stopped by here all high and mighty, demanding information on the person who intervened before the heroes could respond. Katsuki mocked in a terrible impersonation of Night Eye. Then he said that person was wanted in connection to several incidents. So what the F dash? I don't know what he's talking about. That was the only time I've used my quirk in public other than Dagoba. There's no reason for him to be looking for me. And besides, I fessed up to Nizu about that day. He already knew. If Night Eye was actually investigating, wouldn't Nizu be aware? He could have cleared things up. Then what the hell is that Yaoi Hands BSRD up to? Izuku mouthed Yaoi Hands? What the hell? I don't know, but it can't be on the up and up. He must be looking for something personal. So he lied. Wait, Kaken, did you touch him? The hell are you talking about? No, I did not touch Sir Pretentious. Like not even brushing against him? Because that's how he uses his quirk. That motherfucker. He tried to shake my hand. Why would he want to use his quirk on me? Don't you remember? His quirk lets him see the future of anyone he touches. He was probably going to spy in your future to see this conversation. Never had Izuku been so glad Kaken had an aversion to touch. Well, people he wasn't close with. He had certainly warmed up with the three of them. Kiri and Mina were always hanging off of him. Well, the hag threatened to get a lawyer if he talked to me again. I'll let her know what you said. You better watch your butt, Zuku. He's a D, and I doubt he's looking for you 'cause he wants to mentor you. I will. Kaken hung up and Izuku was left confused why a hero was looking for him. It worried him why he was being pursued by a pro specifically when he hadn't done anything that serious. Maybe he should talk to Nizu again? Tashinori, I just left from the Bakugo's house. Mirai called All Might as soon as he was in the car on his way back to the agency. And did you learn anything new? Only that the boy is an absolute menace. He refused to answer any questions, but swore he had told everything he knew to the police. When I asked, he reacted very slightly. I imagine he at least saw his savior's face or some feature, but he won't tell us anything. Maybe if you give him some time and try again? That won't happen. His mother has stated if we attempt to talk to him again, we will need to have parental consent and legal representation. Doing so would bring more unwanted attention. No, we should start looking at street cameras to see if we can figure out his location. So far, we believe he's been in 2 different prefectures. And that's only if we have the same individual. It's vaguely possible there is someone with an ability similar to All for One who could have stolen your quirk through some devious means. That seems highly unlikely. I don't even want to consider the possibility of another him. Agreed. We'll meet up next weekend to attempt to gain access to the video footage. Obviously the footage from Kanagawa will be unlikely, but one can hope. Do we need to wait so long to meet? I still have my hero duties to attend to. I have been involved in an investigation which is nearing a critical phase. Besides, if the person with your quirk is willing to use it in front of several heroes and the police, they are unlikely to maintain a low profile. It is highly likely we'll hear news of a new vigilante. We should keep an ear out for that. I suppose. I didn't get that impression from the boy I met. He seemed pretty dedicated to doing everything he could to become a proper hero, even without a quirk. They arranged a meet time the following weekend. There were so many things on his plate these days. The sports festival was happening next week as well. Mirai would need to look for a new intern soon. He'd have to set aside time to view the competition to pick one out. Another thing to try and fit in his schedule. So many pieces had been set in motion. But the 4 teens continued with the new schedule. Training with Aizawa-sensei was hard. He somehow managed to create challenges that seemed easy and yet left them all exhausted. They each had specialized training regimens to help them overcome their own shortcomings. In fact, they were so busy Mina and Izuku had to drop their extracurricular classes. They could spend up to 3 hours at the gym after school. Saturdays as rest days turned out to be necessary. Some days Izuku couldn't even leave the house. It felt like they'd skipped hard mode and went straight to death mode. But the gains were immeasurable. Kirishima wasn't always the slowest anymore when they weren't using quirks. Mina had begun to master high-speed gliding on her acid. Training for that had been impossible before as it was too destructive. Ruts left in the roads were frowned upon by the local government. Izuku had also proven his theory. Somehow, if he wrapped his quirk around him, he could influence it to create a defensive layer. It helped ease his worries about his bones. Katsuki had been working on sustained flight with his explosions as propulsion. That was another thing they hadn't been able to properly train because of the room required, and the noise would have drawn a lot more attention. The school year was passing quickly and they were all feeling the pressure as countdown to the entrance exam began. "This is Sir Night-Eye. Principal Nizu, a phone call from you is rare. To what do I owe the pleasure?" Mirai asked. "Sasaki-san, I hope you are doing well." Nizu was as blandly cheerful as ever. "I am, but that does not answer my question." "No, I suppose it does not. I am actually calling on behalf of a member of my staff. They are mentoring a couple middle school students and they had a concern." Mirai noted he didn't say which staff member. Always playing things close to the chest. "Is that why you're not here in person? And what exactly are they concerned about?" If it was about middle schoolers, there were only 2 he was concerned with. But which one was Nizu calling about? "Bakugo Katsuki reported a very unusual conversation with you. It was regarding the sludge villain incident he was unfortunately involved in. I must admit to also being curious as this is not a case in your purview. The incident occurred far outside of your area. How unfortunate it wasn't the one he was looking for. I had spoken with All Might recently and he mentioned the incident. I saw there was no follow-up on the vigilante, so I chose to investigate on my own. It was believable enough a story for others." He doubted Nizu would buy it. "I would hardly label someone a vigilante after a single incident. Regardless of that person's intentions, Bakugo had nothing to do with their actions, and unless you are in an official capacity, his parents have requested you not contact him. I would also like to reiterate that you left a rather poor impression on the boy's mother right after he suffered a trauma. This boy is very dedicated to his pursuit of heroism. It was in poor taste to accuse him of a crime in such a circumstance. The police have closed the case and are not interested in the civilian who stepped in, given the perception the heroes were doing nothing. It's an embarrassment to them. I am sorry if I caused the boy any distress due to my persistence. I have no intention to contact the Bakugos again. There was no point. I'm quite happy to hear that. Now, I am sure you are very busy, so I will not keep you." Nizu sounded awfully cheery. "Have a good day." Mirai hung up. That was a rather unpleasant conversation. On the other side, Nizu was agreeing. "Interesting. All Might and Night-Eye have reunited. I did not see that happening for some time given Yagi's reluctance to even mention him. I wonder what happened to cause him to reach out to his old sidekick, given their harsh parting, and what it has to do with Midoriya Izuku." Nizu poured a cup of tea and took a nibble off of a cookie. On the surface, Midoriya resembles the boy Yagi is looking for, except for the very obvious and powerful quirk. Perhaps he glimpsed him at the scene and saw a resemblance? Or did he intend to switch his successor candidate to Midoriya? Their powers were quite similar and that could have drawn All Might's eye. Quite similar. But none of that truly matters. Midoriya is far too young to be pressured with the burdens of being a successor to All Might. Yagi's assessment was correct in waiting to search for a successor from at least high school-age students. Younger children were far too impressionable. For that matter, so were high schoolers, but at least they had some maturity. And someone as respected as All Might could say anything, and some people would agree just because of who he is. Even Nizu was taking a pause-off approach. He had heard about Midoriya's gift for analysis from Aizawa. He very much wanted to discuss mentoring him, but it would be inappropriate for the principal of UA to approach a student of another school. It could be seen as nepotism. That was part of the reason the four Aizawa was mentoring, though he refused to call it that, were not even being considered for the recommendation exam. They would have to prove they deserved their place at UA and that it hadn't been gifted to them because of who they knew. Yes, better to wait until Midoriya was an official student. Yagi and Night Eye could just wait till the entrance exam to see if Midoriya was the one they were searching for. He was in good hands if he was. Nizu sipped his tea with a contented smile. Night Eye really wasn't very honest in their conversation. How unfortunate for him. Training with Aizawa became the norm. Weeks passed and they got comfortable with their new sensei. Their quirk training had been specialized in ways Izuku hadn't thought of. Experience often showed you things that were more important. Izuku was going off of the internet and his own research. One of the more interesting things they did in training dealt with Aizawa's quirk. In order to keep them always on their toes and prepared for any situation, he would randomly erase their quirks. They'd be sparring and suddenly they were quirkless while their opponent wasn't. Or they'd be sprinting through the obstacle course and suddenly their quirk wasn't boosting them anymore. They weren't given warnings for when random quirklessness would happen. Instead, Aizawa would inform them before exercises if he was not going to erase their quirks. Usually that was only during quirk practice, for obvious reasons. The reasoning was valid and logical, like Aizawa. They could never know when they'd be in a situation where their quirk would be exhausted and their opponent's wasn't, or there could be a villain with a quirk similar to erasure. Heroes had to be prepared for everything. Quirks were tools. You had to be able to do your job even without your tools. All right, problem child number 1, how have you come along with your quirk? Smashing any more bedrooms? Aizawa asked. Izuku buried his face in his hands. I had half hoped you forgot about that. But no, not since that day. I feel like I'm only barely able to tap into my quirk though. It's like trying to HRNSS the ocean. Most times it slips through my fingers and if I try to force it, I feel like it'll smash me to bits. But it's getting there. The analyses I read in your notebook are exceptional. If you continue to apply this to yourself, you should make advances by leaps and bounds. Do not discount your progress. You have had your quirk for barely more than 2 years and you can stand even with your peers. Aizawa nodded to the others who were going through their specialized quirk training. Izuku stood taller and nodded. I still feel like I'm far behind in understanding my own quirk, but I'm working on my impatience. You mentioned attempting to create pressure blasts with your blows. Can you demonstrate what you were thinking? Aizawa gestured to what they were calling the testing wall. It had several dummies set up as targets with some of the most quirk-proof material Izuku had even heard of surrounding the firing range. Right, well I had the idea after I saw one of All Might's attacks. He never actually touched the villain, but the pressure from his punch took them out. I think if I can focus my energy more in my strikes, I can make it whip out? I'm not sure I'm describing it correctly, but I think I can show you. Izuku raised his hand and steadied his forearm with his other arm. He placed the tip of his middle finger behind his thumb as if to flick something out. Slowly, energy started to build. The arcs of green lightning were concentrating in his arm. Izuku pushed more and more energy into his middle finger. It felt like pins and needles were stabbing into his hand. Too much. Izuku startled and accidentally lost hold on his quirk. What was that? You were supposed to be showing me. Aizawa deadpanned. I was getting ready to show you, but it was like something said I was putting too much energy in. Like it felt like an actual voice. Or it startled me. Izuku pulled his hand up and stared at his palm. There were small red dots along his middle finger. Blood vessels had burst before he'd even done anything. I think it was right. Aizawa looked at his hand. You maybe had the right idea, but like you said, you put too much into it. Maybe your instincts were warning you. Let's try again, but with a quarter of the power, and don't concentrate it in a single digit, use your whole arm. What Aizawa-sensei said made sense, but are your instincts supposed to feel like someone else is talking to you? Izuku took up position and attempted to swat towards the target. The same amount of energy spread out over a greater area didn't have the same stinging pain. He visualized spiking a ball at the target and struck. It worked, sort of. The target dummy was only about 10 meters away, but it was knocked down. There wasn't any significant damage surrounding the area. It was no all-might smash. Very good. Aizawa praised him. But I barely knocked the target over. It's not that effective. Izuku tilted his head. It was your first attempt, you succeeded in performing the action, you not only hit the target but knocked it down, and most importantly, you didn't hurt yourself. Be logical, problem child, this was a good start. If you were an expert at everything you attempted the first time, why are you training? Aizawa patted his head. Well, more like placed his hand on his head and then took it off. Now, try to do that to all of these targets. Once we know you're consistent at this level, you can work on increasing the impact and range. Right. Izuku took his stance and prepared to try again. Aizawa always acted like it was the greatest hardship to be spending his days with them, but he was the absolute best teacher Izuku had ever had. Early February. Aizawa-sensei, can you tell us anything about the entrance exam? Like the practical is always so hush-hush. Izuku asked. They were packing up after the last training session of the week. The year had progressed quickly with them all being so busy. There were some weeks they were forced to take off either because of Aizawa having obligations or them having mandated time off. Aizawa and their parents insisted they were still kids and needed to act like it. Unfortunately, with them training with Aizawa, Shoto wasn't able to train with them. He met up with them on some Saturdays, but he said his father would never have allowed another pro hero to influence his training. Now he'd not really contacted them in a few weeks other than a line or two to Izuku, though. His father had ramped up his training hours with the new year. Absolutely not. You will have the same chance as everyone else. I will say the four of you are more than prepared. In fact, had we met under different circumstances, you could have swept the recommendation slots. Too bad you're doing community service instead. For real? You think we could have beat those legacy kids? Mina pumped her fist in the air. I knew we were awesome. Of course we can kick those pampered brats' butts, Pinky. Who do you think we are? Kaken rolled his eyes and slung his bag on his shoulder. The biggest concern for you should be the written exam. There was a pointed stare at Mina and Kiri. The recommendation exams will be at the end of this week. The open exams are next week. I will be busy at U.A for the next month and no staff can contact potential students between exams and acceptance letters for ethical testing purposes. So, Aizawa crossed his arms and looked at each of them. You have the rest of the week off, but you aren't quite done at Dagoba Beach. Remember the condition of your contract was to have the beach fully cleared by the day of the exam. You can count on us. Kiri assured. Oh, I think Shoto said he would be free on Saturday. Maybe he can come. Shoto. Aizawa looked taken aback. A friend of ours who is also planning to attend UA. He's probably taking the weekend off from training like us. Izuku assumed. They didn't usually chat about things outside of training in the gym. Izuku wasn't sure if they'd mentioned Shoto at all in front of Aizawa. Right? Either way, today will be your last day training here. The next time we see each other, you better be students at UA. Absolutely. Mina hooped. Without a doubt. Kiri knocked his knuckles together. You can count on it. Izuku nodded with determination. Of FING course. Kaken curled his lip and held his head high. Aizawa smiled into his capture weapon. Yagi-san, we need to discuss some matters regarding entrance exams. Nizu greeted All Might as he entered the principal's office. While he'd been keeping up with his required courses and had passed the required safety sessions, he had been noticeably absent in the past few months compared to when he first approached Nizu. Yes, I have been so busy I lost track of time. Do you have a list of registrants yet? Are there any who match the description of the boy I am looking for? Yagi perked up at that. There are no green-haired, green-eyed, quirkless teens, I am afraid. Nizu shook his head. Any quirkless applicant would have stood out. There were none. Were there any who matched the physical description, but have a quirk? Yagi hedged. Now that is interesting. Indeed, there are several applicants who match the hair and eye color. Though I thought you were looking for a quirkless student. Nizu leisurely sipped his tea. His supposition Night Eye was looking for Midoriya on Yagi's behalf seemed to be true. Yagi shifted in his seat and scratched behind his ear. Well, I thought maybe the kid lied or he could have lied on his application? If he lied to you about something as serious as his quirkless status, that would make him of poor character and therefore not worth 3 years of searching. If he somehow managed to fake a quirk registry that even I could not see through, then I am truly intrigued. Nizu didn't believe a word of what Yagi said. There was something more going on. This past year had seen Yagi working closely with Sir Night Eye again. He'd even helped with training young Mirio who Night Eye had taken under his wing. Perhaps All Might had shifted his interest? But he was still looking for the original boy who may or may not be Midoriya. But I would still want to speak with him to determine which. So I am still going to be on the lookout for him during the exams. That is actually why I needed to speak with you. As you are officially a member of the staff, you must follow the ethical test practices set forth to prevent any appearance of favoritism or cheating during the exam process. The part that affects you is the no contact clause. No member of the staff may contact any examinee, barring certain exceptions which have their own clauses which do not apply to you, between their examination and the DLVRY of acceptance letters. What? But why? As I stated, it is mostly to prevent the appearance of the staff favoring certain applicants and giving them an unfair advantage or, more unscrupulously, to prevent anyone from believing a staff member can be bribed to change the score afterwards. These are situations which I trust would never be a concern with our staff, but it is best to be upfront and have clear delineations to prevent any misconceptions. Even Aizawa has temporarily cut off contact with his group of problem children, as he likes to call them, and he has spent the last year training them. I suppose that makes sense. How long must I wait before I can contact the boy? Assuming he is present, that is. Scores should be determined the same day and acceptance letters received within a week. And please note you cannot send a representative of you to contact any examinees either. Nizu didn't doubt Night Eye would be on the child's doorstep same day if he didn't spell it out for Yagi. Yes, of course. Well, I suppose I will at long last be able to meet the boy again. Yagi laughed and rubbed the back of his head. Nizu expected there to be a rather entertaining scene at the entrance exam. The week following would probably be a headache though. With the exams looming, they met each day after school to clean up the last of Dagoba Beach. They were so enthusiastic about finishing, they were done by Friday. Saturday they were celebrating the end of their community service. Izuku had managed to convince Shoto to join them. Over here. Izuku waved from their table at the ice cream shop. Hey bro, how's it going? Kiri had his black cherry ice cream with protein powder and peanut topping, which everyone just shrugged at by this point. Are you going to get a swirl cone? Mina smirked. What is a swirl cone and why would I get one? Shoto tilted his head. Izuku choked. Because of your hair. Why would my hair influence my ice cream choices? Shoto furrowed his brow when Mina and Kiri laughed. They're just trying to be funny. I haven't ordered yet. Want to wait in line with me? Izuku headed over and Shoto followed without saying anything. Don't mind them, they've been making dumb jokes all day. I think they're dreading the study sessions Kaken has planned for the next few days. How are you preparing? Preparing? You said you were attending UA, right? The entrance exam is next week. I attended the recommendation exam yesterday. My father already received my acceptance letter. Is the matcha flavor good? What? Wait, what? Izuku did a double take and stared slack-jawed. I want the matcha flavor. Do you know if it is good here? It is, but that's not important. You're a recommendation student? Yes. Did I not mention it before? Shoto passed Izuku and placed his order. When Izuku's brain restarted, he caught up. No, you failed to mention that. Wow, that's impressive. Izuku ordered his strawberry ice cream. Oh. What's wrong? I thought you would order the mint chocolate chip. Shoto took his ice cream bowl from the server. Why would you think I liked mint chocolate chip? Shoto looked up at Izuku's hair. Shoto, is that a joke? Oh my god, did you make a joke? Izuku snorted and took his ice cream as well. Shoto smiled faintly and walked back to the table with him. Hey guys, guess what Shoto's been hiding? He's a recommendation student. He got in already. Izuku spilled the beans as soon as he sat down. No way. Man, that's so awesome. Congratulations. Kiri patted Shoto on the back and nearly knocked his face into his spoon of ice cream. What the hell, half and half? You holding sheet out on us? Kaken sneered. Don't mind Blasty. He's just bad with words. Mina pushed Kaken off balance in his seat. Like that BSDRD's any better than me. Is that a self-burn? Kiri tilted his head. Mina and Izuku cackled. What is a self-burn? Shoto looked from Kiri to Kaken. It's when you say something that also makes fun of yourself. Izuku supplied. But never mind them. Shoto, who recommended you? It had to be a pro, right? I mean, we were working with Eraserhead, but he said we had to take the entrance exam because of circumstances. Izuku blushed. I did tell you my father was a pro hero. He insisted I attend UA and thus recommended me. You mentioned him before, but you never said who he was. I don't know a hero named Shoto. What's his hero name? Izuku asked. My name is Shoto. Yeah, we know, bro. What's your dad's hero name? Kiri took a large bite of ice cream and immediately regretted it. Brain freeze. Do you have a brain to freeze? Kaken asked. My father is Endeavor. The table froze. Am I hearing things because of the brain freeze? Wait, your dad's Endeavor? Mina slapped her hands on the table and leaned forward. Yes. But Endeavor's real name is Todoroki Enji. Mina pointed out the same issue Izuku was having. Yes. Is Shoto your surname or given name? Izuku finally asked. It is my given name. Why? Oh my god, I've been calling him by his given name this entire time? Izuku flushed. So your surname is Todoroki? Kiri asked just to confirm. Yes. My full name is Todoroki Shoto. I just prefer to go by my given name. Makes sense. Anyone named Todoroki would probably get hounded from people who want to SCK up to you because of your dad. Kiri nodded. You're lucky Nizu didn't let us take the recommendation exam. We'd have punted you back to the regular exam. Kaken moved right past Shoto's father. He was always more concerned with individuals rather than who they knew or were related to. I doubt that. That a challenge, Peppermint? Kaken's smile was a challenge. The only way to know will be for you to pass the exam and find out at UA. Shoto was placid as he ate his matcha like he hadn't just started a rivalry. The bombshell was avoided and they enjoyed the rest of their break day. They played laser tag afterwards. It turned out Shoto was terrible at it. Izuku had thought having a three-man team was an unfair advantage, but Shoto just gave up kills. His team had to work twice as hard. They still enjoyed themselves. Izuku and Shoto were taking a break while Kiri, Mina, and Kaken played a target shooting game. They were competing to see who had the highest score, with the losers being on Shoto's team. Hey Shoto, can I ask you a question? Midoriya took a drink of his water. Yes. Is there another reason you didn't tell us your surname? Izuku didn't want to push, but he didn't think Kiri's reasoning was the only one. He disliked my father. When we met, I didn't want his name to influence your behavior. That said a lot and also nothing. Are you okay? Izuku was not doing this right, he was sure of it. Shoto looked over at Izuku and then back at the competing trio. I am okay now, yes. Thank you for asking. This response was also worrying since it implied he had not been okay in the past. They were friends, but it was more like acquaintances. They had only met up few times in the past year. Most of their communication was by stilted text messaging. Shoto was always training with his father. Oh, now that you've been accepted to UA, will your training be the same as usual? Izuku hedged his question. My father had been putting off several missions in order to prepare me for UA. He will likely be out of town for the next few weeks. That's good. Izuku felt like he should talk to someone about this, but who could look into the home life of the number 2 hero? And should he even interfere? Shoto hadn't outright said anything. It could all be his own misconceptions. He'd watch and listen, and if he thought something was happening for sure, he'd talk to someone. The day after ice cream and laser tag began 5 days of marathon studying. School was out for the week to accommodate high school entrance exams. Hell Week had started. They agreed to meet up for breakfast before the exam. An hour before they needed to report to UA, the 4 of them were gathered in a McDonald's for breakfast. Mina and Katsuki had full breakfasts while Izuku was nursing his second iced coffee and Kirishima had an orange juice and hash browns. Should you really be caffeinating before the exam? Katsuki was a little worried. Izuku had been a ball of nerves the past few days. Combine that with the amount of caffeine he was ingesting, and it was a perfect storm. Izuku was going to be a jittery, muttering mess. And now they were friends, so it bothered Katsuki that he was effing up his calm before the test. Yup, yes, should be fine. I'm just too nervous for food. Izuku took another drink. I know what you mean, but you gotta get some calories in, Mito bro. Did you know potatoes are a perfect food? And so good. Kiri forced himself to take another bite. Yeah, that face is a great endorsement, idiot. Katsuki rolled his eyes but passed his biscuit to Izuku. If I ing'd it already. You made me eat this fast food sheet, so you gotta eat it too. I mean, I get Kiri being nervous, but what do you need to worry about, Zuku? You'll probably place like first or something. Mina hummed. Huh? How can that nerd place first if I'm taking the exam? Katsuki was definitely taking first place. But what if I studied all the wrong things? What if they have one of those bubble sheets and I start marking them all one off and miss everything? What if the building catches on fire? Mina interrupted the nerd's rant. Seriously, nothing you do now will help, so relax. Freaking out is for the night before. She gave an exaggerated thumbs up. Pretty sure that's not how it's supposed to work either, Pinky. Seriously, if you properly prepared, what's the point in getting nervous? That just f's up your performance. Let's just go now. We'll only be a few minutes early, but actually figuring out where we need to be and stuff will help my nerves. They grabbed their bags and headed over. Aizawa had helped them fill out the paperwork for permission to use a few support items based off of quirk-related needs, like Mina's shoes and clothing so the acid didn't eat through them. There's a lunch between the exam and the practical, right? Maybe you can get a snack then. Mina suggested. Just don't get too much and then throw up all over everyone at the practical. Kiri joked. Izuku snapped around to glare at Kiri. Why would you say that? Now I'm guaranteed to act. Of course the idiot would trip the second he stopped staring at the ground. Katsuki grabbed him by his bag to keep him from face-planting. Kiri must have had the same idea since he was supporting Izuku's arm. You okay, Mito? Mina hopped around to get a better look. Izuku was dangling from Kiri and Katsuki's hands while he righted himself. Good thing you got us, huh bro? Yeah. We're the 3 musketeers. Mina skipped ahead. Idiot, there are 4 of us. Katsuki sighed. Yeah, but like, weren't there 4 of them too? Porthos, Athos, Aramis, and D'Artagnan. Kiri grinned. But D'Artagnan wasn't a musketeer, the other 3 were, and that's the name of the book, not their group. They were so exasperating sometimes. Katsuki couldn't understand how they got along normally. There's a book. Kiri tilted his head. Izuku and Mina cackled. Katsuki smirked and tried to choke down his own laugh, but his shoulders were shaking. Idiot, let's go murder this exam. Yeah. Kiri draped his arm around Katsuki's neck and they trooped through the gate. Who won't know what hit it? Mina dragged Izuku along with her and Izuku grabbed Kiri's free hand. Aizawa was in the corner of the observation room napping in his yellow sleeping bag when he suddenly startled awake. Sho? You okay? Hizashi was doing the final preparations for the practical. Just had a troubling feeling, like a bunch of annoying brats are nearby. It's exam day? There are tons of annoying middle schoolers on campus. Hizashi was confused. Not middle schoolers, problem children. Aizawa settled back in his sleeping bag. Hizashi blinked and went back to his prep. Exam seating was arranged by school. It was good in that he was arranged to sit next to Kaken, but unfortunate that Kiri and Mina were elsewhere, though they were likely also together. They gathered in the largest auditorium Izuku had ever seen. There were probably 1,000 applicants. Granted, this was just for Hero course and general education. The other courses had their own specialized exams. The only difference in Gen Ed and Hero course exam was the practical. Pro Hero Cementos was administrator for the written portion. Izuku was vibrating in his seat to contain his inner fanboy until Kaken glared daggers at him. As a part of the testing instructions, they were warned the test was being monitored remotely and any cheating detected would result in a permanent ban from all hero schools. Trying to challenge Nizu's security measures was not something Izuku would even consider. The test will be in 4 parts with a maximum of 60 minutes for each section. You may not move on until told to do so. You will be provided with extra paper as needed. If there are any questions you believe to have errors, you may challenge them after all testing has been completed. If there are no questions, you may open your booklet and begin the math portion of your exam. The hall was filled with the sound of papers flipping and the scratch of pencils. The math portion was probably the hardest just because they weren't allowed to use calculators, so there was more work on paper to get to the solution. Still, Izuku finished each section with plenty of time. Since they couldn't move on early, he checked over his answers for each section thoroughly. It was challenging but not as bad as he'd thought it would be. When time was called on the last section, Izuku finally looked around. He'd been paranoid some camera would catch him and assume he was cheating, so he kept his focus on his paper or closed his eyes. Many of the people nearby looked like their souls had been hissed out of their bodies. Maybe they had different tests? This completes the written portion of the exam. Please hand your test booklets to the bot as it passes by. Once all test booklets have been collected, you will have an hour break for lunch. The cafeteria lunches are free for all testers. Please remember not to discuss any of the test materials with others or post about them on the internet. It didn't take long for the nimble and quick little bots to gather and sort the test booklets. Then everyone was filling out towards the cafeteria. Let's find Mina and Kiri. Izuku gathered his things and followed the crowd out. They didn't have to look long. A body fell on Izuku's back and he stumbled under the weight. I'm dead. My brain is going to leak out of my ears. Minnie cried. That was hard, I hope I did well. Kiri chewed on his bottom lip. I didn't think it was that bad. Izuku patted Mina's head as they headed to the lunchroom. He'd heard the hero lunch rush worked at UA. Would today's lunch be prepared by him? Of course it wasn't hard for you, you're a genius. Mina poked his cheek. If you two spent more time studying instead of trying to cram the week before, it wouldn't be hard for you either, Pinky. Kaken passed them and cleared a path. His general aura had the crowd parting like the Red Sea. Ugh, we have to pick up our support gear during lunch so we don't have the full break. I just want to get the KNKS out. Sitting for so long is obscene. She stretched her arms above her head. I know, right? I felt like I was turning into a rock. Maybe we can go outside and do some exercise or something. Food first. I want out of this crowd FNG soon. Kaken curled his lip at anyone who got close to their group. The line moved quickly, but it turned out to be because the lunch orders were pre-prepared and the testers were just grabbing their option. They grabbed their lunches and stepped out the glass doors onto the lawn. Mina laid on the grass and rolled around. I hope the practical isn't a brain teaser. Teeth. Obviously not, Aizawa said you'd pass easy. Kaken sat at the picnic table. Ah, thanks Blasty, hey. You calling me stupid? I'm starving. Izuku started wolfing down his food. It was mostly things meant to be easy to digest quickly given they were about to start the practical exam. That's why you gotta eat breakfast, bro. Most important meal of the day. Kiri joined them at the table and Mina was convinced to eat first and wallow later. What do you think the exam will be? Mina pierced her straw into her juice. Probably something that focuses on flashy quirks given the fact most heroes graduating from UA fall into that category. Just remember hell training with Aizawa and it should be fine. I mean, we could probably pass quirkless after his torture. You're probably right, Zuku. Either way, it'll be easier than the written exam for sure. If you fail that test, I'll kill you hair for brains. Kaken pointed his chopsticks at Kiri. Baku bro, it's rude to point your chopsticks at someone. Kiri, he just said he'd kill you and you focus on that? Mina giggled. Just remember. Prioritize the rescue, don't rush in without evaluating the fight, and don't rely only on your quirk. Those were things Aizawa had pounded into them. Do you think we'll have to do like sparring or something? That would be fun. Mina asked. I doubt it would be anything like that. No applicants are required to have quirk training, and I wouldn't want to fight someone who didn't have good control over their quirk. Pitting untrained kids in fights unprepared was just a recipe for disaster. Kick there but before they blink and there's nothing to worry about. Kaken finished his lunch and started stretching out. Sides, I'm getting top score regardless of the exam. That sounds like a challenge, Baku bro. You're on. Please, Kiri, you know I'm going to blow you out of the water. Mina jumped up to join Kaken. I guess we're only competing with our practical exam scores if Mina and Kiri are joining. Izuku joked. Zuku. Mido bro. The betrayal. They stopped by the support department before heading back to the auditorium. A bored-looking student was assigned to pass out the boxes. Izuku was only allotted bracers for his arms and legs, Kaken had arm supports and enhanced hearing aids protection for combat, and Mina had modified clothing and shoes while Kirishima just accompanied them and didn't need any. At least that's what Aizawa had advised. Good luck, guys. Izuku fist-bumped Kiri and Mina before they separated to go back to their assigned seats. The lights dimmed and present mic was lit up by a spotlight. Welcome to today's live performance. Everybody say, hey. Present mic held his hand to his ear but there was only silence. Izuku was too stunned and shy to yell out in front of everybody. Izuku started muttering even as he flinched at the decibel level as he fanboyed over present mic. I listen to his radio show every week. Jesus F, is he using his quirk? Kaken rubbed at his ears. What's wrong? Hadn't switched out my hearing aids yet, I think they fried with that first yell. It's all muffled. Maybe they're over-canceling the sound? I can give you highlights. Izuku volunteered. Kaken didn't reply but he leaned to the side closer to Izuku. As present mic went over the rules of the practical exam, Izuku whispered them to Kaken to make sure he got it all as well as discussed some strategy. The pamphlet helped. Testing must be set up that way so people from the same middle schools can't help each other. Kaken deduced. Yeah, but he didn't say you couldn't work with someone at the site, you'll just have to do an on-the-spot collaboration. Maybe a part of what they're testing? The ability to work with different heroes, not just the ones you're used to. Whatever, I'll crush them all without help. Present Mike continued his explanation when he was suddenly interrupted. A very serious-looking guy in glasses stood up and shouted down at him. May I ask a question? Without even waiting for Mike to say if he could or not, the guy pressed on. There appear to be no fewer than 4 varieties of the faux villains on this handout. You only mentioned 3. Such a blatant error, if it is one, is highly unbecoming for UA, Japan's top academy. We're all here today in the hopes of being molded into model heroes. And you with the curly hair. The blue-haired boy turned and pointed in Izuku's direction. Izuku looked around, but no, the guy was yelling at him now. You've been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. If this is some sort of game to you, then please leave immediately. Sorry. Izuku ducked down. How about you get that stick out of your butt and shut the F up? Kaken started to stand up. No, it's okay, don't start a fight, it's against the rules. Kaken scared and then started aggressively signing at the blue-haired kid. The other guy clearly didn't understand, but present Mike choked over the microphone. All right. Calm down, my examinee listeners. I can explain your first question. The 4th faux villain variety gets you 0 points. He's more of an obstacle. Have you all played Super Mario Bros? It's kind of like a thwomp. Only one at each site. A gimmick that'll rampage around in close quarters. Thank you, sir. I apologize for the interruption. The blue-haired kid bowed and sat back down. Izuku released a tense breath. That kid and Kaken were like complete opposites. He hoped they didn't have the same examination area. Present Mike finished up the explanation with a plus ultra. and an ominous break a leg. They split up to go to their sites. Unfortunately, Mina and Kiri weren't at the same site as him either. Likely Aizawa had ensured they'd all be in separate areas given their connections. Izuku stood in his group and looked around. There was a line students could not cross until the signal was given. Izuku wanted to stand as close to it as possible, but some people were in the way. He went up to ask if a girl who was not even facing the starting line would move and let him pass when a hand fell heavily on his shoulder. It was a bare thing, but Izuku managed to not flip the person grabbing him over his shoulder. That girl is clearly doing some kind of meditation. Why you here? Hoping to interfere. It was the blue-haired kid from the auditorium. What? Izuku was trying to figure out what he was even talking about when Present Mike yelled. Begin! Months of training under Aizawa meant Izuku had called up his quirk, leaped over the students in his way, and blasted through the gates before the other students even realized what was going on. What's wrong? The test started. Run. The die is cast. The rest of their group started clamoring to catch up, but only the blue-haired kid could close the distance. He had some kind of speed-enhancing quirk. Just as Izuku sprinted through the gate, a robot slid in front of him. It's a one-pointer, quick but fragile. Target locked. Preppa, Izuku jumped and roundhouse kicked its head clean off the main body. Very fragile. I could have used a lot less force. Right? I've got to get moving. Kaken won't even have to get close to these guys and I'm not as proficient with my Air Force attacks. Izuku dashed towards the largest gathering of robots and started making scrap metal. Time was ticking down and Izuku could see other examinees around him. He kept a wary eye on them after a student took out a two-pointer and couldn't get out of the way of the falling bot. Izuku had dashed over and snatched them out of the way. They were fragile but that would have taken them out of the exam. 1 minute left. Right after Present Mike called the time remaining there was a rumbling in the city. A giant robot stood up, towering over the fake buildings. The zero-pointer had shown itself. Examinees started screaming and running in the opposite direction. The blue-haired kid was passing the others as he rushed to get out of the area and find more targets with points. Izuku headed towards it. He knew Kaken, Kiri, and Mina would probably try to take it out. It was probably the only challenging robot in the exam. Oh, help! A cry from the other side of the street drew Izuku's attention. When the zero-pointer had stood, several buildings were damaged. The girl he had been about to ask to move was trapped below some of the fallen rubble. She was struggling and couldn't get free. Prioritize the rescue. Even though Izuku would love to take out the robot, he had to first ensure the other examinee was safe. With his quirk sparking green lightning, he dashed over and carefully lifted the debris off of her. Are you okay? Can you stand? I don't think so. My leg hurts really bad. Her face was tense and sweat was covering her forehead. Okay, can I pick you up? Izuku asked. Yes, please. Okay, hold on tight. Izuku lifted her in a princess carry and then pushed his quirk to the edge of what he could handle. Level 8 had his bones creaking as he turned into a green streak carrying the girl out of the danger zone. Oh God! Blurg! The girl covered her mouth, but still managed to vomit all over Izuku's front. Kiri cursed me. Once Izuku reached the entrance to the fake city, he placed the girl on the ground. Are you okay? Sorry, I know that was kind of fast. No, I'm so sorry. I threw up all over you. Her face was pink all over. Izuku tried to smile, but it had to be more grimace. Maybe I have time to go back? In time. It's all over. Present Mic's voice echoed around. Or not. Toshinori was unhappy he had been kept in the observation room the whole day. Nizu had been adamant that he not even be given the opportunity to disturb the examinees. The written exam and lunch break had been torture. He knew, hoped really, the boy he was looking for was here and he didn't have access to the cameras until the practical. Teachers responsible for overseeing the written exam did not oversee the practical and vice versa. Toshinori was assigned to the practical. When the examinees were gathering in front of their fake city test sites, Toshinori scanned the crowds for green curly hair. The wide shot before the exam started wasn't clear, but he saw a boy who looked right. When Present Mike started the exam, The kid he was watching shot off like green lightning. It's him. He's here. What is examinee number 405's name? Toshinori tried to keep the excitement out of his voice. Oh, taking a liking to that little powerhouse already? Vlad King joked. Yes, he reminds me of myself when I was younger. Toshinori hedged and rubbed his nose. That is Midoriya Izuku, problem child number 1. Aizawa slouched in his chair slurping his jelly pouch. Oh, you are familiar with him? What did it mean that Aizawa didn't even have to look it up? Indeed. Aizawa has been mentoring 4 middle schoolers and Midoriya is one of them. Nizu cheerily informed him. Which means, if I talked to Nizu earlier. Midoriya Izuku. Finally, Izuku sat with the girl, Ochako Uraraka, while they waited for the medics. I really wanted get that robot. I'm gonna lose, I know it. Izuku grumbled to himself. Uraraka was interrupted when someone walked up to them. Well done, good work. Looks like you hurt your legs, sweetie. Smooch, the short older woman with a syringe-shaped cane, walked up and quickly kissed Uraraka's forehead. The injury quickly healed. You're the youthful heroine, recovery girl. Izuku patted his pockets before remembering he didn't have his notebook to ask for an autograph. That's correct. Here you go, sweetie, eat up these gummies. Recovery girl handed Uraraka a handful of gummy bears and then turned to Izuku. Are you also hurt, dearie? No, ma'am. I'd like a shower though, if that's possible. Izuku rubbed the back of his head abashedly. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Overusing my quirk makes me nauseous to begin with. Uraraka clasped her cheeks. Don't worry about it. Things happen. It's probably good practice for being a hero. I mean, victims don't always keep it together, right? Haha. Izuku tried to make the best of it. Way to look on the bright side. Young man, if you head back to the changing rooms, there are showers through the back. All the examinees are allowed to shower before leaving. Now, let me see which other children need healing. Thanks so much. See you later, Uraraka. Izuku sprinted off towards the changing room. He really felt gross, but he didn't want to make her feel bad. Really, it was probably something to expect when rescuing people, especially if they get motion sickness. The showers were exactly where Recovery Girl said, but none of the examinees had gone through the back door earlier. Thankfully they were stocked so he wasn't just scrubbing with water. His bracers and top were disgusting. The trash cans had a roll of replacement bags in the bottom. That worked for bundling up the stinky mess. Maybe he should double bag them. Once he was thoroughly clean, he maybe scrubbed up 3 or 4 or 5 times. Izuku stuffed all of his stuff in his bag and headed out. He had a weird feeling as soon as he stepped in the hall though. Looking around, Izuku saw a tall blonde man standing at the end of the hallway. He was leaning around the corner watching Izuku. He had a weird smile on his face. That guy looks like a dollar store All Might, but why is he lurking in the hallways of UA staring at teenagers? After stopping by UA a few times already, Izuku had a rough idea of the layout. He turned and went in the opposite direction of the perv. It was a circuitous route, but he finally made it to the gate where everyone was waiting for him. The hell took you so long? Kaken asked. Sorry, there was a weird guy so I went the long way after I took a shower. Dude, you took forever. Kiri's hair was wet and plastered to his head. Well, that's your fault, isn't it? Izuku poked Kiri's chest. You cursed me. Mito bro, what are you talking about? I had to save this girl and she threw up on me. That's hilarious. Mina started cackling and everyone else followed. Hell only. You Zuku. Even Kaken was chuckling at him. You should probably tell Nizu or Aizawa about the creepy guy though. Mina advised as they headed out. Yeah, but aren't we not supposed to contact him until we get accepted? Kiri asked. I mean yeah, but this is more reporting a possible problem. You can just send him a text message and tell him everything so he doesn't have to contact you? That should be fine. Oh man, I can't wait for my acceptance letter. Let's open them together. Kiri pumped his fist in the air. Whatever, but the real question is, could any of you losers take out that 0-pointer? Kaken bared his teeth in challenge. 'Cause I blew that sheet up. I couldn't even try. That girl was stuck under debris and I had to take her to the gate to be safe. The time ran out before I could get back. Izuku lamented. I tried, but it was so big I only managed to climb to the top before they called time. Kiri pouted. What about you, Pinky? Kaken turned to Mina, who had the biggest smile on her face. She threw up a victory sign. Totally toasted. I figured I could shoot my acid like you shoot water at when you're in the pool. So I took out its legs then fried its head when it crashed to the ground. Way to go, Mina. So manly. Kiri gave her a thumbs up. Let's grab Shoto and go out tomorrow to celebrate. Izuku suggested. Shouldn't we wait for our acceptance letters? Kiri grinned. Oh please, sappy hair, do you actually think it's possible any of us didn't get in? I rocked that FNG test. Kaken clasped his hands behind his head and sauntered up the street. We can meet up tomorrow and after we get our letters. Mina suggested. Both is good. Kiri agreed. Excellent. Where should we go tomorrow? I'll text Shoto. Izuku pulled out his phone. They discussed their plans as they headed home. It had been an exhausting day mentally and physically. Nizu, I just got a concerning email from Midoriya. Aizawa showed his phone to the principal. The principal was sitting behind his desk with his ever-present tea. A strange blonde man lurking around corners. Nizu blinked. I honestly have no idea what he is thinking most times. All Might has been looking for a particular teen for some time now. It turns out he was searching for Midoriya, but sometimes I wonder if he ever actually plans anything. I'll talk to him. Why is that blonde oaf looking for the problem child? Wait, is that why he's working here next year? That's going to be a disaster. His original plan was to simply work at UA until the boy he was searching for applied. It was not the most complex or well-thought-out plan, and yet it worked. Apparently All Might is considering retiring in the near future and is looking to train up a successor. He somehow decided on Midoriya back before he even manifested his quirk. That seems unusual. If it was after, then I can see why. Their quirks have a lot of similarities. But the strongest pro-hero training a quirkless kid to be his successor. Indeed. All Might and Night Eye have been attempting to hide things from me for some reason. Though I'm pretty sure I've figured everything out long ago. Nizu smiled behind his teacup. Is this related to Night Eye's harassing Bakugo? Aizawa narrowed his eyes. That's two problem children upset by this duo. Almost certainly so. It was young Midoriya who pulled Bakugo from the sludge. All Might was on the scene and must have recognized him. Midoriya has great potential as a hero and a good head on his shoulders. I hope All Might's attention won't be detrimental to his growth. Aizawa would have words with the man if it did. That will not be a problem. Nizu narrowed his eyes. At least not for Midoriya. The door to Sir Night Eye's office banged open. Mirai! I found him. Yagi blew into his office and sat down without closing the door. I assume you mean your accidental successor? When are you seeing him about returning your quirk? Mirai asked. What? I never agreed to that. And I can't meet with him until next week. UA has a policy of non-contact before acceptance letters go out. Yagi waved him off. I thought you agreed that Mirio would be a better successor? Mirai placed his pen down on his desk carefully. Why does he never just listen to me? No. I said young Mirio is an amazing hero with a powerful quirk. He already has everything he needs to make heroic ambitions a reality. Midoriya has already had one for all for 3 years. I can't just take it away now. Besides, he's still following the path he was on when I first met him and decided on him. If he hasn't changed, then why would my decision change? He is a complete unknown. Give me his full name. I'll run a background check on him and his relatives first. You need to take control of this situation. The most powerful quirk in the world has been in the hands of a child for too long. Mirai pulled up his laptop. His name is Midoriya Izuku. He will be starting at UA in a few months. I can meet with him next week and we can start more formally training him to use one for all. You're worrying too much. This is all working out. Yagi looked like he wanted to go on, but they were interrupted. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. Yagi's ringtone bleated. Hello, Yagi here. Hey, but can I? I understand. I'll be right over. Yagi sighed and slouched in his chair. I have to go. That was Nizu. He absolutely must speak with me immediately about something, but he wouldn't say what. I'll stop by tomorrow. Before I forget, you can't contact Midoriya until the week is out either. Because of that no-contact policy. I imagine if you did, Nizu would sue you and me. Yagi waved and closed the door behind him as he left. Every time he goes with his instincts instead of listening to me, he gets hurt. Then, when it's too late, that's when he starts listening to me. Mirai massaged his temples and started to dig up everything he could on one Midoriya Izuku. Tashinori had been sitting in the too small plush chair for at least 5 minutes and Nizu hadn't said anything other than to offer him tea. Nizu-san, isn't there something you said couldn't wait? He wanted to finish the line with, even though you've made me wait, but he valued his skin. Yagi, you remember what I said about not contacting any students until their admissions to UA was finalized, correct? Yes, absolutely. I just reiterated that to Mirai a little while ago. Then why did I receive a report of a creepy older blonde man lurking around the teenage boys' dressing room the day of the entrance exam? Yagi opened his mouth then closed it. He tried to respond again, but failed. I'm sure you can see how this looks to a young boy who thankfully did not recognize you in your smaller form. Such behavior cannot continue. Nizu's teacup clinked loudly as he sat it down. I understand. I realize now how that might have looked. Yagi was mortified. He had just wanted to get a better look, to confirm he had actually identified the correct kid. You keep acting as if Midoriya is already your successor. Please realize this is not a foregone conclusion. You have to actually do things in the correct order from now on. What did Nizu mean by that? Did he know he'd sort of made him the successor before even learning his name? Was that what he meant? There's no way. Nizu couldn't have figured that out. That's quite true. I will wait like you said and then formally discuss things with him. See that you do. Friday after the entrance exam, Izuku came home to his mother in tears holding a letter from UA. It came. Izuku grabbed the letter and ran to Kaken's house. When the door opened, Kaken was holding his own UA letter. Guess we gotta call the idiots. Mina and Kiri agreed to meet at a cafe halfway between their houses. Everyone ordered sugary drinks and snacks, except Kaken who ordered some weird hot drink and a protein platter. Okay, same time? Mina said, holding up her letter ready to rip it open. Same time. Won the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Izuku counted down and at 3, he ripped his letter and out fell a disc. When the 4 discs hit the table, they all powered up. Are they activated by light? It was hectic with all 4 playing at the same time, but they mostly said the same things, at first. I am here. As a projection. All Might was projected above each of the discs. Why is All Might sending the message? Kiri asked. Starting next year, I will be teaching at UA. All Might went on to tell each of them their written exam scores. Izuku narrowly beat Kaken and poor Kiri scored the lowest but still well above the margin for admission. Then he moved on to their practical exams. Ashido Mina, you scored 49 villain points and 22 rescue points for a total of 71 points. You placed 4th in the practical exam and 7th overall. Congratulations, you have been admitted to Ultra Academy's 47th Hero course. Kirishima Ijiro, you scored 45 villain points and 41 rescue points for a total of 86 points. You placed 3rd in the practical exam and 12th overall. Congratulations, you have been admitted to Ultra Academy's 47th Hero course. Bakugo Katsuki, you scored 77 villain points and 25 rescue points for a total of 102 points. You have placed 1st in the practical exam and tied for 1st place overall. Congratulations, you have been admitted to Ultra Academy's 47th Hero course. Who the F dash? Midoriya Izuku, you scored 61 villain points, but that's not all. A video clip showed Uraraka talking to present Mike. Excuse me but, that curly-haired boy, with freckles, you know the one? Can I give him some of the points I earned? At the end, he was saying he was going to lose. That means he didn't have enough points, right? At least however many points he lost saving me, can you give them to him? She was so earnest. That boy, he saved my life. I'm afraid we can't give him your points. But there shouldn't be any need for it, my little listener. Present Mike said. A hero course that only focuses on villain points is no hero course at all. You earned 40 rescue points for a total of 101 points. And while we're at it, 25 points for Ochako Uraraka. You have placed second in the practical exam and tied for first place overall. Congratulations, you have been admitted to Ultra Academy's 47th hero course. I will be looking forward to seeing the hero you will become. Welcome to your hero academia. Why did Midoriya get a personalized message? Mina asked. You offended nerd. You tied with me? But. Kaken complained, but he was rolling his eyes light-heartedly. We really did it. We got in. Izuku cheered. Kiri was collapsed on the table. I was so scared I wouldn't make it, but I got third in the practical. We did it. Mina grabbed Izuku and Kiri around their necks and pulled them in for a hug. We need a selfie. Blasty, get over here. Mina pushed and cajoled until she got several pictures of all of them and posted it to all of their social media. Izuku made sure to send a copy to his mother, Aizawa, and Shoto. In 2 months, they would start at UA. Toshinori had a plan. He'd even gone over his plan with Nizu. Well, he held some stuff back, but they agreed it was best to start slow. Being approached by the #1 hero could be intimidating. After they had Midoriya's name, it was easy to figure out why their number and address had changed. The destroyed wall was probably a part of One for All manifesting itself. The boy had registered his new quirk around the same time. Since he was a student at UA and Toshinori was an instructor, he finally had access to Midoriya's quirk registry. It was a unique situation to read how someone evaluated One for All without the history. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened to show a rather short woman with straight hair the same shade as Midoriya's. Her eyes widened when she realized who was at the door. Hello, I am the pro hero All Might. I am also a teacher at UA starting next semester. I was wondering if I could have a conversation with Midoriya Izuku since we've met before and he'll be a student of mine soon. Yes, that sounded very professional. All Might, sir, I'm honored you would visit our home. Please come in. I'm Izuku's mother Inko. I'll go grab him. He's out back in his workshop. The woman kept taking second glances at him as she escorted him to the living room. Would you like anything to drink while I fetch him? No thank you. Toshinori had developed paranoia about drinking with others now. While the lady was grabbing her son, Toshinori took the opportunity to look around. The home was tidy and not overly cluttered. The walls were covered in photos. Nearly all featured young Midoriya. Some were him as a child with a small blonde child. Others were just him and his mother. And the newest ones were mostly him, a group of friends. He recognized one of them as the son of Endeavor. The other 3 looked familiar. Perhaps they were examinees? He'd been focused on young Midoriya and hadn't really paid attention to the others. It really is you. Young Midoriya froze on the edge of the living room. Yes, dear boy. I wanted to catch up with you. I'm glad to see you applied to UA and were admitted. Congratulations. Toshinori gave him a classic All Might smile and victory sign. Thank you. It did end up being a bit different than I expected. Meeting you must have been my good luck charm since my quirk showed itself not long after. I'm still keeping up with my other practices. I even got to work with Eraserhead for the past year to prepare. Toshinori tensed slightly to hold back his grimace. Aizawa had spent a year training his successor before he even found him. It was like fate had kept them separated by a thin veil the past 3 years. Yes, I heard from Nizu about your hero study group. A lot changed for me after meeting you. I think I really needed to hear your words that day. Midoriya tapped his lips. I had a lot of negative experiences and they were wearing on me. Hearing your encouragement that you believed I could be a hero even when I didn't have a quirk. I just needed to hear that from someone other than my mom. Thank you for that. I only told you the truth. You will make an excellent hero. Toshinori genuinely smiled. He'd been told it was softer and more heartwarming than his All Might smile. After that day, I managed to patch my relationship with Kaken. Then I met Kiri and Mina and Shoto and Eraserhead, though those were kind of embarrassing meetings in the beginning. Izuku ducked his head. Oh, I would love to hear what happened if it's that traumatic. I would also like to hear about your plans for UA. I know you had a lot of interests. Can you tell me more about your motivations? Young Midoriya looked up at him with stars in his eyes. Toshinori could see what Niza meant about taking things slow. He needed a relationship based off of more than just hero worship. This was the first step. It had taken a while to convince Mirai to do things his way. He'd even managed to hold off stopping by for 5 whole days. Now Toshinori could fill in the gaps Mirai's background search left. The static data only gave an overview of things. The reason they moved, where they moved to, who Midoriya associated with, and the like. Now he understood the feelings and motivations behind this highlight reel. Midoriya was a talker. And with Toshinori encouraging him to tell him everything, the boy kept up a mostly one-sided stream of conversation for over an hour. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to talk so much. I'm just so excited. Izuku blushed. It's not a problem. In fact, I'd be concerned if you weren't excited. But how about we end things here today? I do have a proposal though. I noticed your quirk had a lot of similar characteristics to my own. Would you like to meet up to see if I can help you out with some tips? We could meet at one of the UA gyms. All Might wants to train me? Absolutely. Tell me when and where and I'll be there. Oh, hold on. Izuku dug out his phone. We can exchange number and then you can contact me anytime. That is if you want. That's a good idea. Toshinori pulled out his own phone and they traded information. I will talk with Nizu about where would be best for us to meet. I think he said you met with Eraserhead at one of the UA gyms. Maybe we can meet at the same one. I'll message you as soon as I have more. Please tell your mother I said goodbye. Toshinori left the residence with a positive feeling. That went well. Now he just had to prepare for the next meeting. It couldn't be too soon, but he couldn't wait forever. Maybe the weekend since school was still in session? Saturday afternoons or Sunday would probably be best. Izuku was over the moon. All Might had remembered him. All Might had visited him. All Might wanted to train him. What kind of karma did he build for his life to turn so completely around? The first thing Izuku had done was run to Kaken's house. Kaken, you're never going to believe this. All Might just came to my house. Izuku started the second the door opened. What the F dash? Why? Kaken looked confused and narrowed his eyes. He said that my quirk reminded him a lot of his own, so he wanted to see if he had any tips he could teach me. Izuku pushed past Kaken to remove his shoes and then they both headed upstairs. Kaken settled on the bed against his headboard and Izuku pulled one leg up to face him from the foot of the bed. Why the hell is he doing it now though? We start school in just over a month. It was mid-February. First term started in about 6 weeks. Maybe because we won't have time for personal instruction after we start the school year? I mean, he'll probably be working with all 3 years, so he'll have 6 classes of heroes. That's a lot combined with his hero duties. Yes. Why isn't he helping anyone else? He should know more sheet than just his own quirk to be the #1 hero. Are you jealous? Izuku teased, but he thought that was the truth. I plan to ask him if the rest of us can join too. I just didn't want to ask right off the bat. Don't want to come across as greedy right at the beginning. You know I won't leave my friends behind. Shut up, nerd. Kaken shoved Izuku off the bed with his foot. Izuku yelped as he hit the floor. Kaken! Rather than get up, Izuku sat up and used the bed as a backrest. Hey Kaken. What? We got in. Izuku leaned back with his hand crossed behind his head. Was there any doubt? Kaken poked him in the head with his foot. Nizu agreed to let them use the same training facility as Aizawa had. Izuku jogged from the train to the gym Saturday after school. There were only a couple weeks left. All Might was waiting for him on the sparring mat. They started off normal with stretches and calisthenics. Okay, I think you're decently warmed up. Want to do a little quirk practice so we can get a baseline? All Might suggested. Sure. Izuku mopped the sweat on his forehead and downed a swallow of water. All right, pull up your quirk and hold it without using it for a minute. Nothing they had done today really challenged Izuku, but he understood the need to have an idea of what he could already do first. Even Aizawa had done the same. So Izuku pulled his quirk up and let the green lightning skip over his skin. He pulled it up to level 7. Ever since the entrance exam, it felt like he had made a slight improvement. From 5th level to 7th wasn't a grand escalation, but he'd been stuck at the same point for a while. Obviously UA was doing something right if even the entrance exam could help you improve. It was strange though. His quirk felt antsy. The green arcs didn't hurt him, but they had a sharpness to them. Good. You're holding it steady. I know you've only had your quirk for 3 years. This is amazing growth for only 3 years of practice. All Might gestured with his hand to the visible sign of activating his quirk. Just as his waved fingers came close to Izuku's side, one of the green arcs flashed to his finger. All Might snatched his finger back quickly and shook out his hand. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. That's never happened before. Izuku was startled by his quirk's behavior. It was almost like it shocked All Might, but the sparks weren't actually electricity. They'd never hurt anyone when they sparred. No, it's fine. It could be a nervous reaction? We'll have to test that later. Now, draw on your quirk and show me how you can use it through this obstacle course. That was something Izuku was intimately familiar with. The challenges were regularly changed out, but it was one of the things Aizawa had them practice regularly to be comfortable in changing environments. They stayed for only 2 hours. It was early evening and Toshinori didn't want to keep the boy late. He also couldn't walk him to the train station as All Might. Soon he would talk to him about his quirk. Before school started, the boy had asked if his friends could join them, and his puppy dog eyes had been the saddest thing ever. He agreed, but only if Izuku was there for 1 hour of one-on-one before they arrived. Training the trio was also something Toshinori realized he needed. Working with teenagers was hard. He felt like they were judging him all the time. It kept him on his toes, and he had to plan out their sessions carefully or Bakugo would tisk at him. When the kids were getting ready to leave after the last training session, Toshinori asked Midoriya to stay behind to talk. He discussed how to go about this with Mirai, but they had disagreed about a lot of what needed to be said and done. Now he was nervous as the time came for this challenging conversation. You guys go ahead. I'll call you later. Midoriya waved bye to his friends and then sat down on the bench with Toshinori. What did you want to talk about? Please be calm, I'll explain after I show you. Toshinori allowed his hero form to deflate to his small form. Perv. Midoriya shot up from the bench. It's still me, Toshinori Yagi, also known as the pro hero All Might. Sorry about that day. I had been looking for you and wanted to make sure I had the right person. Nizu told me later I should have gone about it a different way. Midoriya slowly sat back down on the bench. So you're not like some kind of fake? I mean, if I was, I wouldn't tell you, but no. This is my reality. Before, I would never revert to this small form. I was injured in a villain attack 6 years ago. Toshinori lifted his shirt. The starburst scar spreading out on his ribs was crisscrossed with surgical scars. 6 years ago? The biggest villain you fought 6 years ago was Toxic Chainsaw. But that doesn't look like an attack he would do. You've done your homework. But no, that lowlife could never do this to me. This fight was never made public. That is, I asked the commission that it not be made public. My respiratory system was nearly destroyed and my stomach was removed. Initially, I had been declining at a faster rate, but the day I met you, I was actually on my way to have some reconstructive surgeries which restored the majority of my time. Toshinori let his shirt fall down. That's terrible. And you've been keeping this a secret for so long, but why tell me? I'm telling you because I want you to be my successor. My quirk has been the subject to a lot of conjecture. Its name is One for All. As Toshinori was explaining, he saw Midoriya flinch. But my quirk, it was passed down to me, like the Olympic torch. Passed down to you? Really? Hold on a sec. Midoriya hunched over and started muttering into his fist. Toshinori could only make out every few words. He reached forward to stop Izuku's rambling thoughts about his quirk and what the science said was possible for quirks. I have the ability to transfer my power to my successor. The first person cultivates the power and then passes it to another. The next refines it and passes it on again. In this way, those crying out to be saved and those with brave and true hearts link to form a crystalline network of power. I've been searching for a successor for a while. And I believe that you are worthy. Why me? Even when you didn't have a quirk, you had the drive and dedication to be a hero. You have only proven yourself again and again. You are an excellent choice for successor. Which is good because Toshinori couldn't look at Midoriya when he said the next part, so he looked at the beams of the ceiling. Because I accidentally passed my quirk to you 3 years ago. There was resounding silence in the gym. Toshinori looked down at Midoriya again and saw him staring back with a blank face. Did you hear me? I said you have inherited my quirk. Sorry, I think you're mistaken. Midoriya stood up. What? Toshinori was lost. You said you have a quirk you can pass on. My quirk is distinctly different from yours, so you are mistaken. Midoriya grabbed his bag and started to leave. But young Midoriya, your quirk is my quirk. I'll see you at school next week, Yagi-sensei. Izuku walked out the door without looking back. What just happened? Toshinori slumped on the bench. What the f was that? Izuku was trembling. He couldn't think beyond All Might no Yagi-sensei. He couldn't think of him as All Might said. Izuku's quirk wasn't his own? He'd somehow taken Yagi's quirk? Bullshit. It was all bullshit. He wasn't quirkless. Useless. Quirkless. That. I accidentally passed my quirk to you. If it was an accident, did he only look for me to fix his mistake? Is he going to take it back? He said he wanted to make me his successor. Was that only 'cause he'd already given me his quirk? So he doesn't have a choice? Will he take it back if I'm not good enough for him? Am I going to be quirkless again? He can't. Can he? His thoughts spiraled as he made it all the way back to his neighborhood. The same thoughts kept circling back around over and over again. Certain things stuck out more, stabbing him every time he remembered his idol calling him a mistake. Accidentally? It was a effing accident? Getting a quirk was an accident? I'd still be a friendless pariah if he hadn't effed up? Bullshit. Bullshit. Izuku froze on the sidewalk. He didn't want to go home. Without considering why, Izuku turned to go to Kaken's house. Normally he knocked, even though he'd been told dozens of times he was family and could just come in. Today, he walked in and headed straight up to Kaken's room. Izuku? Are you all right? He could hear Aunt Mitsuki ask from downstairs, but he couldn't stop, couldn't say anything at the moment. Walking into Kaken's room, Izuku finally stopped. He didn't know why he was here. So he just stood there, inside the door, his hands clenched at his side. Jesus F. Izuku, are you all right? Kaken had been reading on his bed and jumped up. Izuku ducked his head and only realized Kaken had approached him when he saw socked feet in front of his. He flinched when Kaken brushed his cheek. He was crying. What the f happened, Izuku? We left you with All Might. What did that fucker do? All Might was Kaken's hero. Both of them had idolized him when they were kids. Should he say anything? What would Kaken say? The old fear he was only friends with anyone because finally had a quirk returned. If it wasn't really his quirk, if he was still technically quirkless, would everyone abandon him? Izuku tried to choke back his sobs. When he was pulled into a tight hug, he startled before he couldn't hold back and sobbed into Kaken's shoulder. Izuku, talk to me? Kaken led him back to the bed and sat them both down. He still kept his arms around Izuku. It took several minutes for him to calm down. Izuku sniffed and tried again. I don't know where to begin. Just pick somewhere and we'll figure out the rest. Kaken barely let go even when Izuku sat up. He left his arm around his shoulders. He said he needed to talk to me, right? He told me about his quirk. Oh, he has 2 forms. He was the guy I saw in the hallway at UA after the practical exam. Izuku felt Kaken tense up. His quirk is weird. It can be given away. But it gets stronger each time it's passed on. It's like a stockpiling quirk or something. He didn't get to that part before I left. He said he wanted to give me his quirk when we first met. Which is effing weird. Izuku looked at Kaken but he couldn't keep going if he was looking at him, so he focused on the All Might poster across the room. He absolutely loathed it now. You're right, that doesn't make sense. Kaken was probably just agreeing to keep him talking. It worked though. He said he's been looking for me for 3 years. At first I was excited. I mean, freaking All Might wanted me to be his successor. But then he told me the real reason. He accidentally gave me his quirk when we first met. Which, I mean, if he did, then I'm still quirkless, right? I'm still effing quirkless. Izuku pounded his fist on his thigh. His quirk flared with green arcs, but it didn't feel like he was pulling on his quirk. It was just a visual manifestation. Well, not his quirk, right? He spent a month making me feel like I was important, like I mattered, then just turns around and says the only reason he was looking for me is 'cause he effed up. But is he going to ask for it back? The green flared again. But Zuka, look at me. Kaken grabbed his shoulders and turned him so they were facing each other. You've had your quirk for 3 years. If that fucker couldn't keep up with his things, then it belongs with you. If he tries to take it back, we F him up. Clear? Izuku quirked his brow at the idea of them fing up the #1 pro hero if he came for his quirk. Alright. Besides, you said he wanted you to be his successor. He probably knows you'll never give it back and he isn't going to try. It is your quirk. You've made it yours for 3 years. And possession is 9/10 of the law, right? Oh God, were they going to use the law to keep his quirk if it came to it? Well, the law was on his side. Izuku huffed. This was ridiculous. You're not quirkless, but even if you were, who gives a shit? You're still a badass. Your quirk isn't why you're so DMN smart, it doesn't design support gear, and it doesn't help the rest of us come up with training aids. You're more than your quirk. We all are. Quirks are tools. Right? And you're not giving yours up. It belongs to you and you can do what you want with it. And hey, if you had to steal a quirk, stealing the #1 heroes is the way to go. Kaken laughed. I didn't steal it. Izuku pushed Kaken away from him. Sorry. Why are you apologizing, nerd? I shouldn't have freaked out so much. I think I nearly had a panic attack. Being quirkless, growing up with shitheads like me, isn't easy. And it is pretty shitty he wasn't upfront about it. Hell, I think Aizawa is the only teacher who hasn't been sheet. So F, All Might if the only reason he thinks you're awesome is the quirk he gave you. Him for making you feel like a mistake. Kaken stood up and walked over to the poster Izuku had been staring at. He ripped it down from the wall, balled it up, and then blew it up with his quirk. Bakugo Katsuki stopped blowing sheet up in the house. Mitsuki yelled from downstairs. Izuku stared wide-eyed at the ash falling to the floor. Fag. Kaken yelled down. You're allowed to be upset at him. He didn't even think about what saying that sheet would mean to you. He knew you'd been quirkless. When he told me he accidentally gave me his quirk, Izuku scrunched his nose up when he said, accidentally, that probably set him off the most. I kinda told him no. What? Kaken sat back on the bed. That I told him he was wrong. Said my quirk was different from his, which it is. I mean, you know, I've been studying All Might since I was like 3, I probably know more about his quirk than almost anyone. They're similar but also really different. I told him my quirk was mine and his was his. On Izuku's skin, faint green light flashed again. Why do you keep doing that? I mean, yeah, just tell him he's wrong, not like he can prove it right. But why do you keep pulling on your quirk? Kaken gestured to his arms. That's one of the differences. I'm not doing this. Izuku held up his arm. Your quirk is just doing its own sheet? Yeah. I kinda noticed it comes up when I'm upset, and I thought I was doing it subconsciously. But earlier, it kind of attacked Yagi-sensei. And it was before, when we were training. He moved too close while I was practicing and the light zapped his finger. It's never done that before and I wouldn't have wanted to hurt him, not even subconsciously. I mean, not then anyway. Wait, if All Might is right, does that mean his quirk doesn't like him? Like if it attacked him for just getting near you? That's kind of ironic. Kaken smirked. If that were true, could he even take the quirk? If it didn't like him, but it seemed to like Izuku? This is my quirk. I don't care how I got it, it's mine. Izuku clenched his fist and actually pulled on his quirk to watch the sparks. DMN straight. It was a surprise when Toshinori showed up at Mirai's apartment that evening. He was in his small form and with his limp bangs and slumped shoulders, Mirai could guess things didn't go well. "Come in. Tell me what happened." Mirai turned and headed for the kitchen. He could hear the Toshinori shuffling to the living room. When Mirai passed him a cup of green tea, he just held it absently in his hands. "So I take it there were complications?" "Phew. You could say that. I'm not sure what happened. I explained about my quirk. I told him I had chosen him as my successor. Then when I mentioned I'd already passed my quirk to him, his attitude changed." "Changed how?" "He shut down. Before, Midoriya was confused, obviously, and asking questions. Then he just said I was mistaken. His quirk was his and had nothing to do with me, and then he left. Looking at it objectively, there's no way his claim can be true. The boy was quirkless for 11 years and then manifested his quirk the day after he met you, and it operates in the same fashion as All for One. Is he trying to hide something?" Mirai asked. "I don't think so. I think he looked hurt. He was definitely upset to shut down like that." "Toshinori, this is a problem. If he is refusing to be your successor, you must retrieve your quirk. Miria would make an excellent successor. You can pass your quirk to him instead. After the past year assisting me in his training, you are half his mentor already." Toshinori waved him off again and sipped his tea. "I told you, I've already settled on Midoriya. Everything I've seen in him these past few weeks has just convinced me my instincts were correct back then. He's going to make an excellent hero. I just don't know how things went wrong. What was it I said that upset him? If I can fix that, then I can help him understand his quirk. He also needs to hear the rest of the history of One for All." "Toshinori," Mirai sighed. "He would have to handle this, wouldn't he?" "We'll discuss this later. I have salmon broiling in the oven. Stay for dinner?" Tomorrow was an off day. He could stop by the Midoriyas and settle this. When Izuku went home that night, Katsuki walked with him. He thought back to how Izuku looked before he had a quirk. He wasn't as bright. It was like he was drowned out by everyone around him. Even Katsuki had been blind to everything. The teachers, other students, Katsuki himself, they had all played a part in dragging Izuku down. It made sense for him to react the way he did when All Might said Izuku getting a quirk was an accident. It wasn't hard to figure out Izuku believed that meant he was an accident. No one wants to be told they were a mistake. And when this mistake changed your life so completely, it was obvious he'd be terrified of All Might trying to correct it. They didn't really talk the few blocks. There was some small talk about school starting next week, and that was going to be a sheet show. All Might taught there now. Katsuki let Izuku go in his house first, then gestured to Inko to come out and talk. "Hey, Katsuki, is something wrong?" Izuku looked upset. Inko closed the door and stood on the stoop with him. "Yeso. Look, if All Might comes by, don't let him talk to Zuku." Katsuki roughly scrubbed at the back of his head. "Can you tell me why the number one hero shouldn't talk to my son?" Auntie Inko tensed. "So we had training tonight, right?" He asked Zuku to stay after cuz he had something to talk to him about. He said some shit that messed with Zuku's head. It was all bullshit, but like, it messed with his head. Why on earth would he say something to hurt Izuku? "I don't know what's going on his head, but I don't think Izuku wants you to know. I just thought you should know to give him some space. Thank you for letting me know. I'll see if Izuku wants to talk about it when he's feeling better." Inko hugged Katsuki and then headed inside to see her son. Being vague wasn't best, but Katsuki didn't want to share everything since it was about Izuku's quirk. If what All Might said was true, then the nature of his quirk needed to be kept a secret. Izuku was zoning out on his phone, scrolling through TikTok videos. His phone kept chiming to notify him of messages in the group chat, but he didn't feel like dealing with people today. Apparently the universe disagreed as the doorbell rang. His mother had gone to the store, so Izuku dragged himself up and answered the door. When he saw who it was, he froze. Sir Night Eye was formerly All Might's sidekick. Was he here because of All Might? Was that why Night Eye sought Bakugo out last year too? "Midoriya Izuku, I am pro-hero Sir Night Eye. May I come inside?" The hero was tall, towering over Izuku. He was also curling his lip at Izuku. "No. My mother is not home and I am not comfortable with you being in my house. Why did I say Mom wasn't here? Knight pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Then I'll be direct since you insist on being difficult. You must return All Might's quirk. He must find a worthy successor, and that is not you. The sooner you do so, the better. No. Is this but serious? Apparently, Night Eye had not expected that response. Clearly, One for All does not belong to you. You must return it to its rightful owner. Let's say, hypothetically of course, that you're right. That I somehow took All Might's quirk. It's been 3 years. The wood then belonged to me, and I have no intention of giving it up. Do not make this a legal issue. The law would stand with All Might and your opportunity to be a hero in the future would be put in danger. How FNG dare he threaten me? First, I have never said my quirk came from All Might. Second, the law would stand with me. Night Eye tried to interrupt but Izuku talked over his attempt. If quirks can be exchanged, then they are possessions. They fall under the law as property. According to the amended Lost Property Act, all lost items should be reported. I did this. When I manifested a quirk, I reported it to the proper authorities and described it to the best of my abilities. I even reported any new changes that developed. All Might is required to report any lost possessions in order for them to be returned. He didn't. In fact, I think you very much want to avoid anyone finding out what he claims happened. But according to the law, after 3 months, the found property belongs to the one who found it. Therefore, my quirk is legally mine. Izuku crossed his arms and leaned against the door jamb. All Might didn't even realize he has lost his quirk until recently. Really? And when was that? Was it recently? Night Eye pursed his lips and huffed through his nose. So it wasn't. I bet it wasn't until April of last year. The 3-month time limit has long passed. And since this alleged quirk transfer was not an act of theft, but rather All Might's own negligence, you don't have a leg to stand on even if you pursue this in court. Listen here, Night Eye started advancing on Izuku but his mother interrupted them. Izuku? Who is this? Inko shifted the bags to one hand. This is Sir Night Eye, a pro-hero who works closely with All Might. Really? I believe he was just leaving. I am not finished speaking to you. Night Eye insisted. Inko stepped past the man and ushered Izuku inside. I think Izuku was correct. Please leave, and unless my son has parental and legal counsel, do not speak with him again. Mrs. Midoriya, you do not understand. It is of utmost importance your son cooperate. I don't think you understand. If you don't want to find out if my telekinesis is strong enough to remove your eyeball, you'll turn around and leave. Inko shut the door in his face. Mom? Did you just threaten a pro-hero? Izuku gawked. Did I? I thought we were discussing hypothetical situations. Now help me put these groceries away. I think we'll be having katsudon for dinner. Hey, Baku bro, why did you want to see us without Zuku? Kirishima and Mina walked over to the picnic table together. Katsuki had contacted their friend group to come meet him at a park centrally located to their homes. We're waiting on someone else first, but what the F is up with your hair? Katsuki crinkled his nose at the garish red-colored hair. He'd even styled it into spikes. It's for his high school debut. He's even got horns like me. Mina bounced on the ball of her feet and poked the 2 horns in Kirishima's hair. Don't touch. Kiri ducked her hands. It's a symbol and a reminder of the promise I made to myself. Live with no regrets. I'm going to be a hero who protects others. It looks shitty. Katsuki would never admit he liked it a lot better than the floppy emo style. I wanted it to be a surprise for the first day of school, but my hair is basically the same as yours. Kiri argued. The hell it is. Was that why he put the spikes in? So he could look like Katsuki and the horns for Mina? At least he hadn't copied any of Izuku's style. His hair was a tangled bush and his fashion sense was non-existent. Bakugo. The 3 turned to face the last arrival. Shoto stood a good distance from them and seemed reluctant to come closer. Finally here, Peppermint. All right, let's sit down. This bullshit will take a minute. Is there a reason Midoriya is not here? Shoto asked. Because we're here to talk about him, or rather what All Might, the fucker, said to him. Tension replaced the previous levity. Can you please explain? Shoto finally sat down with the rest of them. Dunno if Zuku told you or not, but the four of us met with All Might a couple times for training. He was actually interested in training Zuku, but of course Zuku asked if we could join. Anyway, last night, All Might asked him to stay after to talk to him. I don't want to get into it too much since it's Izuku's business, but that fucker. He called Izuku a mistake, said he never should have gotten his quirk. Just a bunch of bullshit. How can he say that? Why would he say that about anyone, let alone someone as precious as Zuku? Mina slapped her hands on the table. So not manly. I didn't think All Might would do something like that. Shoto didn't comment, but his hands were clenched on the table. Oh, and remember the creepy fucker Izuku mentioned at UA on exam day? That was All Might. He can transform from his normal persona to the other. Apparently he'd been looking for Izuku for years. They'd met years ago, back when Izuku thought he was still quirkless. Wait, so he knew Izuku thought he was quirkless for like all his life, then said he never should have gotten a quirk? Does he not know how much shit Izuku went through cause he didn't have a quirk? Acid started leaking from Mina's hands and ate into the tabletop. Pinky hands. Mina snatched her hands up from the table but didn't look apologetic. And I thought All Might was a good guy. That's just cruel. Kiri looked so lost at the idea the number one hero could have been cruel to Izuku. Katsuki couldn't blame him. He'd felt the same way, but Izuku was so effed up, there was no way he was lying. That's not all. Katsuki didn't know if Shoto knew about the sludge villain thing, but if they needed to know about All Might's errand boy. There's more? Mina rolled her eyes. Of course there is. All Might sent that slender man wannabe to my house last year, you guys know that. Turns out he was trying to find Izuku for All Might. He'd seen him that day, with the sludge villain. Must have recognized him, but Izuku had moved since the last time. Threatened to have me arrested if I didn't tell him what he wanted. The hag set him straight. Anyway, he showed up at Izuku's earlier today. Tried to force him to do what All Might wanted. Auntie told him where to stick it. Jesus, this all happened just since last night? How's Zuko holding up? Mina slumped against Kiri's shoulder. He was messed up last night. Came straight to my house and basically had a breakdown about it. When I spoke to him earlier, he'd moved on to said. So that's an improvement. I am disappointed to learn All Might is not as he appears, but I do not believe informing us of his actions is the only reason you called us to meet. Shoto finally spoke up. It wasn't. You guys know All Might is teaching at UA, right? He'll be assisting with heroics class. Which means Zuko's gonna have to see him like every day. I wanted to ask if you'd help me run interference. Don't let that fucker corner him again. You can't let Zuko know he'd beach about. Being able to handle it on his own. Hell yeah. 3 musketeers. 1 for all and all for Izuku. Mina threw her hand in the center. That's not the quote. And there are 5 of us now. Even though his brow furrowed, he threw his hand in the center. It wouldn't be manly if I didn't look out for my bro. Kiri threw his hand in. I will also assist in keeping them from being alone together, but why are we putting our hands together? Shoto titled his head. Just do it. Mina grabbed his hand with her free one and slapped it on top. Does this make us an Izuku protection squad? Kiri asked. I regret calling all of you. Katsuki sighed. Monday finally came and with it their first day at UA. Kiri suggested they get breakfast, but Katsuki reminded them everyone would be doing that and the restaurants around UA would be packed. So instead, Kaken volunteered to cook breakfast and bring it to school for everyone. Izuku texted Aizawa to make sure it was okay with their homeroom teacher if they brought breakfast and ate in their classroom. He assured them their teacher wouldn't mind. Ah man, it's finally here. Kiri threw his arm around Izuku as they met up outside the train station. Hey Blasty, what did you fix for us? Mina skipped ahead. You'll find out when we get to the classroom. Ugh, so mean. Mina clasped her hands behind her back and led the way to the school. Hey Mito bro, did Shoto say when he'd arrive? He dropped his arm off of Izuku's shoulders, but Kiri still walked between him and Kaken. He said he'd try to get here early for breakfast, but he wasn't sure how early his dad would let him leave. After learning Shoto's dad was in Endeavor, Izuku had started wondering what the number 2 hero was thinking. The way he pushed Shoto to train non-stop and controlled so much of his life. It was concerning. Why is the door so big? Izuku asked. What do you mean? Mina went to slide it open. None of the doors at Aldra were this big. But if they aren't this big, then how would a student with a gigantification quirk fit in the classroom? Kiri tilted his head. I mean, that makes sense, but why wouldn't Aldra have bigger doors? Izuku asked. Because it was a sheet school, duh. Kaken shoved Izuku through the doors. Ugh. Izuku stumbled into the class. What is up with this seating chart? There was a chart on the board for students to find their seats. Only Izuku and Kaken were seated beside each other. Kiri and Mina were close, but on the other side of the classroom. Shoto was all the way in the back. That SC case, maybe it will change later? Izuku dropped his stuff at the desk behind Kaken's. Well, let's just sit together until everyone else shows up. Kiri sat in the empty desk next to Kaken that should belong to someone named Jiro. Huffing, Mina plopped down behind him. Now spill the beans. What's for breakfast? Mina rubbed her hands together. Ugh, can I even sit down first? No. Kiri and Mina chorused. Heh. A faint smile flashed on Kaken's lips and quickly faded. Oh my god. Blasty. Did you smile? Like you never smile. You grimace and scowl and maybe smirk. Your soft side is showing. Mina teased as Kaken froze with their breakfast half out of his bag. I think maybe I should eat this all myself. He dropped the container on his desk. I didn't say anything. Mina is delusional, you never smile. Kiri leaned away from Mina. Et2 Kiri? Pinky, stop butchering quotes for FS sake. Kaken rolled his eyes and opened the hot container. Cinnamon French toast sticks. Figured sticks would be easier. Mina popped one in her mouth. They don't even need syrup. Excellent. Great. Very good job, Blasty. These are delicious, Bakugo. Kiri was wiggling in his seat. Of course they are, I made them. They were just starting to enjoy their breakfast when the door opened. Is it Shoto? Who else could come as early as us? Izuku wondered. The blue-haired boy with glasses from the entrance exam stalled in the doorway. Obviously, he hadn't been expecting anyone else to have arrived before him. Then he looked down and saw their breakfast. Food is to be restricted to the designated lunch rooms. The boy gestured with his whole arm. He pointed with an axe hand at their innocent French toast. Ha! Kaken sneered at the newcomer. There is to be no eating in the classrooms without prior approval by a member of the staff. You need to discard your food or put it away immediately. Listen, you pretentious a-hole, I don't know who the F you think you are, but you don't tell me what to do. Kaken leaned back in his chair and plopped his foot up on his desk. Remove your foot from that desk. Such action is insulting to those who came to UA before us as well as the craftsman who made the desk. Look, I think we're getting off on the wrong foot. Izuku stood up to mediate. My name is Ida Tenya. You are Midoriya. You perceived the true nature of that practical exam while I did not. I misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you were the superior candidate. Izuku tensed as the boy Ida gestured with axe hands again. I have no idea what you were talking about. Look, we asked Aizawa-sensei about eating breakfast in here days ago. We have permission. Can you please stop jumping to conclusions and yelling at everyone? It's extremely rude. Izuku sat back down and started eating his breakfast. Forgive me. I should have asked if you had permission first. I will remember to proceed in this order in the future. But when you chose to sacrifice the last minute of the exam to save the girl, you showed me the true purpose of the exam. First, I didn't do that because I figured out something about the exam. I saved her because I'm training to be a hero, and heroes are meant to save people. The exam had robots to fight, sure. But for a hero, your first priority should be rescue. Even if this means abandoning a fight and letting the villain go, let alone concerning myself with a few extra points during an exam. You have given me a lot to think about. Ida bowed and then headed to his seat. With another person, especially someone so concerned with all the rules, the group was more subdued. They spoke more quietly. Izuku hated it. That's the same guy who yelled at Zuku for helping you during the practical instructions, wasn't it? Kiri asked before tossing the last of his French toast sticks in his mouth. Izuku thought it looked like a shark swallowing a poor fish. Yeah, he also yelled at me for some nonsense before. Present Mike started the exam. Some people are just like that. The door opened again. This time it was Shoto. I was delayed. I apologize. Shoto didn't even look for his seat, just sat behind Izuku. Here, Kaken made French toast sticks. Izuku took the portion for Shoto from Kaken and passed it back. Thank you. They chatted while other students started trickling in. When the students who were in the desks Mina and Kiri were sitting in arrived, Mina went back to her chair while Kiri just sat on Kaken's desk. Shoto only moved back to his seat when the short boy who was supposed to sit behind Izuku arrived. Uraraka came in close to time for class to start. She bounced over to Izuku. You got in. Just like Present Mike said. Thank you for speaking on my behalf, you didn't have to do that. So we've got our entrance ceremony and guidance sessions today, yeah? Wonder what our teacher will be like? Boy, I'm nervous. Uraraka was trying to carry on a conversation, but Izuku, Kiri, and Kaken were staring at the open door behind her. Noticing their focus, Shoto looked over as well. Laying in a bright yellow sleeping bag was Aizawa-sensei. Why is he on the floor in a sleeping bag? Kiri whispered to Kaken. Don't know, don't care. Kaken put away the last of the breakfast containers and pulled out his class supplies. As they were watching, Aizawa inched forward into the class. None of the other students seemed to react until he spoke. If you're here to socialize, then get out. This is the hero course. The class all turned and gawked at him. Honestly, Aizawa didn't come across as a pro hero. He looked more like a hobo. It took 8 seconds for you to quiet down. Time is a precious resource. Most of you aren't very rational, are you? Only 4 students noticed my presence before I spoke. Aizawa stepped out of his sleeping bag. He was wearing his hero uniform, which was more practical than flashy. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota. Pleased to meet you. Izuku rolled his eyes. He had texted Aizawa to ask if their homeroom teacher would be okay with them eating breakfast. This was intentional. Quickly now, get changed into your gym clothes and head out to the grounds. Aizawa pulled out gym uniforms from his sleeping bag. Was he rolling around in clothes he wants us to wear? Kaken curled his lip. Regardless of where the clothes were kept, they collected their uniforms and quickly changed. The grounds they were led to looked like a standard physical education field with a track. We are going to start with a test of quirks. What about the entrance ceremony? Or the guidance sessions? Uraraka looked scandalized. No time to waste on that stuff if you want to be heroes. More than likely Aizawa didn't want to be bored with the ceremony. UA is known for its freestyle education system. That applies to us teachers as well. Aizawa listed the standard middle school PE tests and gestured to where they would test those on the field. You did all these in middle school. Your standard no quirks allowed gym tests. This country still insists on prohibiting quirks when calculating the averages of those records. It's not rational. Bakugo, you scored first in the practical. How far could you throw in middle school? 67 meters. Kaken stepped forward when he was called on. Great. Now try with your quirk. Do whatever, but don't leave the circle, remember? Give it your all. Aizawa had them do this a year ago when he evaluated their quirks for the first time. Awesome. Kaken stepped up to the plate. He placed his wrists together and set the ball in the circle of his hands. With both hands focusing his blasts, he exploded the ball like a cannon. Die! Aizawa pointed a rangefinder at the ball and then turned it to the class. It is important for us to know our limits. That is the first rational step to determining the kind of heroes you will be. The reading showed 775.3 meters. Whoa! This is awesome. A blonde boy with a black lightning streak in his hair cheered. So we can use our quirks for real? Man, the hero course is great. A tall bulky teen said. This is going to be fun. Mina chimed in. Fun you say? You're hoping to become heroes after 3 years here. And you think it will be all fun and games? Right, the one with the lowest score across all 8 events will be judged hopeless and will be expelled. Damn it, Mina. Kiri bumped her with his shoulder. But Kiri, this will be so easy for us. Is that what you think? Apparently she said that loud enough for Aizawa to hear her. Well then, if the 4 of you don't improve your scores by at least 15%, you will have to stay after school today for 20 laps around the UA obstacle course. It's nicknamed the Hell Course. Damn it, Mina. Izuku added.